the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, episode 1016. Doing it live. Yes. We got Vito back again for something other than to defend Mr. Girl. Welcome.
I know. I'm excited. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I have some of the worst seasonal allergies, and when the weather starts to get warmer out here in the Pacific Northwest, I get hit really hard.
Really?
Yes.
I'm the opposite. When it gets cold, I get miserable and sick constantly.
Yeah, I used to have that more when I lived in the Midwest. Like when I lived in Ohio, it was that way. Like around September or August, I'd get or October, I'd get hit by it really bad. But here it's the spring.
Yeah. Well, where do you live at again?
In the Seattle area.
Seattle.
Yeah.
So weather. What's the weather? Isn't it always cold in Seattle or raining?
No. And in fact, last June, we had this crazy heat wave that set records that we've never seen out here before. Like it got to like 110 degrees here.
It was 116 in this area, wasn't it?
In some places, yeah.
I thought the east side hit 116.
Issaquah got it.
Yeah.
And then Vancouver, Canada got like 114 degrees and a bunch of people died.
Just of the heat stroke?
Yeah. Well, in the Pacific Northwest, because it used to have a pretty cool climate year round, most people here don't have AC in their homes. Like most homes do not have built-in AC, and most people don't even have.
We don't do that shit.
Yeah, but now we might start needing to because the climate is shifting like crazy.
Like, do people buy air conditioners, or
you couldn't find one?
Nobody has them. Yeah.
Yeah, they sold out quick. During the heat wave, the reason the people in Canada died is because they were sweating so bad and their armpits stunk, and they kept having to apologize for the smell.
Sorry. Yeah, it was pretty crazy stuff.
Death by apology.
Yeah, they said it was supposed to be a once in 1,000-year weather event, but it was made 150 times more likely due to climate change.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
once in a lifetime.
I had a jar of gummy vitamins that all melted together into one like gummy vitamin ball. when that happened.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Counts as one now.
I've had that same situation. Actually, one time, you know those like honey, it's like a giant bear, but it's got honey in it, like a plastic bear. I put a bunch of like gummies in it and melted them down inside that, thinking it would be cool, and it's not. 'Cause it just came out a block. It doesn't like gummies lose. They have that like coating on the outside when they come from the factory, and they're all smooth. If you just melt it down inside that thing, it takes no shape. It's just a gummy mess.
Ugh.
It's sticky.
You wanted a giant gummy bear.
I wanted to see if I could make a giant gummy bear.
That would be hilarious.
You could buy
but then I just had this horrifying blob, and I threw it at my ceiling, and it stayed up there for like 2 years.
What? Vito, that's
and then one day I'm
gross.
just hanging out, and this giant, I just hear BAM! And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I realized, oh my God, the giant gummy finally got unstuck from the ceiling.
How gross was it after it fell down? Like,
it was disgusting. Again, it was still like, I could have thrown it back up.
Did
there,
you
and
eat
probably
it?
would have lasted. No, I didn't eat it. I think it was probably, I don't know. It probably was rancid at that point. Who knows?
I wouldn't have made it in the first place, but if I did, I probably would have ate it. Like,
Yeah, I have no idea what possessed me to do this.
I have to know
think I
better
just-
not to do shit like that because I will eat it off the fucking ceiling. I'm sick. I have problems.
Everyone,
Yeah.
everyone who's watching right now, give us a like if you'd be so inclined to do so. Also, this is the Saturday bonus show. We do an extra show every week if we meet the goal the week before. The goal is currently at 46.83%. We're going to try to meet that goal before the end of the show so we can do another bonus show next week. Throw us a couple bucks. We'll read through your Streamlabs periodically, and if your dono is over $20, Stephen Hawking himself will read it to everyone. So
Did he get canceled?
I think he's dead.
Okay, good.
Pretty sure he's dead.
I think they canceled him. Is he one of the guys who gets canceled post-mortem?
Yeah, wasn't he on Epstein Island or something?
He couldn't walk or do anything. I don't know. He was like completely wheelchair bound. He couldn't even speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if Epstein commands you to give a foot rub to Sir Stephen Hawking,
he can't even feel it.
I guess he wouldn't feel the foot rub.
Could you imagine being the questionably
stab, so-
aged woman giving Stephen Hawking a fucking mouth
They
job
did
to
that.
his
They did that in on
rubbery
The
bang?
Simpsons. He was like, "Spit in my mouth." You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Stephen Hawking's
Yeah.
dirty.
Spit in my mouth.
In my mouth, whore.
So Vito has been on a lot of Andy Signore's streams lately, and the whole Will Smith thing. Andy Signore was pulling like 15,000 live viewers the other day, like talking about this shit.
Nice.
Signore is nailing it.
Yeah.
That guy. Well, because he was trying to do like movie news and like movie commentary, and that space is like just sucks.
It's saturated.
It's way too saturated. And then he started doing all this stuff, like more celebrity news, but also like crime news. He was covering who was that lady, and then like her and her boyfriend were van lifing, and then he pushed her down a cliff and punched her in the
Grubby
mouth. or whatever.
Potato?
I know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
but I
Grubby
can't remember her
Potato,
name.
And Brian Laundrie.
Dirty Laundry and Grubby Potato.
Okay.
He was getting hundreds of thousands of hits talking about that whole case. So now he has this awesome audience of Midwestern housewives who want to hear about what Will Smith is up to, and I'm like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pulling that audience.
Yeah, I heard
I'm
him
jealous.
talking Britney Spears gossip the other day too. So
Oh yeah, he's in with all that. And Andy's like such a go-getter, dude. Like, I'm a lazy piece of shit. He's like, oh, I called Britney Spears' lawyer and we talked for like X hours. And I'm like, wow, I would like just never do that. 'Cause
Right.
I'm lazy.
yeah, talking to a lawyer gives me PTSD anyway.
Yeah.
I would rather not talk to lawyers in my spare time.
Yeah, like I would specifically avoid the anxiety of that. So, like we were doing a movie review show where we would watch like terrible old movies. And then we did like Mortal Kombat Annihilation. And he goes, I have a surprise guest, the actor who played Jax. And I'm like, how did you, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, he's just, and then after the show, he tells me it's just like, he's just a washed up dude who has like a, you know, like a youth ministry. And he found the guy's contact and like called him up. We did a Howard the Duck review and he got the midget who was inside the Howard the Duck costume on. And I was like, wow, Andy like gets out there and gets fucking guests.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a hard working man.
I mean, like
understand
you could
why
have
he has
found
this.
you could have found any like midget to come and
Yeah.
claim that they were the midget in the Howard the Duck puppet, right?
Well, he's he was like one of the go-to Hollywood midgets for a while. I think he played I don't know, like the leprechaun or a gremlin or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Chucky, I think he might have been in the Chucky doll.
What you know, for a while it was Warwick Davis that just got all the jobs for that. Like he was the leprechaun at one
And now
point.
we've got Peter Dinklage, and he's fucking things up for leprechauns
I
everywhere.
know, and he pissed off Hornswoggle, and Hornswoggle wasn't having it.
Peter Dinklage was like, you can't use dwarves as dwarves. And like
And
all
all
the
the
dwarves
dwarves-
are like, we want this job. What are you doing?
And then the one little guy that was in the Tim Burton Willy Wonka movie, that could have been multiple little people jobs, but they used one guy to take up all of the jobs.
Deep Roy.
That's automation.
Is that guy even a midget?
I don't know.
I don't know.
He's close.
He looks
I think
little.
They shrunk him down and like, but I thought they like shrunk him in like post production or some shit.
He still is very small. I seen him with his wife. His wife is a tall woman.
Yeah,
And,
I think he might be like 4 foot though. It's not like full on midget.
Right.
Like,
He's
Well,
just
four is fully like a male dwarf is what 4'10". Anything below
I don't know.
4'10", 4'11", or I think anything below 4'11" or 5 foot is technically a male dwarf. But
yeah.
What do you think about the term dwarf?
Well, the condition is known as dwarfism. I don't know how they don't like the word midget. They consider that a slur.
Why, though? I think the word midget to me, dwarf sounds like a fantasy character.
Like pro wrestling was the last place where it was okay to refer to them as midget wrestlers.
that and strippers.
And yes, but I think we've moved even past those professions.
When I used to go to the spot Beecher's Madhouse in L.A., they had the midget bottle service where they would have a midget fly to your table with a bottle of alcohol in their hand and like sparklers going off of their back, out their ass or something. And they'd drop the midget down from the ceiling with this bottle at your table. And it was called midget bottle service. But when they moved from the Roosevelt Hotel in Los Angeles to the MGM in Las Vegas, they said little person bottle service. So that's when I knew things were dying.
They're going woke.
A dwarf, at least, little person is silly to me because little person is those toys like the Weeble Wobbles or whatever. Little people.
The funniest midget porn parody movie, Itty Bitty Gang Bang, and it's a porn version of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang with midgets in it.
When I turned 18, I went to the porn store. Heyo!
Yay!
Thank you for the monies, Alex. That gets us to
50%.
50%. Everybody. Everybody who wants to pitch in, Ben's dying, so it helped him.
I am dying.
If you guys gave him luxurious dollars to motivate him from his death to keep him alive.
I want to.
But the first porn I bought when I turned 18 was Wally Wanker's Chocolate Factory. And it had like I bought it because it had dwarves in it, little midgies.
You have a kind of a fetish.
Not a fetish, no. I have an appreciation for things that are different.
Okay. That's one way of
You
putting
can say
it.
that about anything.
Yeah, but like, it's like same thing with like if there's a 7 foot tall woman, I think that's attractive. I think that's interesting.
7 foot tall woman is okay. I'm not even getting into it. This is territory we should not.
You don't think they exist?
Oh no, I think they exist.
Do you think they're like the female orgasm? They're a myth?
No. I'm just not. I'm not gonna do it. Let's check out this thing. I saw this earlier today. I laughed really hard. Mel Gibson was on Fox News promoting his new movie. Have you guys seen this?
No. What's the new movie?
I have not.
Okay. Well, the movie isn't even the best part of it, but you'll see.
Mel Gibson, thanks for joining Jesse Waters Primetime at Fox.
He looks like his skin is leather at this point.
He's so orange.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Hey, Jesse, how are you?
I'm great. Have you had any time to watch Fox recently, or have you been a little busy?
I've been busy. I don't turn on the TV that much. Tell you the truth, I kind of know what's going on, but sometimes it's a little heavy.
So they mostly talk about the movie, and it's going to be a super religious movie and shit.
Yeah.
So the best part is when this guy Jesse Waters asked Mel Gibson about the Will Smith thing and the reaction that he gets. It's crazy.
We're fixated on ourselves and just not really looking.
He'll get to it in a second
for
here.
the rest of the country. We're all just wrapped up in what's going on in our own lives. Do you feel that way?
Well, I think that's endemic to the entire world. It's like it's not just us, but it's a human failing.
So I don't know. Mel Gibson is really into these making religious movies now.
It's even me, and I kind of understand.
The last couple movies I saw from him were not religious. Like Dragged Across Concrete.
Okay.
That was definitely not a religious film.
What about Signs? Definitely a religious film.
Is it? The Holy Water?
You understand it probably better than a lot of people with your career, and I was wondering if, you had been the one that jumped up out of his seat and slapped Chris.
Look at his face. He's like, And in a minute here, you're going to hear Mel Gibson's agent jump into the call.
Rock, if you would have been treated the same way, Mel.
Hello, Jesse. Thank you. That's our time.
Have you ever thought about
they're
that?
pulling him out.
Yep. Yeah. He didn't even want to go there.
He's not allowed to comment on Will Smith. What's he gonna say?
And it's not like he has a stellar reputation to protect, right?
Who, Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
Right.
He's rebuilding his career.
He is?
Well, he could. I could see if he had, said, he has a predilection for using certain words.
Yeah.
He said, well, if you expect these N words to act like human beings, you go, okay, Mel, that's our time. I can see that being a problem. What did he tell? Did he tell his daughter that he doesn't want her dating N words, and he yelled at her on the phone?
There's these insane voicemails.
He told his wife that he hopes she gets R-worded by a pack of
N words. And there's all sorts of stuff. He's like, you should be sucking me off right now.
Which that's fair.
Thank you, Jesse. That is our time.
Well, Mel, thank you very much for joining Jesse Waters Primetime, and we really appreciate it. April 13th.
So yeah, that's it. He won't talk about it at all. It's funny because everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, what is this? Stupid Hollywood playing games.
Yeah.
It doesn't even, what could he say that's going to be worse than anything anybody else has said?
Or anything that he's already said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got pulled over by a Jewish cop one time and said a bunch of anti-Semitic things to the Jewish cop.
I was going to say, he could have said, the Jews in Hollywood or something,
That's not really...
His publicist just he has a script and he can't, if he says anything off of it, she's worried.
That's not really fair, though. The cop didn't have to be Jewish. They could have sent a regular cop. Then he wouldn't have been racist.
Regular cop?
A regular cop. That was entrapment.
You send a Jewish cop, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, they were setting him up. It's messed up.
Yeah, I wonder if Hollywood is going to... Here's the thing, and here's what I'm thinking, is Will Smith is a moneymaker for a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of big-time people in Hollywood. So they're fucking sweating right now. They're sweating because they're like, if we don't repair Will Smith's image... that King Richard movie, are you guys going to rent that direct to DVD? No, I don't want to see that fucking movie now.
I want to watch it more now than I did before. I watch every movie and I skipped it at theaters.
Yeah.
I was 7 times I could have went to see it and I didn't.
Losing out on Good Guy Will, a lot of people are losing money because of that Oscars thing. So it's possible that this publicist is with some sort of PR firm or something. They're all trying to figure out how to handle it. Everybody in Hollywood is probably scrambling right now to try it. Because Chris Rock doesn't make him as much money as Will Smith.
No.
I think they're trying to bury Rock and be like, no, Will Smith, he just needed a little bit of therapy, and that mean old comedian really dumped on him.
This is the easiest. This is the easiest thing for him to come back from.
So I guess he resigned from the Academy, but it actually doesn't really change anything at all.
It means he can't vote.
He can't vote, but he can still win the awards and go to the awards ceremony.
Guys, he won't get DVD screeners in the mail anymore.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
He's not going to get free Blu-rays of the latest movies, so he can vote.
Could you imagine slapping Chris Rock and not being able to see Signs 2 before everybody else?
Signs 2.
That's one of the fun things about living in LA is if you go to the thrift store, there's just so many DVD screeners of every movie because everybody from the Academy just gets them and they just dump them.
Interesting.
Every movie that came out for $1.
Are you allowed to dump them afterwards?
Who's
gonna
catch
your
him?
Fucking property. Yeah.
I guess because you're not allowed to let that go when you're in the Academy, right? You have to hold on.
Yeah, well,
to
it has your name on it. Even now, I think even on the screeners, as you're watching it, it says this copy is for Larry David only on the.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see who's which Academy members you can find the most screeners of in the thrift stores.
I think it depends on the movie, though. I think later on they're like, why bother with that?
Yeah.
I think early screeners maybe have that.
I feel like everything's digital now, anyways. Am I wrong about that?
No.
Do you guys remember the More You Know PSA ads on NBC back in the day?
Absolutely.
Yeah, here's one from 1992, and it teaches a very important message that we should all learn.
Oh, there you go. Hey, check this out. Here's the situation. Say you out with your boyfriend or your girlfriend. You're at school, you at a club or something, getting busy. All right, you just having fun. Somebody steps up to you and they tell you they want to rumble. All right, now just stop for a second. Before you lose your head, get all crazy and toss your hands up, just think. The person that uses their head can always defeat the person that's just trying to use their hands. Now remember that, because the more you know.
You forgot that, huh?
Yeah, you forgot.
Poor Will Smith.
Well, he's dating a psycho bitch, and she
Married.
gets all in your head.
Married. He's
Get married.
raising psycho bitches with a psycho bitch.
Yes.
But it's like he'll be fine. Everybody loves Will Smith still.
I
We hate
don't.
him now. We hate him now, but we'll love him again.
I never liked that motherfucker. I was always
Amen.
like, this guy
I never
is
liked
not-
him.
Yeah, he was a fun sitcom actor. He's not that good in movies. Like, what do you want to go watch? He was fun in Men in Black. That's the last Will Smith movie I remember liking.
With Laura Flynn Boyle and her gigantic tits.
There was an era where Will Smith worked, and the fact that like he's still doing this shit, I'm like, nah, I'm tired of this guy. I want something else.
Yeah,
He's like,
he almost
he's very
fell off.
one-dimensional.
He came back though. He almost fell off after Earth and all those. I think there was a string of movies that he had that failed, and then Suicide Squad. He came in for that, and that one sucked.
I wonder how
But
many
his career built after
I
that.
wonder how many of the roles he's had, starring roles that he's had, where he wasn't a producer in it, where he was the first choice for the role. Because I feel like he couldn't have been the first choice for Ali, right?
You don't think so? Who else was going to play Ali at that time?
Someone as big as Ali, like size-wise.
I mean, is there an actor around that time that would had the name power for that?
I don't know. Will Smith's taking all the good jobs.
Juggalo V says Focus was cool. I got like the people who made Focus reached out to me randomly because I was 500 pounds. And the main guy that was in the movie was a 500-pound Middle Eastern guy. And they were just auditioning as many 500-pound people as they could find.
Oh, my God. Vito, catch this. Billy has been spending the last several years filming this movie, all right? And throughout the course of the movie, he lost over 100 pounds and then gained back 100 pounds, right?
When I started filming, I was like 100 pounds less.
Does
than I
that
am
fuck
now.
up the shooting?
Yeah, because like we literally go from scene to scene to scene, and some of it was filmed 2 years ago,
Weight is just
3 years ago,
fluctuating.
and some of it was filmed like when I was big old chunksters.
Yeah.
Oops.
It's gonna be
What
great.
kind of movie is it?
It's a kind of like a horror film. It's the director I work with.
Horror?
Yeah, I've worked with a director on music videos and stuff before, and he's done a lot of other smaller projects. This is his first full length film, so
yeah.
it's pretty. It should be pretty chill. It probably will make the movie even funnier because
Is your weight gonna change like scene to scene?
literally, like, yeah.
I love it. I want to see it so badly.
That's pretty good. I think that adds to the charm, though, of a fucking low-budget picture.
Exactly.
It's fun.
People will watch it and be like, "What the fuck? That guy's hella fat." And then I was not. What the hell happened?
You guys should just have like throwaway lines where it's just like, Billy, you've been eating. Stop eating so much. You're like, I'm just getting nervous, man.
Yeah.
And then like come back later, like your weight changes.
Yeah.
And later you've been like, man, we've been running through these woods. I feel like I shed like 50 pounds.
You know what you could do? You could do a throwback to the room and shoot another scene where you're like, I definitely have breast cancer.
Yeah.
And then that explains the weight loss.
Yeah, we did that. That's spoilers, Ben.
I definitely have breast
Spoilers.
cancer. Whew.
I never got into horror for some reason. I don't know why.
I liked the 1980s, late 70s, 1980s horror movies.
It's kind of like a horror comedy. Like it's not. It's
That's what
weird.
I was gonna ask, is if it's a comedy kind of thing.
It's weird. It's like, I'm not sure exactly what it's gonna be when it's cut, but like the main character has an imaginary friend, and his imaginary friend murders people, and so that's it. It's like around.
It's kind of like Candyman.
A little bit, yeah.
Here's Chris Rock's brother, Tony Rock. He did a stand-up performance recently.
Yes.
Yeah, this is crazy. Here it is.
Let's set some ground rules right now, y'all. Let's set some ground rules. If I say anything tonight, anybody got a fucking problem with? You got one motherfucking option what you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Because if you think you're gonna walk up on this stage, this ain't the motherfucking Oscars. And if you walk your ass up here, you ain't nominated for shit but these motherfucking hands.
He's gonna make a fucking killing on the whole Rock family is gonna make a killing. Good for them.
Yeah,
because Chris Rock's being all like, "Ah, shucks, I can't really talk about it." Do, and I'm like, "Nah, man, don't be odd. Be like, you're the king."
Chris Rock.
I don't know how he should play it.
He's gonna get like a Netflix special or something off this, right?
Yes.
He's done. He's gonna get paid.
It should be called the
only thing I hope
special.
doesn't happen. What I'm worried is gonna happen is he's gonna cave, and next year at the Oscars, it's gonna be like, and here to present is Will Smith and Chris Rock, and I'd go, no, not okay.
No.
Oh, we on Pac the rest of the year, nigga. Every time you see me do a show, Pac. I didn't want to start the show like that. You gonna hit my motherfucking brother? Cause your bitch gave you a side eye? Oh, it's a lot of Rock Brothers. Y'all ain't know it's a lot of Rock Brothers. It's 10 of us, motherfucker. You about to see all the Rock Brothers. You gonna be like, I didn't even know that nigga was a Rock Brother. That nigga a Rock Brother? That's a Rock Brother?
Better watch what you say. Jaden Smith's gonna crawl up on you and give you a round the pants hand job.
I hate how they called that movie Jaden Smith was in The Karate Kid when it had nothing to do with karate. It was like kung fu. And it like they literally were just like, oh, this is similar enough to The Karate Kid, so we'll call it The Karate Kid. But it wasn't even written to be a Karate Kid movie. That really made me mad.
Yeah, I don't know how that was originally structured.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually care about The Karate Kid at all. So it didn't
You
make
don't
me
think
mad.
about it? It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't enter into your head.
I had
ever?
no idea he didn't actually do karate in it. Now I think that's funny the way you said it. Like,
Yeah, it's kung
Well, he
fu.
does kung fu.
Yeah, it's Jackie
They
Chan.
talk about it in the movie. He goes, "This is karate, huh?" And it's Jackie Chan. And he goes, "No, this is kung fu. They're completely different."
Yeah.
That sounds great.
And you're like, well, why didn't you just call it the Kung Fu Kid? And they're like, because that's not the name of the franchise. Shut the fuck up.
That's great.
Like,
That's
all right.
hilarious.
Before we started the show, I watched Logan Paul fight at WrestleMania, and he came to the ring with the world's most valuable Pokemon card around his neck.
Picture.
Yeah.
So he actually fought in WrestleMania.
Yes. Yeah, in a tag team match. It was him and The Miz versus Rey Mysterio and Rey Mysterio's son.
Oh, no.
He's like a taller Rey Mysterio, basically. He can do all the Rey Mysterio moves, but he's way taller.
Seth Looks says, I didn't even know Chris Rock had a brother. This was a real boon for whatever his name is.
Cobra Kai never dies.
Yeah,
Fuck you, Jaden.
same for me.
Fuck you, Jaden. There's 10 Rock brothers. And this guy says all 10 of them are going to jump Will Smith.
Or whoever shows up, I guess. I don't
See,
know.
if he says that in his comedy act, I want them to now jump Will Smith. Am I wrong for wanting comedians to like actually be about it? Like he's joking, right? They're not going to actually jump Will Smith, but the tone of this makes me think he should, because he's riding on some like he's Tupac after a verse. You know, when he hits him up, when he's like, "Fuck you, die slow, my fofo, make sure all y'all kids don't," like that. Is that level of intensity here from Tony Rock? Cobra
I think
Kai
that Will Smith's
never
kid
died.
should learn how to write English. You ever see his kid Jaden's like Twitter?
No.
Everything's capitalized, like every single tweet, and he just posts like weird fucking poems and shit. If you look up like Jaden Smith Twitter, I think there's probably like good examples of what a psychopath it is. Although now it's all about the Oscar shit.
The only thing I saw was right after the slap happened, he was like, "That's how we do it," or whatever.
Yeah.
Jaden,
That's how we do it.
Jaden Smith
You know,
Twitter
it's
was
stupid
like
family.
hilarious for a while. He was on some metaphysical just like everything had like double meaning, and it was fucking weird. It was like it was talking to an alien or an AI or something. It was so strange. I liked that. It didn't seem human. I was like, somebody hurt this kid.
I hate how they named their kids the opposite gender version of their names. You know? Willow and Jaden. Yeah, dude, they are fucking in love with themselves. They are like, their egos are insanely enormous. And you
it's
can
also
tell
one of those things where you're like, can't you just tell your kid he's not gonna be an actor and like to stop?
I think it's better than what George Foreman named his kids.
Oh,
George.
He named them all George. Even the girls.
That is
so psycho.
That is worse, but I'm not comparing the two. Because
you got to compare the two.
Why?
Because you can't just get mad at Will Smith when.
Why?
Because George Foreman is an actual psycho.
What does that have to do with it? You always bring up this other thing that has nothing to do with what we're talking about to invalidate whatever I'm saying.
Do I?
Yes.
Well,
look, George Foreman has fucking nothing to do with this. You could pick any extreme example anywhere and be like, oh, because this person did this and it's technically worse, then it doesn't matter what the other person did.
I'm not invalidating what you're saying. I'm saying
you misgender
think
me
that's
all the
psycho.
time too, Billy.
Well, yeah, I do misgender you. I call you bitch tits and sugar cock, and that's confusing.
Yeah.
Bitch tits is
You misgender
obviously
me.
feminine, and
Anyway.
sugar cock is obviously delicious.
So, no, I can call Will Smith a fucking narcissist and say that it's weird the way he names his kids. It doesn't matter if someone else did it worse.
But I think bringing up somebody else who did it worse is
It's George
it's
Foreman.
entertaining.
It's a retired boxer.
It's funny to say they think that's crazy. This
I
guy
think it's
named
a
all his kids
compar-
fucking George.
It's just a comparison where you go, well, at least it's not as bad.
Yeah,
You
like
know.
I guess what we could do is we could be like, yes, no, you're right. That is kind of crazy that they named their kids
Thank
that.
you, thank you.
Let's move on to the next observation that won't be challenged.
Thank
Like,
you.
it's a conversation.
And-
We're just talking.
Well, he kind of was yes-anding you. He was like, yes, and George Foreman is also crazy.
Yeah, yes, and is a good thing.
I don't know.
No.
I don't
That's
know.
called improv. It's the first rule of improv.
I do think that Smith family. We were like surmising. We're like they're trying to be the Kardashians. It seems like they want their whole family to be like a brand. You know, you're gonna be buying like Smith, Jada Pinkett, fucking perfume and shit. But not now. They tanked the whole thing.
At
Remember
least
when
when
they attacked-
George Foreman hit someone, they'd get knocked out, too.
Remember when they all went after Shane Dawson and called for Shane Dawson's scalp because a video
Yeah.
of him sexualizing Willow from 10 years ago came up?
It was like on a TV or something, right?
Shane Dawson, I don't think he's that type of guy, but it'd be a great time for him to come back and talk some shit.
I posted that on Twitter. I was like,
Okay.
I think Shane Dawson was right to make fun of that stupid 11-year-old.
Well, he
Because
didn't
there-
make fun of her. He sexualized her.
Well, there was a poster of her, and he was like, I whip my hair back and forth. And he's like humping the poster, and I'm like, all right, he's just being goofy. He's not like actually sexual.
He used to joke about being a pedo all the time, but it was he would be like, just joking. No, really, I am. Do you remember that post?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I joke about that stuff all the time, too, but really I am.
Yeah, not a good goof. Shane Dawson, like, still canceled or whatever, or did he make a comeback?
It's hard to even say. At
Shane
this
Dawson
point.
came back with a conspiracy theory video, 2 weeks ago?
He did?
Yeah, it got some good traction. Some people were like, yes, Shane Dawson, back, finally. Other people were like, this guy literally fucked his cat. We can't have him back.
Yeah, why do people think he fucked his cat?
Because
made,
he
like, a
didn't
joke,
joke about it, right?
Right.
Yeah, that means he actually did. Everybody else on the internet is really fucking stupid.
I know.
They are.
And if they see
Like,
something
incredibly
repeated, if they see something repeated enough times, they just believe it, and now it's fact.
Oh yeah, that's like how a lot of these guys get canceled. There was this guy Nick Robinson who was like a video game journalist, and I still see kids and they're like, he got fired because he was sexually harassing everyone in his workplace, and I'm like, no, what? No. And I'm like, you guys don't even know like what the fuck. The allegations were that like he was being, he was talking to chicks who were like of age, and they're just like, he was being like, hey, I'm in the industry. Hey, I'm just like a young guy, and I just want to fuck and blow. I want to be your baby or whatever the fuck. It's like, all right, maybe you shouldn't have been texting so many girls. Basically, he was like an awkward flirter,
Yeah.
Like he was just really fucking bad at flirting with women. But he never like did anything to anyone underage. He never even he didn't even have sex with these women. He just sent them DMs like, hey, you're kind of pretty, and like maybe we could go on a date, and I'm just like a shy boy, blah blah blah. And now it's like this whole thing where all these people are like, oh, that guy's a fucking sexual predator. And he got Me Too'd for doing like nothing. And again, it's just like people repeating the same thing. Nick Robinson is a sexual predator over and over with like no proof or there's not even an allegation. There's nothing. It's insane.
It's toxic femininity.
Yeah.
And it's because for so long, you know, guys got away with grabbing asses and stuff at restaurants. And now that the power's in their field, they're doing the reverse. They're like grabbing you by your balls in public to bring you to your knees.
I feel like it's usually incels that perpetuate these kind of rumors online.
Which rumors?
Like the whole, oh, he's a sexual predator kind of stuff.
Maybe. I think it's just people who have a differing opinion of the person they're attacking.
They're terminally online and their life is so boring it makes them feel empowered to go after somebody that's successful sexually, that is more successful in pretty much every other
You're not
aspect
really
of life.
successful sexually if you keep getting caught for being a bonehead and where people can attack you, right? Like, that's
I mean,
sucks.
sometimes you don't get caught with anything.
Yeah,
People
but
just make shit up.
Like the pro Jared thing, like that, like as much as he didn't do, like he still got caught and his shit slipped out. Like that's a fail.
What did he get caught with?
Wearing like dresses and being all weird and with private stuff coming out. like that's a fail. Like my guy failed.
It was Sailor Moon cosplay.
Yeah,
by the
whether or not it was illegal or whatever, like that's not the point. The point is, dude probably should have been a little more chill as a public figure. His brand took a hit for a reason.
Well, his brand took a hit because people lied about being underage and getting nudes from him, which wasn't true.
That was part of it, but if you didn't have all the other stuff there, it wouldn't have caught wind like
the other
that.
stuff was bland at most.
But it was enough to ruin the brand.
No, it was the extra stuff that ruined the brand. It was the extra untrue, illegal stuff that people made up because it had reached a point where anybody was going to believe anything bad about this guy, and a lot of people dogpiled on, and most of the people that did, most of the people that turned it into content did an about face and even apologized to him.
He took a long time to respond with all this stuff,
right, because
too.
he was getting a fucking divorce, and a divorce is a contract, and lawyers get involved and shit. So it was best that he kept his mouth shut about that until after that was over.
Did I say cross-dressing is a fail, Honest Red? No, I said he failed by having his brand all mocked by his private pictures coming out.
The pictures had nothing to do with anything.
Well.
Like that, what they did was they poisoned the well. They took something that was true that some people might have a problem with, and then they coupled that with way worse allegations.
Yeah.
And it was at a time where he was the guy, because he's goofy looking and shit. Everyone was fucking with him. And at that point, no matter what you said about him, there was such a fandom of hatred for him that anything you made up about him would be believed. It was the same thing with Onision. I saw people make up shit about Onision and be like, let's see how quickly people will start
The
repeating
Onision
that.
story was great because when Chris Hansen got into it, he was putting anybody on his show.
Anybody.
And these girls were like yelling at the ghost of Onision for coming in their dreams and scaring them. It was so fucking psychotic. It was actually like, I feel bad because I know Onision as a person, and I know that like he took a lot of shit he probably like wasn't guilty of. Whether or not he deserved it, I don't know. He perpetuated everything people threw at him. He like stirred shit up. So it's like at some point you're like beating the bee's nest with a stick, and that's why you're getting stung. Like he really helped to fuck himself over in a lot of ways. He couldn't just leave things alone at the right time.
Onision is...
But I still felt bad for him as a person because there was a lot of shit come at him. But when when Chris Hansen got so desperate to have these like nobodies on, and it was just some hilarious content.
Like Onision doesn't know, or at least he didn't used to. I haven't seen anything from him recently, but he doesn't know when he should not reply because he is like, he has an ego and he always has that need to clap back, even if it's to like nobody. Like we knew this girl that was like friends with him that wasn't really like making content or anything full time, and once they had a falling out, he clapped at her, like went nuclear on her too.
It wasn't even really a falling out. It's like I think it has something.
She criticized him, right?
Yeah, I think. Well, she said that she wasn't supporting the message he was putting out.
He did a,
and then he like went nuclear on her. But I think it's got something to do with his own insecurity, and whenever he thinks somebody is going to hurt him, he hurts first bigger. It's something I've noticed time and again with him being on such a close level.
So
with him.
like they invited this girl over because she said she was into DDLG. You know what that is, right? It's like a fetish.
Daddy Tom, little girl.
Yeah. So they tell her that they're bringing her over to do an interview for his channel about DDLG, and when she shows
was
up,
over filming, and we just filmed a bunch of stuff. Like it came off the top of our head.
Okay.
With it, we didn't like bring her over there with the idea.
And when she shows up, he's laying on his back on the floor in a fucking diaper, and he's like, "Mama, mama."
Wait. Who was doing this?
Onision was.
Onision was like a bit. He was doing a bit.
Yeah, and she thought she was going to be doing some counterpoints to like talk his questions, and we turned it into a total fucking joke. And then the video came out, and she was like, "Hey, by the way, obviously," she was getting backlash from the community, the DDLG community. She's like, "I obviously don't think those are like legitimate like criticisms of DDLG. That was obviously a joke. I'm not trying to make fun of our lifestyle type thing."
She was really normal
about it. And then
about
Onision
it.
was like, "Fuck this!"
Yes.
and just went fucking psycho on
He
her.
went nuclear on her just for her being like, "I don't support what happened."
And he did that with so many other people I knew that we worked with. Like, I think he tried to do it with me a couple times, but I just was like, "Hey, yeah, no big deal, man. If we don't."
Some guys don't understand that like the best thing you can do in those situations is say literally nothing, and it's just like they lose all power.
Yeah, but I think
I had a buddy recently, and that happened. And, like I talked to him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just like not gonna say anything," and I'm like, "Yeah," and then it's just gonna go away because this bitch is nobody. And that's what happens every fucking time.
But he's like a hyper content creator, and he can't literally whenever he has something happening to him, he makes a video about it. So he was like conditioned to respond immediately to everything without thinking, and it was a little psycho mode, I think.
What do you call it? I had a buddy who got I mean, just in general, I don't know. I do a lot of thinking on like what you should do if you're going to get canceled. And one thing some people do is they just say too much. Like, you ever see the thing where like somebody has all these allegations against them, and then they make like an hour-long video where they go, "Let me go step by step and everything that." I'm like, no one's gonna watch your hour-long video defending yourself. This is the worst possible move you can make. What you got to do is you either put out, if it's really serious, you find the one fucking hole and you just needle in on it as much as possible. So, like, if they're coming at you with 100 things, they're like, you raped her, blah, 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 blah. You find the one girl who's just lying, because there'll always be one. And you go, well, that bitch is lying, and I can prove it. And just create the seed of doubt.
I just looked at Pro Jared, and I was like, oh, shit, like, he's quitting YouTube. But it was yesterday, so it was April Fool's.
Right.
I'm like, I was trying to see what he's been up to.
I don't fall for that shit at all anymore. Like, I'm numb to YouTuber April Fool videos now.
Yeah. I was like, I wonder if he's still doing stuff. And I like one day ago, I'm quitting YouTube.
He made a fake one.
Yeah, well, I assume maybe he actually is quitting and decided to say it on April.
No, he's
1st.
actually doing pretty good, all things considered now.
Yeah.
He bounced back pretty quick.
He made like the hour-long video, but it was actually pretty good. You know, a lot of people that are like, "Oh, he didn't make a statement right away, so he must be guilty." Like, they just want the entertainment. They just want to see you rake through the mud.
Everybody does that. Like, it's the YouTube world. Like, everybody responds
Dude, it's
immediately
the same thing.
without.
Like, I get into a fight on Twitter, and people are like, "Oh, are you gonna make like a video about that?" And like, and I'm like, "No, I had a fight on Twitter. It was funny. Like, what do you want me to do?" Twitter's not real life. There's so many people who just like want you to perpetuate the drama, and you're like, "Ah, man, it's not. It doesn't benefit me in any way." And yeah, that's the other. Like, I get all these people who go, "You've ruined your career by being an asshole on Twitter," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, it doesn't affect my YouTube numbers at all. I don't lose subscribers or anything. It's like most people don't fucking use Twitter. Most people aren't tapped into most of this shitty internet drama. So it always seems way more important than it is. I guarantee most of Pro Jared's subscribers have no idea that anything happened.
Well, he made a video about it, so...
Yeah, and he shouldn't have, honestly. Or if he made the video, he should have put it somewhere else. And I don't know. The only problem is then if you really get into trouble, then everybody in the comments is going, you need to answer for this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, another thing that they probably would have noticed anyway is like he lost like 250,000 subscribers when it happened, and that's a drastic change right there. But who knows?
How many was he at before? Because he's almost at 1 million now.
He was over 1 million at one point, and he dropped pretty significantly during the drama. And every he was getting ragged on everywhere. There was like a hate Reddit that's now shut down because it was fucking harassing. And I mean, like, if you're in a group because you hate somebody, you are in a hate group. It's literally a hate group, like an anti-fandom. The way people focus, like, it's true, like, hate unites people quite a bit more than a common interest in something, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it is a common interest, right? It's common interest in hating.
Right, right.
But the hatred is a lot easier to do than to appreciate something.
You don't have to think about it too much. You're just like, this person's bad.
Yeah, to appreciate something, it has to win you over on a personal level, right? So to really love or appreciate something. But all you have to do is find the one thing about sometimes it's the one thing that you hate in somebody is the thing that you hate in yourself even.
That's true.
And you jump on the bandwagon because you're like, you want to just stomp out what you see in yourself and someone else. And
that could be true, yeah.
You get a lot of weak motherfuckers with a little bit of power because they're online bullying. They get dick hard and think they're the fucking the internet police.
Someone in the chat said, you guys are still talking about this? What the fuck do you think we're talking about? Are you even listening?
We're talking about Pro Jared right now.
Yeah, like what?
We should stop. We should stop talking about Pro Jared.
Talking about cancel culture.
Yeah,
cancel
which
culture.
we don't normally
Cancel
talk about,
culture.
so I don't know what the fuck you're listening to. Are you just dumb? I don't know.
They're not dumb. That's Variant. I love Variant. The best. Yawn. But yeah, it's cancel culture. I've been trying to get canceled for years now. I say some of the most vile shit. This episode, I think I said 3 or 4 things that, if taken out of context, would get me murdered.
Well, there was the day that you did get canceled.
How long did that last?
Oh, not too long. It was the whole Sam Pepper thing. I saw you doing damage control. Like, normally Billy's very talkative and animated, but I knew something was wrong when he was just looking at his phone.
All my friends were like, say it ain't so, Billy. Say it ain't so.
We were hanging out with these streamers that were going around saying edgy shit. And this woman with blue hair followed us and took our picture and posted it all over Facebook being like, these guys are racist and homophobic and they're walking around...
oh my God.
Yeah, yes.
Because of Sam Pepper and Ice Poseidon.
Wait, were you hanging out with Sam Pepper and Ice Poseidon?
Yes. Sam Pepper, like...
I didn't know those guys ran in the same crowds.
Used to.
Yeah, it was like probably, 2018 or something?
Yeah, it was 2018.
It was during the big boost of IRL streaming when it popped off. Ice Poseidon was doing all that shit. And Sam Pepper had reached out to me after one of my music videos went viral. He's like, your music's dope. He was like really cool. So he's like, I'm going to be in Seattle. You want to hang out? And I was like, sure, why not? Let's do some IRL shit. Do something dumb and funny. And then we're like 5 minutes into it maybe. And this lady is walking by, and Ice Poseidon says, do you know where I can find a black barber shop? And she was like, what? What? You can't say that.
And then they said,
then Sam Pepper sees her like getting triggered and is like, how many genders are there? And then she's like, what? And then she like walks away. We're walking away. Then she comes back up and she takes pictures of like me and Ben first because I'm like the fucking slowest fat guy, and she gets me front and center. Puts
Does he have
and Ben
a
up.
bunch of followers?
The what?
Did she have like a bunch of followers or something?
She tagged it on because we were in Capitol Hill. It's the neighborhood in Seattle, and like I'm super famous in Capitol Hill. Everybody knows me, so like it blew the fuck up with my pictures there saying I was racist and transphobic. Like those I don't know if you get Proud Boy posts in your neighborhood, but get Proud Boy posts all the time. Proud Boys are walking through Capitol Hill looking for trouble. So it like blew up like that, and everybody wanted to like pearl clutch, say, how could you, Billy? I didn't do shit. I'm fucking walking with these guys. Well, it's the people in the company you keep. And I'm like, okay.
Wasn't there like a beat up Billy the Fridge Facebook group for a little while?
Yeah, there was the hashtag beat up Billy the Fridge was trending. All these clubs that I used to fucking like, that I performed at all the time. All these security guards like, next time I see him, I'm gonna kick his fucking ass. I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah, they're not gonna do shit.
Yeah. One guy with like fucking full body tattoos that he was gonna like beat me up, and I'm like, dude.
Did he have a teardrop tattoo?
Who knows? His whole face was tattooed.
Oh damn!
Whole face was tattooed. I'm like
trying to find the picture of the post because it's hilarious. Because me and Billy are the biggest people. Like we're the largest picture.
There's like
and the
4
two
pictures.
motherfuckers that actually caused it are like
they're
very
down
little.
in the corner. Nobody can even see them.
Yeah.
So it just looks like me and Ben are running around dropping bombs and punching people with beards and dresses.
That's so infuriating, honestly, hearing that story. It just pisses me off.
Yeah,
it's like,
and all my friends were like, "Say it ain't so, Billy. How could you do this?" I'm like, "I did,
oh
and
my
it's not
God.
so." Like, I'm getting blown up all over the place for it. But yeah, I didn't actually get canceled. It was just reaction. Like the newspaper hit me up trying to do an article, and I gave them I gave them the full clip, and then they like didn't follow up with it. Like, oh, we were trying to like ruin you, but now that we see that
we
you
were
didn't
trying
do anything,
to ruin you.
Now that we see you didn't do anything, we don't care to even run the story anymore. I go, thanks,
yeah,
guys.
because you didn't say anything they did, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't say anything, and even after they said it, I was like, no, we don't play that here, dude. This is the neighborhood. We got rainbows in the streets. We don't say that sort of thing here. I literally like stopped it right after.
Billy, we've known you for decades. But this one fringe person said you're racist on Twitter, so we have no choice but to believe her.
Exactly,
What
I know,
the fuck?
right? I know.
I'm saving this picture. I'm gonna bring.
You know what that's what pisses me off about the left is there's no fucking loyalty. It's like disgusting.
And it was really nice. It was really nice when this happened because multiple people that were like, you're guilty by association. You shouldn't even be there. Multiple people who said that end up getting canceled for actual rape afterwards.
Yeah, they always do. It's like I look at what happened to fucking Al Franken. You remember that? The senator?
Yes.
Where they're just like, some bitch is like, look, he pretended to grab my tits in a photo. He didn't even have his hands on them. It's like she was asleep and he did this.
He was joking.
Like hover hands over it. Yeah, he's joking. And, you know, if it was on the right, everybody on the right would be like, fuck you. We love this guy. We're not getting rid of him. But the left is like so desperate to be on the right side of history that they're like, oh my God, I can't believe my colleague would do this. He needs to be removed immediately. And I'm like, you guys are so fucking stupid.
Also,
that's what they want, you morons.
That woman, Leanne Tweeden, she was like a Playboy model, but she was trying to get into like right-wing punditry at the time.
Yeah, exactly. She was like, it was such an obvious political stunt. Like, it blew my mind that they're like, we're gonna kick out Al Franken. I'm like, that's smart, good. You fucking guys deserve to lose. Drove me nuts.
But we know why Al Franken really got canceled.
Because he went to Epstein's Island.
Ooh. Watch out for these people. They came into Petty today with cameras asking, where is the black barbershop where chicks get weaves and people get shot? And how many genders are there? And other dumb statements like that. They are filming people's reactions and are very aggressive. And you look like you're about ready to punch her in the face. You look like Antifa without a mask. And I look like I'm fat and dumb with my fucking gut and titties flopping over like a fucking... I look like Gray Grimace of the fucking McDonald's play space. I do. I look like Grayscale Grimace.
And then there's the two fuckers in the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, and the very small with the camera is Sam Pepper and Ice Poseidon. Like, they look like they're about as big as my legs each here on this photo.
And then there was the one guy who was like really quiet. I can't remember his name.
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows his name.
Yeah, he was just hanging out with us. He was walking around.
He just showed up, and then after this, he was like, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
We're getting canceled? I'm going to go. but it was pretty dumb.
It's weird that IRL streaming era just like immediately ended.
It blew up.
I remember people being like, IRL streaming is going to be the biggest fucking thing and we're all going to do it. I almost was going to do it. And then just like everybody stopped caring and stopped watching it.
Well, I think it still is kind of popping. Like it's just now it's taken over by by the big Twitch people.
Baked Alaska.
No, like Baked Alaska that's not big, but like I think I saw Hassan Abi doing an IRL not too long ago.
Is Milanaka still doing it?
Andy has been, I think, but like it's those bigger streamers will now go do IRL and stuff, and it's like super popular. So it's becoming like one of the tools in the tool shed for the streamers.
I don't know, man. I just remember there was like a time when like it seemed like everybody was doing it, and it feels like it kind of dropped off.
Yeah,
but maybe I'm just not watching the same shit.
I was on a roll with the IRL streaming before the COVID hit. I was going out all the time, getting into trouble. It was hella fun. But now I'm fat and I can barely walk up a hill without losing my breath. So I can't go out and be getting in fights with random people and then lose my breath before I can put them down.
You got to get back on the Pokemons.
I have to, yeah.
Yeah, someone tried to push Billy down a flight of stairs because the guy's girlfriend tried to make out with Billy.
He tried to kill me.
He left the room for 2 seconds. His girlfriend tried to make out with Billy. He came back, got mad at Billy for some reason, and then tried to push him downstairs. And Billy's like holding on to the handrail and the camera and like using his ass to like keep the guy back.
I'm not even holding on to the handrail. I'm pushing him back with my one free hand.
Oh, okay.
Camera this way. He's pushing me towards the stairs. I'm thinking I need to sidestep and just guide his ass down and kill him before he can kill me.
I'm glad you got out of that situation alive.
Tell me about it. I was like, there was a 40% chance that I would have died if I went down those
stairs. And it all would have
stairs.
been on camera, and he would have like, there would have been like a murder trial that would have lasted like a day, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
and then
craziness.
Joe would have gone and killed him to avenge me.
Well, Joe tried to avenge you anyway.
Yeah, he did.
Joe tried to like break into this guy's apartment. He climbed up the side of the building and like tried to get in through the window.
He was Spider-Man on him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It was great.
Well, do you think you're going to go back to IRL streaming now that you don't got to wear a mask everywhere? Because that was why I've not gone out of my house.
Yeah,
and done anything.
I'm planning on it. I just need to get like I need to stop gaining weight because I keep hitting like these depressing moments where I'd like fuck it and I gain like 10 pounds and I need to like lose probably 40 pounds as I am right now.
What do you do when you want to lose? What do you do when you want to lose weight? Like, what's your strategy?
I go on to like low carb and calorie count.
So that just works for you doing low carb?
Yeah, if I calorie count and low carb, the low carb makes me where like I'm not putting a bunch of filler in my body, so I'm staying full. My problem is I can eat a lot.
I'm trying the, what do you call it? You only eat for, what do you call it? The fasting?
Intermittent fasting?
Yeah, but I think it's a load of bullshit. We'll find out.
It works for some people, for sure.
Bing Bong says, I maintain Zoltan was the victim. Yes, he was.
Wow.
His girlfriend tried to make out with the guy that he said Mi Casa Su Casa to.
Was that like a Will Smith situation, basically? Like his girl
I don't
made
think they
him
were in an
feel
open relationship.
His girl made him feel emasculated, so he took it out on you instead.
Probably. She was kissing up on dudes at the bar too. I didn't even realize that
And
was
he was
his
there,
girlfriend.
right?
Yeah.
So like, what's his problem? Is he?
His problem was his girl is trying to go all around, and he's trying to keep her down.
It sounds more and more like Will Smith.
That was Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Thanksgiving night, and then they were drunk, and they were like, "Come with us. We're gonna." I'm not turning down anything. I'm just doing everything in the IRL days. So I hop in their car drunk. We almost get hit by a bus.
Jesus Christ.
We get back to his place, and he's like up there, and he's like, "Mi casa, su casa, man, make yourself at home." I'm like, "Cool, yeah." I'm video screening everything, and the girl like reaches over and tries to kiss me, and I'm like puckering my mouth shut. Because I don't know if you've ever been kissed by a drunk girl before. If you turn away, they get fucking violent.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm like, my way to deal with it is just like close my mouth and sit there, and like she's not gonna be able to get anything out of it. Like there's no reciprocation, so she'll stop.
Right.
But like, just the act of turning away, I've had so many drunk girls try and fucking fight me, and then it's like I got my camera in one hand. I don't want to have her head of hair in the other and bash her against the wall because I only have one hand free. I don't want to be that guy. But I'm also not like growing up. My dad was like the only thing worse than hitting a girl is getting beat up by a girl.
Yeah.
He was like, so
I get that.
She can put her hands on you, and if you can handle it, handle it. But if she's about to drop you, if she's about to actually do some damage, you got to take her down. Sorry.
That's just how you got to do it. Rules is rules.
Yeah.
You don't want to be humiliated by a woman.
No, well, I mean, I don't want to be humiliated by anybody, but it's like if a guy tries to pull that shit, it's like, come on, dude. Like, that's like, my dad had these rules he set up for me as a kid. He was like, you never hit first, you hit last, right? He's like, you don't hit first. That way, there's no deniability you were defending yourself. And don't hit women unless, like, they're going to take you down because getting beat up by a woman is worse than hitting a woman. I'm like, okay, let's go. I know my rules now. I know where I stand.
You're ready to go.
People say that's a misogynistic viewpoint. It probably is, but I don't care. It's my code of ethics, and I don't hurt nobody with it unless they try and hurt me. Keep your hands to yourself. Putting hands on me could be bad for your health. Fact.
Well, too many women think they can do whatever they want. Sometimes you just got to pop them in the mouth. Just a quick remembrance pop.
Yeah. It's not even just with women, though. It's like most guys, if you just smack them good once in the face, they'll sober the hell up and like realize they're in over their head. You just got to get them one good pop. You don't got to drop them. Just a little wake-up call.
A little tap. You go, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing here, buddy?
What are you doing?
Go, I'm sorry. Like a dog, like a puppy.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, sorry.
Pop the riff. And here's the thing. If a woman's attacking you, is it okay to restrain her by her boobs? Like, can you just be like, grab her by her boobs and like, poof, and push?
I think that's within range. Yeah.
Because I'm up and up. If you're attacking me, if you're smacking me, and you're a woman, I'm gonna go right to the boobs and push you back by your boobs and push and squeeze. I'm gonna like hard too, like if you grab some guy by the balls, similar method.
Titty twisters.
That's the equivalent of women being
like a titty twister.
Because women are taught to go for the balls.
Exactly.
Men, we have to go for the tits.
Exactly. If you're attacking me and you're a woman, it's fucking titty twisters. It's happening.
Absolutely. No, it makes sense to me.
If you're Lena Dunham and you're attacking Sam Hyde, I will go full force and titty twister you into oblivion.
Into oblivion. Yeah.
I'm
the
kidding.
Old titty twister.
I'm kidding. Any girl with boobs worth grabbing is never going to want to put her hands on me. She's going to fall in love with me. It's all these sloppy-titted girls that want to fight me. When I was IRL streaming, this big old broad was like, hit me. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking hit you. There's no part of your body I want to touch. Knuckles or not. And then some little short guy came up to like defend her honor. And I'm like, bro, do you not see who you're talking to? I'm Godzilla.
Derek Savage put out a trailer for a new movie. It's a self-defense for all movie.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's check it out. Adam told me he's sketchy about ever actually meeting Derek Savage in person because he's afraid Derek might try to kill him.
Yeah.
Because Derek is a psycho.
Yeah.
I truly believe that women need to know how to
2012 Miss North America?
I think women are crazy not to have a gun. A gun is a very important part of women's self-defense, but you also have to be very aware of what's around you.
Guns, knives, mace covers from basic to advanced knowledge on guns.
From pistols to shotguns.
Ooh.
This honestly looks better than the Cool Cat movies.
Well, I mean, it's guns, and it's funny because like guns are serious and he's not. So it's like this is obviously good material. I think is Buddy here holding the damn upward cam with his hand? It's the guy that comes in our chat all the time and talks to us.
It might be. I can't remember that guy's name.
Yeah, I know his name. I'm not going to say it on air though because I don't want to give me free promo until he takes me to meet Daddy Derek in a fucking desert with
He'll
guns.
shoot you.
I don't care. I'm not at him. I'm not at him. I'll get murdered in the desert. I don't give a fuck. I don't think that's him. Never mind. That's somebody else.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh my god.
How great would it be if the butt? Oh, I thought he was gonna stay there. And the butt gun pops him in the fucking face.
This film also covers mace,
Stun gun expert.
karate,
self-defense for women. Self-defense for women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defense, knife protection.
That's a fucking gif right there. That's a gif. Let me get that.
Right
Someone chop that up with a green background, please.
I got
Clearing your house, protecting your family.
Give me the money.
I love Chris Christie's fucking godson running around with a knife. This is so funny.
To getting your
That's the shit him with the
concealed
Tabasco,
weapons program.
dude.
People are really bold these days. You have to learn to protect yourself.
Those explosion titles are real.
Yeah.
So you know he takes it seriously.
I wonder how many women are going to buy this to protect themselves.
I wonder how many people bought Cool Cat
I think
unironically.
more people will buy this unironically than Cool Cat.
You think
right?
so?
Like, who buys Cool Cat unironically?
I don't know. I mean, like, where did it... I don't know. He spends so much time on it, you'd think it has some sort of return on it.
No, I've seen way too many people put out like rap albums with no return. I know people
Okay.
who have 20-year-old rap careers who put out like 10 albums and ain't never made a dime bag.
Huh.
It's just there's a sickness.
That's true.
There's
Isn't
an
it weird when
egotistical
people just
sickness.
Don't give up.
Yeah.
Just don't give up. And never accept that, like, maybe I'm just not good at rap.
Yeah.
It's always something else. They're like, I just got to find the right... I just got to get it mixed professionally by Chris Duncan.
Yeah.
He's going to get it done. That's
Vito-
Superstar Tracks record.
Vito, have you ever done stand-up before?
Yeah, actually, I did a good amount of stand-up at one point.
Speaking of people who don't give up, there's this guy. He goes by the name Daniel Songer. You ever heard of him?
I want to say maybe.
Over like 12 years, he made like 300 comedy videos. And
yeah,
they're quite the sight to behold. Here's one of them right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, my friends all over the world, you asked for it. I wanted to retire at Comedy Act 100, but you said, please, Daniel, please make it to 200 and then retire. Ladies and gentlemen, comedian, entertainer Daniel Songer, Retirement Comedy Act 200.
200. Let's go.
He announces himself and then takes... Oh, my God.
Yes!
Good.
Did you do the turnaround? I think you made it, man. Comedy Act 200. Comedy Act 200. Hey, happy 4th of July to everybody out there in the United States of America. You know what? There's different parts of the world, they celebrate their independence, you know.
I don't know why he's holding a book, by the way.
Different
Guarantee you he's
days
got
of
a
the
joke on it.
year. But we're here in the United States, July the 4th. Happy Independence Day. And this is actually the new comedians' Independence Day. Retirement. I went to Comedy Act 100, if you remember, where, hey, I was out in my backyard drilling, and I struck oil, man. It was a gusher. I found out later.
See, it's weird because he's not funny, but I laugh at him.
Right. Well, there's always that, I don't know if you call it cringe laughter or whatever, where someone just embarrassing themselves is hilarious.
And orphans aren't funny, but I laugh at them.
Like, I remember the thing I laughed at like really hard was my high school. For some reason, we had a bunch of retarded kids who did improv.
Oh, tell me more.
They would like go around the world. Like they had like pictures of them. We had to like sit in the auditorium and like there was like, did you know that like, you know, we send them to like Ireland and they do improv for like these Irish schoolgirls? And I was like, what the fuck? Okay. And they were doing they're like, all right, we're gonna do an improv right now. And you know, the only rule is, you know, no guns, you know, we're gonna keep it whatever. And they're like, all right, so the scene is a bartender and is what do you call it? You know, and a patron of the bar. And so one retarded kid's the bartender, the other retarded kid walks in and he goes, "Can I get you something?" And the kid just thinks really hard, and then he goes, "Bang!" It was literally like that fucking The Office joke, man, where it's just like couldn't think of anything, so just immediately shoots the bartender. And I was like, that's good comedy. That's perfect.
There was like this special eds kid in my school who would always do like the moonwalk and Michael Jackson moves, and he loved wrestling. That kid was cracking me up. He like all like when I was growing up, like b-boying, breakdancing was big in my area, so there'd always be like the b-boy crews doing their little breakdance shit. And at the high school, like in the lunchroom, they'd be doing the circle with a breakdance circle, and then the little guy who had like downs. He would come in, he would tag in, he would do the Michael Jackson moonwalk shit, and it was so funny. He'd always have a wrestling t-shirt on. He was the man. And then one day I was like dating this girl, and he walks up and he's just like looking at me, looking at her, looking at me, looking at her, and he goes like this and just pokes her nipple in like a button. Like like he's daring me, and I'm like run. And then he's like, he's slow. And so I'm like, run. And he didn't run. So I like run up on him. And I chase this guy like halfway around this. I want to actually fight him. Because like, who wins by beating up the slow guy? Yeah. But like, I had to do something. I was like, this fucker just tested me in front of everybody.
Well, you're setting him up for the future. And then, you know, that way he won't do that, you know, some other day. You were helping.
Yeah. At my high school, we had two like very heavily autistic kids that were in special classes there. And the one guy would pretend like he was a ninja all the time. He'd like be doing like karate moves and shit constantly. And the other guy was always like rattling off random statistics, and he would get up in the lunchroom like 10 times during his lunch hour and like check the vending machines for loose change. And people found out if you took a coin and threw it down the hallway, he would chase it.
Yeah.
Okay? So one day, school's over, we're all like, most of the students are like out on the front lawn of this school. And the perfect storm happens where the karate guy encounters the coin guy.
Yes.
And the coin guy is just like standing there like talking to himself like he normally is. And then the karate guy locks onto him and like starts doing like his moves and shit, but he's not touching him. He's just like doing normal moves. And then all of a sudden the coin guy just lets out this blood curdling scream and punches the fuck out of the other guy and like knocks him out.
That's cold.
Yeah.
It's just and there was an unspoken communication that we will never understand as normies. But they, in their own language, it was something almost beautiful, like a tribalistic instinct.
The special ed kids in my school, when they would go through the hallways, they'd have to like be in a line. Do they do that at your schools?
I don't know.
They'd be walking in like a line. So they'd be going to lunch, and there'd be like 10 deep of all the special kids, and they weren't allowed to follow. There'd be one teacher at the front of the line, one teacher at the back of the line. But there was this one kid that he could never not go if he'd be scouring the ground all the time, looking for like M&Ms or candies that were on the ground. And whenever he would like guide the line shortly towards there, and then whenever he would see a little M&M, he would just like fall out of line real quick, like with like hawk precision. Drop out of line real quick, reach down, grab the M&M, pop it in his mouth, pop back in line, and keep walking. So I would always just be like filtering little candies around the ground for him, because my guy was like he was killing it with the Hawkeye game. I love feeding that guy floor candies. It was one of my favorite memories as a kid in high school.
Yeah, you were hooking him up.
Yeah. Always
Yeah, those,
chucking a Juju B or a Mike and Ike down on the ground.
It's funny how like mean kids are. Like, do you remember just how like unreasonably mean you are as a child?
Yeah. Oh, I was.
Because we had one kid. He wasn't like retarded, but he had like a fucked up arm. It was like always in this position because I don't know, something happened to his joints as a kid. And I remember just like we were playing tennis at gym class, and I think it was tennis, although it doesn't make sense because his arm didn't fucking work. It was some sport, and he was razzing another kid, and he's like, "Oh, how come you suck at tennis?" And the other kid goes, "What the fuck's wrong with your arm?" And I remember it was like just so unreasonably mean. Like, we're with this kid every fucking day, and I don't think we ever asked him about his arm either, but it was always on our mind.
Yeah.
And then he just blurts it out, "What's wrong with your fucking arm?" And then he just like shut up, and I'm like, God, kids are such fucking assholes.
I had a friend. I don't remember her real name because we just called her One Tit because she had one of her boobs removed for breast cancer, and she was like a really sweet, nice person. And I still can't remember her fucking name. I feel terrible for that, but she didn't care. She was like, "Yeah, whatever." Like I One Tit, come here, and she'd hang out. She's like being our friend. We never like seriously hurt her, but it was like she was just that was her name. There was Boxhead was another girl.
Boxhead.
Milk Dud was another girl.
Why is it always girls?
There was guys too. Like there was Drock Assmouth. He got his name because I kept calling him Drock instead of Drake. He's like, "My name's Drake." So I like grabbed him by the head. I pulled his head down to my ass. I farted in his mouth. I was like, "No, you're Drock Assmouth."
Billy the Bully.
Yes, but he was the homie. I was like, "You're Drock," and like, everybody called him Drock Assmouth for like ever. But he was the homie. Once you had your name, you were like part of the crew. Nobody would fuck with you.
And what was your name?
Billy.
So you didn't get a name?
Fuck no, I didn't. I was running the crew. I was gigantic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if you're running the crew, like,
yeah, like
Billy.
my name was
First
Billy.
name,
I
Billy.
got my name. I earned it by being the fucking guy that gives out names.
The namer doesn't get a name.
Yeah,
Then
exactly.
He wouldn't be the namer. He can't give himself a name.
Exactly. It was.
I follow that logic.
Was I a bully? Probably, but I know I wasn't that bad because my best friend at the time, he was closeted homosexual. I didn't know, but he would always be like super homophobic, and I was like, "That's kind of weird, dude. You're like really homophobic." But I was like, "Whatever, you're my friend. Like, I'm not gonna like call you on it." Toxic masculinity. It was the year 1999, 2000 or whatever. Everybody was dropping M&M bombs, so we didn't really care. And he was on this. Remember Columbine? Yeah, there was a copycat. This kid that was like in the trench coat mafia style clothes. He had a hit list for people he was gonna kill, and my friend was like at the top of the list, but I wasn't even on the list. So that's how I knew I was a good guy, because I'm always with my friend. Like, you'd think if I was a bad guy, I would be on the list too, but I wasn't. I would have caught a stray
You weren't on
bullet.
the Columbine list, so you have an out.
Exactly, yeah. I would have obviously died from a stray bullet. Like, I'm so big, my friend would have got shot up. I would have caught a bullet in the process, but I wasn't on the list. That's how I know I was a good guy.
You ever have one of those things where, like, a kid you called the F slur all the time in high school, comes to you years later and he goes, "I was gay." And you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I was just saying it because we all said it. It didn't like me." I had one kid go, because one time I went to a party and there's this kid, Josh, and for no reason I just blurted out, I'm like, "Josh is an F slur." And he went like, "What?" Ooh, and he got all like spooked. And then he came to me years later. He goes, "When you yelled that, I thought you knew I was gay somehow. And you were like outing me."
Wow.
I was like, "No, dude, I just like came into the party and I said something fucked up. Like, we were just having fun. Sorry, man. I felt bad."
Yeah, I definitely dropped the F-bomb a little too much when I was a kid.
I mean, I was in Massachusetts, so
yeah,
it's kind of the way we talked out there.
I didn't drop the M-bomb because my dad was like adamant against that. He was like, "That's trashy. That's trashy." So thanks for that one, Dad.
Did you ever have a Massachusetts accent?
Well, I was in Western Massachusetts, so all the kids there were really into. I think we all started talking like in this kind of like wigger kind of like vernacular. It's weird. So like Boston definitely had a more developed accent. But Western Mass, all the kids were just listening to rap music and pretending to be black. It was super weird.
It was like that in my school too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Although our kids, it was like rich kids going way too hard. Like I knew this kid, and his dad was like a lawyer, and like, like a fucking super privileged kid. And then him and his buddy are rolling up to the local college and like rob. It was like this thing where in like high schoolers, they rolled up to the college and robbed a drug dealer like in his dorm. And I'm like, guys, you're in high school, just knock it off. Like there's all this surveillance footage of our high school. And again, these were like rich white kids just like trying way too hard.
I had other white people that were really into that kind of stuff ask me why I talk so white.
Why, man?
It's like, what?
Concern trolling.
Yeah.
Family on my father. Somebody says they're from Fall River. I was in Amherst, which is the original SJW town of America.
It is?
Yes. People don't know this. We invented the social justice warrior in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Gloria
which is also home to
Gloria
Amherst
Steinem is from my hometown. Yeah. I'm sorry. What were you saying? I interrupted.
Well, my hometown, we were always on Bill O'Reilly in the like early 2000s because like our high school wouldn't put on a production of West Side Story because we thought it was racist towards Puerto Ricans. And then we were also the first high school in America to have the high school kids put on a production of the Vagina monologues.
Oh no, that is a sign right there. That is a sign.
Thought Executables
We were way ahead of the curve on it. Like I think my hometown is probably responsible for like half of what's going on these days, and that's the environment I grew up in, and it was it's really formed me. It's really molded me.
I grew up in Seattle. We're not that far behind. It's been super SJWs here. So a similar upbringing. That Executables in the fucking fan chat says, I had sex with my girlfriend in high school and got caught by the cops. That's why you need consent, dude.
Gotta get consent.
Gotta get consent, dude. Wouldn't have this problem. Get consent, dude.
That's how they get you.
It's the snitches that'll get you. Who made up the term SJW? Worse than the new fake anger CRT? I
don't know.
People
who made
are
it
dumb
up.
on both sides. It's so dumb. It's all bad. What we need to do is just stop giving a fuck about what people think because most people think dumb shit anyways.
Yeah.
Like, why do we give passes to anybody for having ideas and thoughts? They all fucking suck. Unless they're a really good one, you're all stupid. Like, if you're religious, you're dumb. I don't care what religion it is. You're fucking dumb.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that.
It's all dumb. Like, okay, you have that thought. Keep it to yourself. Don't use it like my perspective of the world. My point of view is right, so I have to bleed out onto your point of view. Dumb. Same thing with politics. Same thing with if you have sexual preferences, keep them to yourself unless a consenting partner wants you to do it to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you like to do.
Billy typed in DDLG on Pornhub and they sent him a warning message telling him that he needs help and sent him resources.
Yeah, they like sent me a link to the FBI or something, like to go deal. Like I like it was like a professional message, but I can decode what they were really saying. They were like, "Kill yourself, fatty," and I was like, "What? How could you?" Then they took Pornhub off Roku altogether, so I don't even watch porn anymore. I just had it on my
Pornhub
Roku.
on Roku?
Yeah, I had it on my Roku. I thought it was cool. I was like, yeah, you guys want to watch some porn? Everybody's like, no. I'm like, no, watch. It's on my Roku. And they took all the adult channels off Roku, so what's the point? Porn is fucking only thing cool about it was on my Roku.
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't realize that it's like an official Roku channel or whatever.
Yeah, but it's gone now. They took all adult stuff off Roku, but like to get it, you had to like type in a passcode off site, and then it would load up on your Roku. So I was just like, I got one Pornhub channel. I was like, look at this, guys. I got Pornhub on I would keep it next to Disney Plus on my channel, just so like when I go to Disney Plus, people would see it. Like if they come over to watch Boba Fett or something, they'd see my Pornhub chilling right there. They're like, what the fuck? You got
Pornhub?
Pornhub?
About Roku is I think anybody can get a Roku channel. Like Have you ever like searched through the like list of Roku channels?
Yeah, it's deep. We could probably have a
Well,
Drunken
there's like a
Peasants
bunch
Roku
of just, like,
channel.
ones where it's just like somebody, like
It's
just like
just somebody.
Tom Butkus' fucking Roku channel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check. I want to set one up for biggest. I want to see if we can get biggest problem on Roku.
Yeah.
Just be like, yeah, go to our official Roku channel.
We should get like small clips of every famous guest we've ever had and just dump them onto the Roku channel. So I'd be like, oh look, it's Jesse Lee Peterson. I want to watch this. When you search his name, it comes up.
I'm working on getting him back on too.
Tell him I'll give him a little something special if he shows up. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he'll care about
Sex
that.
stuff. Yeah, he probably won't.
No.
Fucking prude.
You're a slut maker.
When Disney buys Pornhub, it'll come
Jesse
back.
Lee Peterson come on your guys' show at one point?
Yeah.
How was that? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. He
Did he ask if you love black people?
We had our 2 black friends on with us.
But I don't think he had video because he didn't notice
So
until
was
like
it
halfway
blood.
through.
No, he noticed Hannibal right away. He's like, Hannibal sound black? He said that like...
Oh, sound black, yeah, but he didn't like... He was like questioning if
know.
he was black. So I don't think he saw video of us.
He didn't see a video of us, but we told him like who was here.
He told me to suffer and die.
Yeah.
Why would he say that?
I was like, what do I do if I am not going to like overtake my mother and like the way he was suggesting? He was like, suffer and die. I was like, oh, okay. That sucks.
Overtake your mother.
Yeah, he like wanted me
No.
to like, I did not kill my mom or something, but conquer my mother or something. I don't know. I'm like, dude, my mom's just fine. She doesn't need conquering. She's a sweet old lady.
I kind of get what he's saying. Yeah.
She's a
You gotta
sweet
conquer
lady.
something, though.
Yeah, I conquered Jesse Lee Peterson's mom. Let's go.
I doubt Jesse Lee Peterson's mom is still alive.
Doesn't matter.
He's 70.
I could dig her up.
Oh.
If it's about moms, if you can make this about moms, I'm going full Will Smith.
Okay.
I'm gonna dig up his mom and slap her at
Gross.
the Oscars.
I mean,
I'm not going to.
Yeah, there's probably not much of her left anyway. You know.
I really don't want to dig up his mom.
Okay.
It's just, he's always going on my mom.
No, he's not.
He says everybody's mom. So if it's about everybody's mom, it's about my mom too.
Okay, sure.
If you gotta conquer your mother.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we gonna watch this fucking epic comedian who happens to be wearing the same exact outfit as Vito?
That the gas station next door lost all their oil. You guys remember that Comedy Act 100, and I was going to retire, and you're like, make it to 200. So here I am. I worked diligently, tried to make you smile. Comedy Act 100 through 199, and then lo and behold, here we are at 200. And I'm going to start out today introducing myself to the people that have never heard of me before.
Look at that gunt. Keeps hanging out.
Yeah.
Big fan of that gunt.
How many views does he have on this video?
I don't know. He got popular.
What's his name?
His name is Daniel Songer. His channel is Dan Poet Man. He was on Tosh.0 at one point because his videos are like
Did he get
lol
an
count.
ultimate redemption?
Yeah.
Oh man.
You got a web redemption.
Daniel Songer, and I started out as a writer of poetry. That's where I came up with danpoetman.com. If you go to danpoetman.com, you are going to find my books. My first book, I'm a Statue. I am a statue. You know, I created a new dance, guys. I am a statue. I am a statue.
He's done a few of these videos in a Speedo.
I am a statue.
danpoetman.com does not exist.
Yeah, some of these videos are super old. There's rumors that Dan is no longer with us, but I have not been able
Well,
to...
that's what I'm wondering. He hasn't uploaded in a year.
He hasn't, but I couldn't find
I
like...
feel like somebody would tell us, though. Somebody would leave a comment.
Well, I couldn't find an obituary or anything, too. Normally, there's a public obituary when someone dies, and you can look that up.
I harassed his living family members, and they told me to stop because he's like it's none of my business that he died.
That didn't happen.
Come
His
on.
Facebook fan page has been taken down.
You a
Come on.
statue. You know, and
Because you
that
know
was
what
my first
statues
book.
do? They don't move around.
Second book.
The entire statue bit where he's moving around is the opposite of a statue.
Who's worse? Who's a worse comedian, this guy or Kalo?
Kalo.
Okay. Wow. That's quite the statement.
Headline news. Think about it, guys. Man, have you made news in heaven lately? What have you been doing lately? What have you been doing?
I like the bouncing
lately?
fucking bobble gunt
I hope you've
as
been
he
making
dances.
headline news.
That shirt is too
man,
small for
'cause
him.
You know what? There's the other side. What
His
have
nipples
you
are
been
hard.
doing
Fuck
lately?
yeah, they are.
Bad boy, you know. And then my third book, Jesus' Poetic Song. 4 Christian albums in this
Yeah,
book.
he's Christian too, which is so weird.
Guys, so happy Independence Day. And
It always
this
seems
is
like anyone who's doing like a Christian has anyone ever made like any Christian project that was like good?
Almost never.
I mean, but they still make money somehow. Christians just buy it up. Like Christian
It's
grandmas.
just so weird that like anyone goes, well, I have like a Christian comic, I made a Christian movie, and you're like, so it's bad, right?
Yeah.
How good
Like,
would
there's
a
never- couldn't you make like a cool thing of like Jesus doing cool shit and like setting people on fire? I guess it's not too Jesus-y.
No, it is, because who ultimately sends you to hell if you don't, you know?
Well, that's the thing is I'm like, why not play around with it? And if, like you could make like a Christian thing, but make it like, I don't know, kind of badass.
Is
Like,
that Jesus Christ
you know?
Superstar?
Yeah, but that wasn't really Christian.
Yeah.
If Daniel Songer's still alive and we can raise $20,000, can we get him and Derek Savage to star in a movie where they're like MAGA dudes that go undercover into the BLM movement to break down the BLM as little MAGA undercover dudes? That'd be such a good fucking movie. I'd watch that 3 times before.
And then they attack Jussie Smollett in it.
Yeah, that's the whole.
Jussie was telling the truth the whole time.
Yeah, let's go. I just want to see him and Derek Savage together. That's the cringe I need.
That's weird. Like, I never thought of them as a duo, you know?
They're just like they're fucking special in their dad level age, right? Like they're fucking weird. They'd be perfect. They'd be like peanut butter and jelly
This
together.
guy is like around my dad's age. He's like early 60s, early to mid 60s.
Of course, for the people.
Robert Nicholas says, break down BLM. Yeah, if they were MAGA dads, that'd be fucking hilarious. Like we're gonna go undercover into BLM to take it down. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny.
Of the United States
That. I would enjoy that.
to America.
I like this guy.
The Commonwealth and the state.
It's funny because I end up laughing at this. Isn't one of his better videos. I picked a kind of a dud of one.
It's the 200 episode special.
I know, and he fucked up.
I didn't
He fucked
realize
up.
he's got books he wrote. This is.
Well, yeah, but I can't get him because his fucking website's down.
Come on, Daniel Songer.
Come on, Daniel Songer. Be alive.
Yeah, come back to life and sell me your fucking book.
Be alive. Yeah, there was one where he was like wearing a bunch of condoms taped to his shirt in the shape of a smile. And he's like, condom smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, comedian Daniel Songer.
Why is he doing his own intros?
Comedian, entertainer.
What's going through his mind?
He's his own
Is this
audience, too.
What is he doing? Like a bit?
I think this is him. This is like genuinely him.
But who's he making this for?
He said it on
YouTube.
Tosh.0. He said it on Tosh.0. He was like, yeah, friends of mine said I was funny and I should do stand-up comedy. So I just put my camera in the yard and started doing it.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yes.
Daniel Songer, comedy act 125, my friends.
Okay, Mouse Fitzgerald in the pleb chat says, going back to the special ed topic, I was in special ed, short bus and all. Oh, tell us all your fucking stories.
Yeah, there's
Mouse.
probably some fascinating ones in
Tell
there.
us the first time you kissed somebody in special ed.
Hey, I want to talk to you about girls' names. And, it's like,
A lot of his bits are he just makes these weird songs up and dry humps. He does these like pelvic thrust dances.
Look what they've done
Physical comedy.
to our name, man. It's like girls' names, some girls' names, they will scare you. Or they should scare you. I mean, because they lead to deception. And the first name is Amber. What do you think of when you hear Amber? Amber is like, caution, use extreme caution, man. Enter at your own risk. It's Amber. Caution, caution. You know, I mean, be cautious.
See, he made you laugh. He's a genius.
Yes.
He's a comedic
I've always
genius.
said that.
I bet you could cut all this up and make something pretty great.
Probably, because there's
if
a
you
couple
took all his
hundred.
best bits.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's some gold in here.
Oh, yeah. There is.
I'm excited.
Anyway, the next one, Brandy. Brandy, you're a fun girl. What a good wife.
Oh my God, he's tone deaf.
My loving, my lady. You know, Brandy,
You know-
it reminds me of the day that I drank a fifth of Southern Comfort and woke up with a girl as wide as she is tall. Oh my God, who did I wake up next to? You know, oh my God. All right, and then, hey, Carrie. You guys remember Carrie? You remember watching that movie, Carrie? I mean, she's got fire in her eyes, man. Carrie, you know, I mean.
All right, so we've shown. I'll let you decide.
Best comedy is when you tell a joke, leave no space, and just immediately start another joke. I love it.
Yeah. With no
He goes,
punchline,
she was
too.
as fat as the whale, and remember Carrie?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I remember. Yeah, keep it going, man.
Yeah, you got to pretend the audience is there laughing and cheering you on. You got to have that little, like, that moment to breathe.
He's in like rural Michigan here. He lives like out in the middle of nowhere, so he can be loud as fuck. It's pretty weird.
That is beautiful. I wish I could just go outside and scream.
I'll let you judge, Vito, because you weren't familiar with him and you're not familiar with this next person. This is a guy that he's Billy's protege, basically.
That's not true.
Yeah.
And this is his stand-up.
He's a big fan of mine.
He's Billy's protege.
He's a big fan of
My
mine.
name is Kalo, as he said. Real quick, I gotta just check my phone here real quick.
See? I can already tell Billy's protege.
Go into
Why,
my
'cause he's got a cool
messages,
John
you know,
Cena shirt
kinda
on?
do that. It's always fun to do that once in a while. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot of girls on Chatterbait tonight. If you don't know what Chatterbait is, it's one of those sites where you go and you pay girls tokens and they masturbate for you. I frequent that site a lot. But anyway.
That was his joke. That was the joke.
Opener. The killer opener.
Yeah.
I go on the site
This
a lot.
has been new craze that's going out. It's a lot of things that have been pumpkin spice. Recently, Tampax released pumpkin spice tampons. I got some slogans for them that they can use. When your pussy smell is strong, pumpkin spice is for his dong.
Crickets.
See, this is why I had to stop doing stand-up. This is going to the open mics. I was just constantly cringing into a grave. I would just be there, and I'm like, I can't even go up there now after watching this because I'm just defeated.
I would go just to heckle.
Oh, that's mean.
You can't heckle fucking
I
open
can.
mic.
Dude, I used to pick on people with mental disabilities. I don't care about open micers.
Yeah.
Just because you're doing an open mic, like I'm not gonna like you. This is the time where you should be tested. You should have somebody shit on you at your worst. Because if you keep going after that, you're gonna grow. But if nobody tests you now when you're a dumb little fucking idiot, you're gonna continue being a dumb little idiot.
But that's the problem with LA now is that stand-up is no longer like comedians. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, it's the special crowd wanting to have like a little get-together or whatever. And, you know, don't tell any jokes about anything that's, you know, kind of racy or whatever the fuck. So if you start yelling, like, get the fuck off the stage, you'd be like, hey, this is a safe space, man. Like, what are you doing?
That's when you just got to go and drop like the best slur that applies at that time. Because when someone hits you with safe space at a comedy club, you got to go full Chris Rock to the point where alopecia is on the table.
Yes.
You got to go.
I was at an open mic and some black guy cleared the room where he's like, "You ever have one of those bitches where you're just like, I gotta rape this bitch?" And everyone really did not like that joke. I got up and left.
And when your pussy isn't smelling nice, clean it up with some pumpkin spice. Those are two slogans I thought that would fit for those Tampax pumpkin spice.
I like how he explained it.
He's like, he's full on Porky Pig with a ba-deep, but up, and there's a pumpkin. This guy's playing this. Let's get two jokes I made.
He said that he gave the setup for the joke, and then as the joke ended, he gave the setup again. He goes,
Killer.
"Those were two slogans I came up with for pumpkin." Like, then they were gonna laugh and go, "Oh, now I get it." Thank you for
My
that.
guy.
Real thing if you Google it. Another thing, who here has seen the movie Twilight?
Yeah.
Anybody think it's crazy like that Edward can smell people's blood? I wonder if he could smell when Bella was on her period.
Oh no! He
Yeah.
didn't just go there.
Yeah.
He's giving himself the pauses that Daniel Songer wasn't giving himself.
Yeah.
Where people can laugh, but they're not laughing, and that's even more cutting to him. Like, he's realizing, he's like, you guys, no reaction?
I think I privated all my old stand-up clips for a reason.
Ah.
Picking them apart.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't normally pick apart stand-up, but Kalo and Daniel Songer for sure.
I pick apart everybody's stand-up.
It's good to pick apart some stand-up.
Check this out. Here's a video of Billy laying in bed with this guy.
What's up, guys? Welcome to my first edition with my long-lost dad, Billy the Fridge. We're here with Pillow Talk, but first, roll the intro.
You can see his, like, underwear coming up out of his jeans.
Yeah, it's because I just got done sucking him.
Nice.
Oh. Here's his intro. Yeah.
The last time I did stand-up was like 2017. It's been a while.
Yeah, so why'd you stop doing it?
I don't know. I just I'm more into like comedy writing. Like I really just all my stand-up was like little conversations between myself and like characters and shit, and I realized, dude, you're just like writing sketches. Just go write sketches. Go write scripts. And I'm like, yeah, probably good. So that's kind of more of the comedy that I just ended up being into. But maybe I'll do stand up again. I don't know. I've been writing some jokes during the time of COVID. Some of them are pretty good, I think.
Did you do improv?
I tried it once. I probably would be better at it now. I had trouble loosening up back then, but now I'm very much more like, who gives a shit? So I think I would. I don't know. Improv's weird though. I've seen really good improv, but I've also seen really bad improv.
I think Dick Masterson was doing some improv at one point.
He was in UCB, or at least he did shows there.
Yeah.
The Upright Citizens Brigade. Yeah, some people are really fucking into it, and I know some like improv guys who are really good who have been doing it for decades. You ever hear of Dead Alewives Club?
No.
What did they fucking do? From Milwaukee.
Most improv is cringy.
You've probably heard they had this like one bit that was like them playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 1990s that you probably downloaded on Kazaa back in the day.
Maybe.
Rob Schraub was one of them. The guy Dan Harmon is probably the biggest one.
Dan Harmon?
Creator of Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I
and
like Dan Harmon a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's...
So I know a guy in this improv with Dan Harmon and everything. He's a cool guy and he still does improv, but
nice.
Most of that shit sucks.
Yeah, like if you're like really clever, improv is fucking amazing. But if you're just... A lot of improv is like, I don't know, moms whose kids have gone off to college and they're just looking to get into something and they come down to the improv, or like guys who like, I don't know,
I don't know what it is with improv, because a lot of like SNL people come from improv. So
Yeah.
look at like, yeah. So like everybody, like Tina Fey, Poehler, Will Ferrell, fucking Jimmy Fallon. So I think it's like a good place, I guess, to get like comedic. I think you figure out comedic timing more than anything else.
Yeah, timing is big. You have to play off other people, so you have to learn timing because you can't just you become like open to the idea that comedy can live, and it's not just something that is like written. It's something that's breathing.
The argument in the of improv is improv good comedy onto itself, or is it a stage to work out bits that then deserve to be refined into actual sketches?
Oh, it's good comedy within itself if it's good, and
but
bits
better
are
though. And fucking workshop it though.
Oh, the one that I was thinking of from LA back in the day was the Groundlings. Like a whole bunch of people came up out of there, right?
Yeah, they were big.
Groundlings, UCB, and there's one other one. Shit, I don't remember the other one. I think most people Groundlings though.
I went to an improv show with Joe, and it was super cringy, and we were like, fuck.
All the improv now in LA though is like a huge scam.
Yeah.
All the improv places, because all they do is they're trying to get you to sign up for classes.
Yeah.
They're like, you should sign up for a class. You'll be and then you'll be like Will Ferrell and fucking Tina Fey and shit. And so they sign up like hundreds of kids for these fucking improv classes, and all of them suck and go nowhere.
The Groundlings was where the whole Pee Wee Herman character got started, because like Phil Hartman and all them were all part of it. It's interesting.
Now it's basically just like a Scientology scam where they go, well, if you keep paying for the advanced improv class.
Yeah.
They made this joke on BoJack Horseman if you watch it, but it's actually just completely correct. We just keep paying for classes and going nowhere.
That's
you don't get paid.
Yeah,
You're just doing like free shows, and they go, well, that's part of the class.
That's the same thing for like if you get an agent, like an actor agent. You're pretty much like an agency's pretty much just going to have you on to pay for the improv classes, pay for the acting classes, pay for the headshots you keep having to get every few months. And you get all these actors that come in, and every once in a while, one of them gets work. And because these people are like narcissistic, thinking that they're going to be the next, I don't know, Rebecca Romaine Stamos.
Yeah.
Or they think they're going to be the next big thing, and they're like, yeah, no, I'm going to, this guy here got a commercial. He's doing a Welch's grape commercial, so I'm right on the cusp of being the next big thing. And they just pay in continually. There's like 28 people paying into this one little agency, like probably like $300-400 a month for all the classes, and they make their cash.
I think there's also just a glut. I think you used to have less people trying to be comedians and actors or whatever. Most people were just like, yeah, I'm going to work a fucking factory job till the day I die. But now you have all the children of hardworking people all believe they're special. And
Yes.
It's like the first generation works hard. The second generation takes a gap year and goes hiking in Europe and tries to be a stand-up.
Well, that's
or
why
whatever the fuck.
like NEETs and the anti-work people are so big now, because they can live off their parents' dime.
That's the best thing about it, though, because now all these people that are going through their traditional route, trying to become like get an agency, do like the acting classes and stuff, they're all getting blown out of the fucking water by these do-nothing kids who just put up a TikTok and copied a dance from Fortnite, and now they're blowing the fuck up, and they're passing these people out, and they're getting the job offers that would normally go to these hardworking actors because these people have a little bit of fucking clout. It's so funny.
Oh my god. Yeah, I watched fucking what is it? Free Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
And I saw Pokemon and Ninja and
Yeah,
shit in that
of course.
movie, and I'm like, oh my fucking god.
Well, they were playing them. They were playing
They were
themselves.
playing themselves, yeah.
Yeah, so like they deserve to be there. Like nobody else could play those roles.
Well, that's the thing is like, it's like, why'd you get out of stand-up? And you're like, well, because it's no longer a route to success the way it used to be. It's like, you can grind at it and maybe fucking get lucky, and maybe there'll be like some CBS producer in the audience who goes, hey, we want you as like fat guy number 4 in this fucking sitcom or whatever. But I think it's just like a lot easier and saner to just be like, I'm just going to make funny videos on the internet. And, like I use this, like I see the whole like making shit on YouTube and whatever the fuck. It's just eventually you can just like you're making you're doing this horror movie or whatever the fuck. It's like just make your own independent projects, because Hollywood doesn't know what they're doing anyway, and they're just gonna make shit. But if you do something that's like actually cool, like they'll just come to you at that point.
Yeah, make one thing that can get some legs, and then someone will come at you trying to eat your creativity and suck it up. For
Yeah,
money.
they can suck your soul at any point, so you might as well like become independently, prove yourself independently, and then fucking I don't know, let them suck your soul at that point.
I feel like
I don't know, I'm excited about doing some projects this year. I'm trying to do some stuff.
Are we gonna share a bed at the Star Wars hotel, Vito? You and me, belly to belly.
I still got to set up a fundraiser, but you would have to fundraise half of it.
Of course. You think I'm trying to freeload and spoon you for free?
Saying, all right, so if you can do you think you can fundraise like $4,000 or well, the thing is we also have to fly there and shit.
Yeah. I mean,
I would try to I was gonna like fundraise like $5,000.
But here's the thing: we have to have like over the top OnlyFans content with me and you butt naked in the Star Wars bed, rubbing bellies and stuff.
I mean, I'm definitely willing to. We can definitely share the bed.
Can me and you be naked in the bed eating a pie?
Yeah,
can we be sharing a pie?
It has to be Star Wars. Like we have to have lightsabers, and we're just naked in the bed. We're just kind of rolling around.
Can we like have the lightsabers lodged in our butt cheeks and do booty battles with the lightsabers?
Dude, you know what I just figured out? You know what would actually be like trend super fucking hardcore? Is if you somehow found a way, I mean, I guess you could buy her a ticket, but bring like an escort into the Star Wars hotel and film a porno.
That'd be lit, yeah.
It'd be like my galactic adventure. Disney would be so pissed.
You know what? You need to get the Slave Leia costume.
I think I've got an in Orlando to like the prostitute scene too. I got a friend who's like really
doesn't.
If we could, they're like, "Do you want to do any of the adventures?" And we're like, "Yeah, we'll do them later. Just leave us alone." If we filmed a Slave Leia porno in the fucking Galactic Star Cruiser hotel,
we paint ourselves up like Gamorrean guards with snouts. And
By the way,
we're just doing pee videos on her.
Like double team.
Yes,
it's not prostitution if you film it. It's a movie.
Yeah,
can they claim? Can they? I mean, they could obviously get.
They can deny us
down,
entry if they see this fucking video like this right now. But yeah, guys,
not gonna Disney.
Guys, we're gonna raise the money for me and Vito to not do the porn.
Yeah,
we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna hire Bridget the midget.
If someone else did it, I don't know any porn.
We're not gonna hire Bridget the midget to dress up like a fucking Ewok and get pissed on. We're not doing that.
Why? You know what? This is something I've always wondered about Star Wars. Why did they need a midget inside of R2-D2? Why couldn't it just been a remote control?
It's way
robot?
cheaper.
Why did there have to be a little guy?
Yeah, it's why would they make a robot?
Well, it wasn't a I mean, is a remote control car a robot? Like they could have literally
the terrain's gonna change. He's gonna be going through the desert.
They could have just made a remote control little like.
I don't think you understand how much easier it is to have a little human in a box than putting like electronics that have to go over different terrains and stuff.
What do you mean different terrain?
They were literally walking through the desert for a lot of this stuff, walking through the forest with R2.
It wasn't walking.
The R2
the
was.
little guy inside of it didn't do shit.
They moved a lot.
I think it had wheels. Did it have a wheel? I don't know.
Yeah, it had wheels. It moved around like a remote control car.
But I think they needed a guy to like move the little the camera.
They could have programmed all of that shit.
You know how much harder that is.
It's not that expensive.
Back then it is. It's not. Wasn't done
to
that much.
To make a glorified remote control car is not that expensive.
Okay, did you find the everything?
Just like zoom in and out and shit. It would just be easier to have a dude like press
exactly. Exactly. You got a little dude inside working everything. There you go. You're done. It's simple. This is the frickin' 70s. They're not going to have.
They went all the way to
robotics.
Tunisia to film those scenes. By the way,
that's what I'm saying. Why didn't they just make like a robot Yoda? Like, no, you get a guy. It's a puppet.
Who's a puppet? Well, and then they made a CGI Yoda. Well, you know what? They could have gotten a robot Yoda if the technology could have supported something like that. But we don't even have that now. But yeah, they did replace it with CGI Yoda, which is ridiculous.
In some scenes,
Baby Yoda is pretty practical. A lot of Baby Yoda is practical effects,
which is pretty cool.
Hey, can I ask you, Vito, since you're like resident Mr. Girl Defender, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Since Baby Yoda is technically 50 years old,
it's totally okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the midgets you say you're attracted to are technically of age, but they have little bodies.
They don't have kids' bodies, though.
I would argue it's probably
Yeah.
not okay because in his race,
Are you sure about that?
he doesn't develop the idea of consent until much later.
Okay,
you know?
shit. See, now I feel terrible for
not
wanting to.
what- yeah.
I feel terrible for wanting to use Baby Yoda as a sock puppet.
I'm so glad they released its name, though, because I got tired of referring to it as Baby Yoda.
It's still Baby Yoda.
I only want to refer to him as Baby Yoda.
Grogu.
Grogu. Kind of sounds like Goku.
It's like
Goku. They should have called him Goku.
it's like they wouldn't allow me Baby Yoda Jedi porn on my Roku, so we just called him Grogu from the Roku.
Yeah.
My daddy Yoda, little Grogu.
I'm
DYLG.
surprised they had on Roku. That is surprising to me.
Bing Bong says Baby Yoda limited edition fleshlight. Like it could just be the whole Baby Yoda with a fleshlight insert in the fucking thing, and you're just like, and then when you smash it, the eyes bulge out like there's.
I don't like that. Back in 1977, they had analog remote controls, and those were extremely hard to make. Okay, well. So they had to put a little... I like how he's like... He signs autographs at... Well, I don't even know if he's still alive anymore.
Kenny
but-
Baker's passed away.
Oh, okay. Well, he was like signing autographs like, I'm the guy in the metal bucket from the movie.
Yeah, Peter Mayhew, Chewbacca did the same fucking thing.
Yeah, but Peter Mayhew was like, what? Like
Was
7'2"?
emoting. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now they would just replace that with CGI. Like, obnoxiously tall people are out of work. Like, they could have, normally they would hire people like that for movie
They
roles.
have a guy hired to be the new Chewbacca.
They still do that.
Yeah, they still have the new Chewbacca, the new guy. He's a basketball player.
Who's
turned into the new Chewbacca.
Once you're like over a certain height, your estimated lifespan gets cut shorter.
I think about that every day.
Yeah.
You're not in that height
No,
range.
it's okay, Ben. You don't have to try and console me.
It's like
I know I'm-
6'10" and above.
I know I'm too tall for
Because
money.
your
I'm
heart's
good.
trying to pump blood to your extremities.
poor
It's a
heart.
normal size heart. Yeah, that's how the tallest man in history, Robert Wadlow, he was like 8'11". He couldn't feel his feet anymore, and he used to wear these braces to like help him stand up straight. And he got this infection that he didn't even know he had, and it killed him. And he died at like 24 years old.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. When I come back, we better get some money. I swear to God.
Yeah, well, when Billy gets back, he'll read your Streamlabs if you guys want to send us some. By the way, Vito, the Saturday shows, sometimes they run long. So if at any point you got to go, just let us know. Like, we don't want to keep you here all night.
Oh, cool. Yeah, well, I'll stick around a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to be the guy who you go, well, you can leave. And I go, okay, fuck you.
Usually our shows are like 2.5 hours, but Saturday shows, they go longer because we try to meet this goal, and we're stuck at 57%. So we know it's we've always made the goal every week for like the last 3 years, but sometimes we got to kind of work at it to make it
You
happen.
got to really push them.
Yeah, sometimes we have to humiliate ourselves,
Well, I can get a Kenny Baker signed R2D2 action figure for only $110. Well, that's just a deal.
Jesus. I used to have a lot of those Kenner figures when I was a kid back in the day.
Yeah, they're sick. Do you have any stupid memorabilia in your life, or have you divested yourself of physical needs? Physical goods?
I don't have the kind of collection you have, that's for sure.
Yeah, my life is a hellhole of childish delights.
I can't even tell what everything is because it's small on my screen.
Stuff I have?
Yeah.
Well, that shelf behind me is all Game Boy games.
The original Game Boy.
Mostly Game Boy Advance was my shindig. The majority of my net worth is tied up in vintage video games at this point.
There's a chain of amazing there's a few of them. There's a lot of like secondhand video game stores in Seattle.
Yeah.
But the big one is Pink Gorilla.
Pink Gorilla?
Yeah.
I know those just posting.
I know the guy that owns it. He does really cool streams because he's in this really unique position to own a used game store. So
yeah,
after they close up, he'll do streams where he's opening up pallets of shit that he bought and like going through it and fixing things and
Yeah, that would have been my dream job at one point, just having a game store, and man, that would have been fun. Problem is now the hobby, it's like almost dead because you can't afford anything anymore. The prices on games have gone through the fucking roof.
Well, you heard about those guys that are manually inflating the prices of old games. There's like this weird scam.
Yeah, but what do you call it? That seems to be it was going up well before that. That had an effect on this whole new market. If people want to buy sealed video games that have never been opened.
Yeah, those are rare.
Yeah. I have a couple games like that. Honestly, though, like that guy made that whole video about these guys are manipulating the market, and it's like half that, but half of it is like genuine, like, psychopaths are buying this stuff and they think it's a good investment. I don't know. It's interesting. It's just crazy that I have like GameCube games that are worth like $500 now.
Yeah, I never thought GameCube would, because it, in my mind, I'm 40 years old. In my mind, that wasn't that long ago, but I guess it was,
I mean, not that. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's like 20 years now.
Yeah.
Is it 20 years or little? Yeah, almost.
Yeah, yeah. I have a Dreamcast, and I remember, I was really big into Dreamcast when it came out. And like 2 years ago, it was the 20th anniversary of the launch of Dreamcast. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It came out in 99.
9/9/99 was the launch day of Dreamcast.
Yeah, we're old men now. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
That stuff all came out when I was in high school. But yeah, I just collected games for the longest time, and I never sold anything. So I'm just like sitting on piles and piles. At one point, my buddy had my buddy has a game store, like selling magic cards and shit, and he used to sell video games, but at one point they moved him. He's in a mall. They moved him to a smaller location, and he was like, told me, he's like, hey, I'll sell you all the video games I have in my back room for like $1,000. And I was like, you have way more than $1,000 worth of shit back there. And he's like, yeah, but I need it gone like yesterday. So I still have all that stuff. Like in my apartment, I just have one shelf that just has like 20 Nintendo 64s, like 30 Sega Genesises. And I've been like, I need to sell these quicker. I put them on like Craigslist and shit, and I sell like maybe one or two of them a month. I've been like so busy with YouTube that I haven't been able to dump any of that shit.
I saw this one video on YouTube where like this guy walked into Pink Gorilla with a Nintendo World Championships and just sold it there.
Those are going for like $100K now.
Yeah, that's just insane. There's the ones that the people who competed in the tournament got, and then there was the even more rare ones where like they were given away as a Nintendo Power Contest, and they have like the logo taped onto it. That's one of the rarest video game cartridges ever.
I have this really stupid game that recently sold for how much? Like $2,000. Basically, when Nintendo games originally came out, do I have a Nintendo cartridge anyway? When they originally came out, they had 5 screws holding the cartridge together, and then at a certain point, Nintendo realized to save money, they could manufacture them to just having 3 screws. But there was like a specific window of like a month where they had some leftover 5-screw cases, and 3-screw games got put into them.
Huh.
So there's this game called Gotcha. It's like a paintball game.
Yes, I remember the actual Gotcha paintball guns back in the day.
Yeah. They made a game version of that. So like a normal copy of Gotcha for the NES goes for like $5. And then because I have a version that has 5 screws, I've had people offer me like $1,000 for it.
Couldn't you fake the screws? Couldn't you put screws?
Well, you would have to somehow take the label off a 3-screw one and put it on, because the front has, it has 5-screw like sockets even on that front part.
I see.
So somebody could take it apart and they would figure it out. The only way you could do it is if you could somehow, take the label off without fucking it up. And I don't think there's any way to do that.
Yeah. I actually, like right now where we're doing this show, we're like 10 minutes away from the Nintendo US headquarters.
Yeah.
And I drive by it all the time, but they don't have anything cool like a public visitor center or anything. So it's literally you got
to hit up. Well, that's why Pink Gorilla is lucky. Is like There's all sorts of weird shit that shows up at like flea markets, like games that never actually came out, like prototypes.
Yes.
And some dude will just have like it in his like fucking, garage sale or whatever.
They've done that with
And
like
you're
Xboxes around here. Like people have found prototype developer Xboxes and shit around here.
No, it's like smart. I would go to thrift stores all the time if I lived out there, just looking for that shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of just even like flea markets and shit. We'll have a lot of rare shit.
I used to love the flea markets and stuff, but they say now, have you seen that like people are going to like just thrift stores and just buying up everything to resell online, like way more than they used to? It's become like a whole culture.
I believe it.
Yeah, so like I used to just go to like Savers. I don't know if you know Savers.
Yeah, I've been
It's a
there.
great chain of like thrift stores. But now when I go, there's just dudes who literally, like out here in LA, it's huge. There's dudes who will just go there. I see like these Chinese guys, and they just like sit in chairs all day, hanging out on their phones, and they wait for them to wheel out the cart of new merchandise to put on the shelves. And anytime it happens, like 10 Chinese guys just run over to it, and they're like, "I can sell that. I can sell that."
Yeah.
And you're like, "What is the point of coming to this place? You gotta. There's nothing on the shelves because all these dudes are picking over it. It's crazy."
When I was in my early 20s, I was a donation attendant for Goodwill. So like every donation that came into Goodwill went through me. Oh man, I had an original Atari. I think it's the 2800, the big one, the big Atari. I had it. It's an original box with like all of the fucking inserts, like all the things that came inside of it. Yeah.
I remember I had a buddy who did that, and I was always like, "Dude, you got to hook me up." And he would always be like, "I don't know, we're really not supposed to." And I'm like, "Bro, you're getting paid minimum wage at fucking Goodwill. Like, come on, hook it up. Don't be a bitch."
Yeah, I got all sorts of shit there back in the day. One time, this old woman donated a bunch of board games, like the first edition of Monopoly and all that kind of shit. And one of the board games was this board game from the 60s where you could flick a spinner and you'd bet your baseball cards against each other. It was like gambling for kids. Well, I open it up and there's all these baseball cards inside of it. And one of them is Nolan Ryan's rookie card.
Did you snatch it up?
Oh yes.
Did you flip it?
I still have it. There was some other cool cards in there too that were like really old sports cards. There was like a Joe Namath football card in there. It was
Bro,
crazy.
you got to sell that. It's the height of the fucking sports card craze right now. You got to sell that. No. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the prices on sports cards right now?
No. I stopped collecting.
The whole market for like all trading cards is just through the roof. Pokemon, Magic, and sports cards are just going fucking nuts. And there's the companies that grade them. They put them in a case and they say it's 9 out of 10 quality. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I've always thought that those were
scams. They do it
scams.
for comic books too. I mean, kind of. But now people who are like serious collectors, they won't buy it without that stuff. But all the companies that do the grading for sports cards and shit, they've literally said, "Don't send us anything. We're backed up for the next 2 years."
You know what? I've always thought that was
people are sending them so many sports cards to grade.
I always thought that was weird how I'm just supposed to like mail it to them and they'll grade it subjectively and then send it back to me. How do I know that they won't be like, "Oh, this one's actually like one of the better ones, and we're just going to swap it out with one of these average graded ones and send that one back to you"? Like,
it's just like, it's just not worth it for them to do that, because it's like they make way more money just bulk doing this. That like, why fuck around? It's like I'd rather just make $10 from every kid sending in hundreds of cards than fuck over this one dude.
Okay.
I sent a Michael Jordan rookie card in, but I went through like a local shop I knew. And I took it in, they looked at it, they're like, "This looks really good. This is going to be a good one." And it came back like really bad. And I'm like, they're like, "Yeah, I guess we didn't notice this when we were looking at it."
That's why I don't trust that shit.
And I don't know if the card shop bought me or if fucking the
I don't know.
The grading did, but like
you gotta take a picture of it before you send it in to see if it gets like, because you'll tell if it's a different card. Like you can always like,
this is like 12 years
if the
ago.
Centering's different or whatever. Well, do you still have the card, or did you flip it, or
no?
what?
I worked for a pawn shop.
I still have this Wolverine #1 for the Wolverine miniseries back in the
Oh,
day.
that's sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, that goes for something.
Yeah.
I don't have any good comics. I never got into comic collecting.
Yeah, that was my big collection for the majority of my childhood. I was really into Marvel shit. Back when it was like literally like you didn't mention it because you didn't want to get your ass kicked that you were into that kind of shit, you know?
I remember that era. That was weird.
Dungeons and Dragons? Like, I can't believe like that's a trendy thing to do now. That's what the fucking like you know,
rip on kids.
Socially inept losers did. Well, you know, that was the stereotype anyway.
I just did it unapologetically.
So did I, but it was still weird. Like, no, it wasn't a thing that like the cool kids did.
I remember sitting around at recess playing magic cards with my friends outside of the class, and I'm looking around, and we're all wearing sweatpants with dick holes ripped into the fucking sweatpants because our crotches are all blown out. I was like, I'm looking at, we're not self-aware at all. I remember thinking that at that age. I was like, I'm like just becoming self-aware, like realizing what I'm doing. But I played Pogs too before that, and Pogs were cool kid shit.
Yeah, Pogs was a big trend. Like everyone was doing that shit.
Yeah, Pogs were lit.
Yeah, the fad died. Yeah, Pogs were sold to people like these are going to be worth something someday. It's like no,
the real
a lot of that stuff.
Beanie Babies, that's another one.
The reason
here's how to know if something's a scam. If when it comes out they go, this is going to be worth money someday, it's a scam.
Like NFTs.
It's only the only stuff that ever ends up. Yeah, NFTs are a scam. Absolutely.
I mean, some scams can be beneficial. I mean, like
in the short term, absolutely.
Well, I mean,
you can make a short if you were flipping Beanie Babies at the height of Beanie Babies, congratulations. But on a long-term time frame, it will always drop off.
Do you think Bitcoin will just be worth like less than $1 again someday?
Bitcoin's not like a collectible though. Bitcoin has a function.
I remember when I first heard about Bitcoin, I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And if I would have just bought like $200 of it when I first heard of it, I'd be a multimillionaire right now.
There still are Beanie Babies though that are worth like $30,000.
There are rare
piece.
ones.
No, not really.
There are some Beanie Babies that are very expensive.
About Bitcoin, you can never think that way because, dude, if you had bought $200 worth of Bitcoin and it had gone to $10,000, you would have sold it.
I might have,
right?
I might have. Possibly.
No. You would have sold because you would have never held on to it and been like, "Oh, it's going to go to $1 million." You'd have been like, "Cool, I made $10,000." Like, very few people held their Bitcoin all the way to the sky.
I started accumulating this crypto that we can get just by like getting the viewers of our show to use this browser. The Brave browser that it pays you out in basic attention tokens. And I started doing it in 2019 when they were worth like 8 cents. And I had accumulated like 50,000 of these things. And then it got up to like over $1 a piece. And then I cashed a bunch of them out.
Oh shit!
I cashed a bunch of them. They got up
89 cents.
They reached their peak like 5 months ago. They got up to almost $2, which is crazy.
Robert Nicholas says if you didn't get into Bitcoin in the last 10 years, no sense now. I don't know if that's correct. I feel like if you look at the trend with Bitcoin, every presidential cycle.
Let's say 100K for sure.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's going to get to 100K. Every presidential cycle, it goes down after the election. A couple years, it hits the rock bottom point, maybe a year or two after the election, and it starts to climb back up, and it climbs up higher than ever. If you just look at the way it's done in the last since 2012 election, it's the first election cycle after Bitcoin was out. It's been doing it every time since then, growing like huge numbers above what it was before.
The same things have happened with like gold and precious metals. It's like uncertainty in our own economy and the leadership of our country causes people to look elsewhere when it comes to their investing.
Well, money and gold, it doesn't really go up or down, right? It's just our dollar goes up or down. And so the gold maintains its same value, right? Isn't that how it works?
I mean, the value
gold will always. The point is that gold will always have value.
Yeah.
So,
and when gold goes up, it's because our dollar was dropping.
I don't think gold always necessarily mirrors what our dollar is doing.
No, it's
it inverts though.
Yeah, I thought.
The idea is that if you are worried about the U.S. dollar tanking, because right now the dollar is pretty strong, but if you're worried the dollar is going to go from being worth $1 to being worth 50 cents, then you should buy a shit ton of gold. Because the gold is going to just sit there and like maintain value.
Yeah, because there was a time in like the 2004, 2005, gold went up crazy in value, but our dollar didn't like fall crazy at that point.
Did it not?
No, I don't know if it. I'm sure
the dollar
it,
didn't fall.
I'm sure it's
like
a factor, but I don't think it's the only factor.
I remember the dollar falling quite a bit around that time.
Gold used to be worth more than platinum.
Because I was going to Canada at that time, and the Canada dollar used to be so much smaller compared to the U.S. dollar, and then they were taking it like on par around that time because the U.S. dollar had dropped so much.
1-to-1. Yeah.
Yeah, before it was like you go to Canada, you get like 50 cents on the dollar or something. It was like crazy how much conversion was there when you went into Canada. You go in with your American money and your daddy Warbucks. You could buy.
You guys got any chain link in your crypto portfolio?
No. I think I have a few because I do that thing. Like I have a few exchanges that I buy through, and Coinbase does this thing where like if you take a stupid little quiz, we give you some free shit. And
Yeah.
I think I have some chain link because of that.
I've also just been parking my cash in U.S. dollar coin, getting 9% on a Voyager. You just get an automatic 9% yearly return with no matter what, you make money.
I don't do gold, crypto, or NTFs. I invest all my money in DP. That's why I'm rich today.
Thank
but
you.
broke tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
We are at.
Well, guys.
Yes.
I was gonna say I'm passing out a little bit, so I should probably cut it short. But
Yeah.
thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, appreciate the conversation. Appreciate
yeah.
you not judging me when I said all the disgusting stuff I said.
Well, I still want us to roll around with lightsabers and a fucking Princess Leia midget.
Can you imagine
We
we
gotta
were
bring-
beating the trash out of a tiny Princess Leia with lightsabers?
How about we bring like an R2-D2 into the room? We're like, fuck you, R2-D2. You never did anything for me. And then she crawls out in the Princess Leia outfit, and we go, oh my god, we never realized you were so beautiful on the inside.
She
On the
comes,
inside.
She comes out like she comes out of R2-D2 the way that Leia came out of R2-D2 in the beginning of New Hope to be like, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. And she's just like, fuck me, Obi-Wan blowjobbies, you're big fat shits. And
Star
she's jerking
Wars.
us like this. It'd be so good.
Oh my god.
That'd be so good.
Even just getting photos of you jerking off in the Star Wars hotel would be funny.
Yeah.
Playing
You're
with
like,
my
I jerked off on one of the Galactic Star Cruiser beds, and you'll never know which one.
Have you seen that Blippy video?
Which one?
You know Blippy, right?
I know Oh yeah, I know Blippy.
His Harlem Shake video.
Oh, the one where he shits on somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's remake that in the fucking Star Wars bathroom, and we just blow
I
up
don't know why
Blippy style.
that's such a. It's so funny that everybody like hates. Like that's the one thing Blippy got in trouble for.
Because he's a freaking cringy children YouTuber. He makes videos for children on YouTube, and his past is literally projectile shitting on somebody in a bathroom. like that's pretty nuts.
Did you hear about like parents were pissed because like he was putting on like Blippy shows at like, but it wasn't actually him. He would just hire some motherfucker to dress up as Blippy.
That's
'Cause he's
funny.
like, kids don't fucking know.
They
and they
really-
would go like expecting to meet Blippy, and it was just like, dude.
That's funny. That's top tier scams. I like that.
I thought about it. I'm like, man, I would be great going the Blippy route. I just want to dress up as a fucked up clown and open Shopkins figures and shit.
Yeah, I'm
welcome to Uncle Vito's fucking clown hour.
I'm about ready to start like a channel like Blippy style, except instead of talking to little kids, I'm gonna talk to DDLG little girls and get all that single mom money, like all the government checks that come from being single mom.
All the government surveillance that comes from Pornhub.
It's not gonna be porn. I'm gonna make like kids shows for the DDLG little girls, and they're gonna spend all their fucking their WIC checks. They're gonna send me their WIC check money.
WIC checks.
That all the DDLG community is getting like government money.
Because I mean, I'm assuming half of them at least are on the dole. Because they're on the government dole because they're not doing shit. They're little fucking they're femcells. They're not celibate, but they're like the equivalent of an incel, except they have holes so they get filled.
Themselves? I thought they found their DDs.
Well, yeah.
Some of them.
Well, most of them probably aren't happy because their DDs suck, and they just put up with it. But they really want to get into little space. So I'm there putting them in little space with these stupid fucking kid shows. It's perfect. I'm gonna make so much money.
Entertainment specifically for adult children.
Yeah, for all the littles out there who don't got it good at home. They just watch me and they go fuck their boyfriends who don't know how to like put them in little space. It's done. You're done. I make so much money.
You know what? It's a hard pitch, but I like it.
Hey.
I like it. I think you got some.
I'm going in.
All right, guys.
Have a good night.
Peace out, Vito.
Yeah, do it.
Do that thing.
Podcast, biggestproblem.show. And you can hear me and Dick Masterson do our hilarious podcast. And I'm also promoting my comic book. Go to superkiller.org and you can get on the mailing list. And when the Kickstarter goes live, you will know. You will be able to get my awesome comic.
All right.
Have fun, guys. Bring up Superkiller. Show them the picture. Then they'll know.
All right. Vito's gone. We still have a show. We still have a goal. Any cool Streamlabs or anything to check out?
Cool ones?
Well, they're all cool.
Seth Looks gave big love. Fixol said poot poot. Seth Looks, remember when we were tearing down all the statues a couple summers ago? When we were tearing down all the statues? Yeah. That was fun. Seth Looks also said Vito acting like he never saw this guy before while sitting there cosplaying as him.
Huh?
Damn. 3 ways to play said poop, 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 poop. Eric gave that big love. Lord of Nurgle gave that big love. Seth Looks says, I didn't even know how Chris Rock had a brother. This is a real boon for whatever his name is. Alex Leon gave that big love, having some monies. Mr. Captain Snacks was glad to see Vito on, and that catches us up with the monies. We need some more love and support.
Everyone like the stream and send us some love also through some Streamlabs donos.
Ruby Jules asks, how is Bitcoin currency when no paper money is involved? Bitcoin is set up on a blockchain that allows it to be unique. It's a unique digital element, so it can't be duplicated, and it can be it's that one little Bitcoin can't be.
There's a finite amount of Bitcoin too, but it can be mined, which means your computer creates Bitcoins through the blockchain.
But it can't be counterfeit, and it can be passed around like currency. So effectively, it's got value. It's like the dollar bill, right? The dollar bill isn't worth anything.
The actual paper.
Yeah, the actual paper isn't worth anything unless the government says, or whoever's using it values it, right? So Bitcoin gains value the same way that paper gains value because we're all honoring it. Who own it? We're honoring it for that value. That's why it goes up and down the same way the dollar does. It's the equivalent of a paper dollar, but in a digital form. It's pretty cool. Boom, boom, boom. Ben might be dying.
I'm allergic to Vito leaving.
Yeah, we need to get all of your donos, guys, so that Ben can go to sleep and not stay up dying all night.
Yeah, there was, I think it was in the 60s or the 70s, they stopped putting real silver in coins. Like, there was a time where the dime, the quarter, the 50-cent piece, and the silver dollar all were like 90% silver and then like the rest nickel. So those coins, if you still can find them before a certain date, are worth at least their melt value.
Yeah.
In silver.
Agent Buttfuck says, I'd like to see a cover of Teddy Bear's Picnic featuring Bill the Fridge and Mr. Girl. I've been wanting to do a cover of Teddy Bear's Picnic all my life.
Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide and seek as long as they peek.
I don't know. I can't sing it.
And that's the way the teddy bears have their picnic.
I love that song. If Hannibal could make a mob ass fucking beat the Teddy Bear Picnic, I'd make a nice teddy bear picnic song. That would be fucking dope. That would be so cute.
You know, since we haven't yet decided on the Motherload shirt for this month, I'm thinking we bring back a classic and just make that part of the Motherload.
Maybe I was gonna suggest an Actual Mania T-shirt for this month. Since it's Actual Mania.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just didn't know exactly what to put on it yet, so I was gonna talk to you about it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do the
idea.
booking committee on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well, one of these months for the Motherload, I don't know exactly when yet, but I'd like to make probably the most successful T-shirt in DP history included in the Motherload.
Can't people just buy it there though?
Yeah, but maybe they want it as part of their patronage and all the perks that come with it. I don't know. I mean, yes, it is like $25, $26 plus shipping to get here.
You guys should just buy this shirt, and then when we deliver it to the Motherload, it will be an updated one-shot design with that design. Like maybe
I would like to do that.
Something.
I've tried to commission people to do it, and it's been such a pain in the ass to get like a weird, like a new version.
Let's do that exact thing, except it's got the LGBTQ rainbow colors.
I don't
on
want
it.
that. No.
Let's go.
Yeah, if you're watching this now, like after the fact, leave in the comments what you'd like for shirts and stuff. Also,
Actual Mania. Would you guys even want an Actual Mania T-shirt? Commemorative T-shirt.
It would
for
be
the $50
unique,
level.
and that's cool.
Yeah.
But
I think it would look like a WrestleMania type poster or something.
I still have a lot of the artwork for these old shirts, and I don't want to like put them up for sale in a new place. But I would definitely print them up for like Patreon purposes from every now and
An
then.
Actual Mania T-shirt sounds good.
Yeah, Actual Mania is going to be crazy. Like,
Hats and flags. Hats and flags.
Yes. I do have more video content to watch, so we can get to that in a minute here.
We're 61.46% of the way to the goal.
It's not
close,
bad.
but
yeah,
we've been live for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So
and I've been having allergies all day. It's fucking awful.
Hats and flags and signed posters now.
I think I'm allergic to evergreen
Enamel
trees.
pins now.
Let's check out some stuff here. Let's play that beautiful footage and get the intro in.
Roll
while we're
that
at
beautiful bean footage.
Everyone, help us reach the goal, please. Send us $2, whatever. Like, 2 is the minimum. I already have medication for my allergies, by the way, guys. I have chronic allergies, and they don't, like, treatment helps, but I just have to deal with a handful of really bad allergy days every year.
You have chronic allergies? Why do you smoke so much chronic then, Ben?
I knew you were going to say that.
Why?
You know what? If I had a literal chronic allergy, I would be dead.
Satan's Bell announcement. King Cobra JFS.
On the trolls. Oh my God! What is that lesion on his
A
face?
gorgeous crow or raven type bird just chilling out in the parking lot.
Is that a nipple?
Hell yeah. Hello,
What
Mr.
if he
Crow,
becomes a
Mrs.
leper?
Crow. Don't want to assume your gender. You might trigger
Does he have the
crows.
HIV? I see some gray hairs on his head too, man. Like he's aging so rapidly. I wonder if it's just the lifestyle.
It's probably the water and what, Casper.
I would think it's like the shitty food and like being blackout drunk like 5 days a week.
Could also be all the stress. He goes through a lot of stress.
Good afternoon, fellow YouTubers. It's your boy King Cobra. Satan's Bell is being released on April Fools. Alex Ford is editing the tracks. I've been sipping on this here Dr. McKillop.
Dude, like, I thought, like, I'm like, do I drink a lot? I drink a good amount. This fucker blows me out of the water. This dude is, like, top tier hammered every day. And it's, like, to like, the blackout degree. It's concerning. Like, I don't know how much longer Cobra is going to last if he's doing this for, like, the next 10 years. Like, what's he going to look like when he's 40? It's going to be bad.
Cuddy's apple pie, and this has become.
Do you think he blacks out that much, or we just watch him black out that much? Because we watch it all the time.
Well, we watch it that much because he does it that much.
Do we know how many times he's blacks out a month, right? Like,
I would say 4 or 5 days a week.
That will age you 3 ways to places. Living alone with no hope of life, getting better, and drinking yourself silly every night. Yeah, that will age you.
Yeah, and like, I've watched some of the streams, like the unedited. Thank you,
Giorgiosa. Grazie. Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of sad sometimes. Like, when, I can tell that his dad really cares about him and like wants the best for him. And he's just so unself-aware, like he can't get it. Like his dad wanted to take him out for his birthday, and his dad showed up, and he's like fucking like can barely stand. And his dad's like, Josh, I'm sorry, I can't take you out in public like this. And then he like bitched about his dad like not supporting him. It's like, your dad is your biggest supporter. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're so fucking unaware of, like, your dad is like your biggest fucking supporter and he wants the best for you, and then you bitch about how he didn't want to go out with you when you can't even like talk, like form a sentence. And he's like, yeah, why does he just say my son's a fucking rock star? You're not a rock star. You're something. Like, you've made something of yourself, but your dad is like, you can't expect him to just deal with your shit face.
But I think as a father, like, you feel like you failed because your son does that. Like, you feel guilty on that account too, and you would do anything for your boy. So you keep at it. Like, you raised a spoiled little fucking brat, right?
I don't even know if he was spoiled. I just think he's, he has talked a few times about like his stepmother. And like how his real mom was somebody else, and
he's spoiled if he doesn't appreciate what his parents do for him, right? It's like if
he doesn't,
that means you're spoiled.
He
if
clearly
you don't
doesn't appreciate
your parents'
it.
help. Yeah,
he complained about it. He was like, "What? I just want to get blackout drunk on my birthday." It's like, no, you know what? When you're drinking, you should never aspire to be blackout drunk. If that's your goal, you have a serious issue. Like, for me, literally every time I've been blackout drunk, I've regretted it. Even if I was just like at home alone doing nothing, I woke up the next morning like, I don't remember shit. I feel like shit. This is fucking terrible.
I've only blacked out once.
Oh, dude, I've blacked out multiple times.
I'm lucky. I don't regret it because it was such a fucking like special weird night. And it was the best story. It was the best drinking story of all time. Probably not the best, but it was very good.
I blacked out once, and this is why I never drink and drive. Even if I've only had one drink, I don't drink and drive. And it's because one night when I was like 23 years old, I blacked out at a bar and drove home and popped a tire on my way home and drove like on the fucking... Like, I remember, like, the sparks coming up off the ground while I'm driving on this flat tire. And I wake up the next morning, I'm in bed, I'm wearing all of my clothes, and my car is, like, halfway in my front yard with a shredded fucking tire. And I'm all checking the car to make sure, like, there's no blood on it. Like, did I run somebody over, too, while I was at it?
Yeah.
And that scared me enough to be like, nope, I'm never doing this again. This is like, I could have gotten arrested. I was lucky that all that happened was I fucked up my car.
What's the longest you've ever gone without drinking since you were like an adult?
Like 4 months. It was actually when I lost all the weight and I was working out a lot.
You weren't drinking during that time.
Yeah. So I can do it if I really like put my mind to it. Like zero drink. It's normally like a caloric decision. So,
It's
and
an eating
I've never
disorder.
had like the shakes or anything like that. I've never been that deep into it.
It's always cool when your eating disorder overtakes your addictions. I'm kidding.
I did have a. You know what though? I had an eating disorder when I was in my late 20s, and
you were telling me about that.
Yeah, I went from 200 pounds to like 125 pounds in like 6 months. It was crazy. I was just obsessed with how much weight I could lose and how fast I could lose it. And my face was all sunken in. There's like a picture from my birthday that year. I look like a cancer patient.
You were gaunt.
Like my face was insanely sunken
You
in.
were like a Jared Leto fuck stick.
I wasn't working out either. Well, I was only doing like cardio for like burning fat. I wasn't doing any strength. So I just got like really skinny. Like I didn't get fit. Like I didn't have muscle or anything. And I had stopped drinking for a whole year because of that. When I was like 29, 30 years old.
So a year? Like
a whole year.
Yeah, it's. I didn't know if because I remember the time where you quit for the few months, and I was like, I wonder if that was the longest time, or if you've done that before. When
I've
you were
done
younger.
it. There's been a few stints where I've quit for like a very long time.
Hard liquor, this stuff is just delicious.
I don't have withdrawals or anything.
This
I
is
have
for 21
cravings
and
for
up.
sure, but not withdrawals.
Tomorrow, I'm
Do we have
going
the
to
one with
renew my P.O. box.
Justice and a Rockstar? His new album was for sale on cassette tape. Nice.
Cassette
That looks-
tape?
Hell yeah!
I love
Satan's
dude,
Bell.
That was like me in 1996 in my high school band passing out cassette tape demos.
Do we have the other version of the screen where our fan chat is in the corner? Because like there's like these little messages popping up, and sometimes those are the funniest parts of the.
Hold on,
the video.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's see.
His dad is jealous of his YouTube fame and his
Yeah,
one business.
that's it.
New Mexico. I think you might be right.
That's it.
Like his dad needs to back the fuck up and recognize he didn't raise a YouTube rock superstar, but he's got to learn how to deal with one now that his son is
Now,
one.
you fans can keep mailing me
Alcoholism
stuff
coming
when
in
you do. I
nicely, Tubes.
appreciate it.
Should I just switch to the other overlay, or do you?
I don't know. I think this is fine.
Okay.
Yeah. You expect men to be gentlemen, then stop
The person who edited this video is trying to show that like boil on his face.
simp
like-
shaming us for trying to be nice.
Cobes is
Stop
showing
assuming
it,
we're just
right?
doing
Cobes
it
is
because you want
cameraman
to
here.
get down your pants. Like this right here.
Ozzy,
Yeah.
you know, Ozzy is like a devout Christian, by the way, and I don't think Cobra knows that.
Sharon!
One of Ozzy's biggest fans. Thank you, Ollie. I got the sweet care package. That's what's up. It's these batteries. Yeah, buddy.
He still hasn't
No,
dusted
the
his
trolls have
entertainment
harassed
center.
Ozzy Osbourne
That really triggered Anastasia when I pointed it out to her. She was like, "What?"
in the past just because
She likes to do work like a, you know, she's a housewifey kind, right?
No.
No?
No, she doesn't clean much.
She made it sound like she likes to clean.
No, she likes clean places. She makes the men clean.
Oh.
She's like, you better clean.
That's not fun.
It just shows you I win.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they always close up. Entertainers are looking really dusty, dude.
Oops.
Dude, it's getting to the point where it looks like there's snow all over it. Like, what the fuck?
If anything, that's
Yeah.
how Ozzy's probably heard of me. Like, who the fuck is King Cobra JFS?
If I ever happened to go to Cobb's house and, like, hang out with him, I would dust that shit. I would just do it. Be like,
Yeah.
I'm dusting this shit. Dude, it would go everywhere. There's such a thick layer of it.
See, I want to dust it just to see how long it takes to get back to that.
Well, he's fucking he's making wands in there, so there's
Yeah.
like sawdust in the air too.
Yeah.
He should clean that shit.
Autistic is one of your biggest fans. Fuck me, he sings just like the Beatles. Have you heard him play guitar?
Bing Bong says he recently credited his Satan worship for keeping him safe from COVID.
Ozzy Osbourne is a Christian.
Beside the point. Speaking of my trolls, if you go on that stupid King Cobra JFS subreddits, you can find links to their social media pages. And you can see what these fucking losers look like in real life, and it is just glorious. They're all fat, ugly, And some of them.
The last 2 songs on his new album are over 11 minutes long. Oh my God! Was he think he's fucking? What was it? Inagata Davida? What was that? Iron Butterfly.
For full-blown heroin addicts, dude. No, Ozzy Osbourne used to do heroin and he quit, so I'm not gonna judge my trolls for that too much. To be honest, I'll never touch it myself. Just,
This is just me. Like, this isn't funny. They're just like, nobody looks as bad as you.
Well, I don't touch that shit. Like,
You might be looking better these days if you were on heroin instead of all this drinking. Honestly,
Are any of them bald alcoholics with dementia? You think he has dementia?
I don't know. I don't think so, but he's definitely like slower in the brain than he was 10 years ago. I watched a video of him 10 years ago and he seems a lot more normal.
He's lost his step a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got maybe a little more delusional.
He's definitely delusional.
alcohol and weed are the only 2 that I do it anymore, and that's just for my autism, to be honest.
Stephanie told me he was doing spice a lot, which is really bad for you. Like, people have lost their minds and died and shit from that, so he might have fried a few too many brain cells.
Matthew Margolin says drinking is worse than heroin, bro. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, it depends on how you use it. Like,
yeah,
there have been responsible heroin addicts who have like remained relatively healthy with their heroin habit, and it's same with alcohol. It depends on how far you take it.
Yeah, like you drink alcohol and then you fuck someone you regret. You do heroin and then you regret passing out before you fuck someone.
Exactly.
Now, if you'd like to do a badass drink combo,
forehead vein looking thick today.
See, I was expecting more funny comments. This is just picking on our boy.
then you gotta check out this Troll Tears mug. Wah! Because the trolls suck my cock.
E-bagging alert. Yeah,
Real talk,
e-bagging
do you
alert.
think-
Everybody send those donos in
Yeah.
right now to the show.
Ozzy Osbourne gives a shit about my trolls.
No,
He's got
because
a
Ozzy does not know
wall
who you
full of
are.
golden records and a lifetime and an awesome life, and you know what I'm saying, of awesome achievements. He's probably going, "Oh my god."
I'd like to see Cobes on blow, honestly.
It bothers me that his Jack glass is upside down.
Yeah, that is weird.
Sharon! Okay. Being a
Wonk eye coming back. Yeah, I wonder if his eye is like slowly migrating back to its original
This is not a
position.
bad thing. It's what you do with your satanic power.
I wonder who paid for that surgery, because that's not free. Like,
You don't think he's covered?
I don't know. It might be considered cosmetic if he can see well enough. Like, if the surgery didn't improve his vision, then it would be considered cosmetic. If it improved
Because
his
there's
vision,
good
then
and
we might have
evil
an
in the
argument.
churches too. But yeah, I'm working on a new story. And I thought, why the fuck not? Take a break from writing albums and write a scary story about a gene-spliced snake called the Dragon Cobra. Just leave it at that.
Is this your autobiography?
Sit back on some liquor and just be like, okay, what have I got written so far? I like that. No, I just fix that. Not sure when that's going to be done, but I'll publish it when it is done. Wanted to expand my creativity, dude.
Yeah, the chat messages coming up right now are just mean. Sometimes they're like funny. They're just like, "Are you mentally challenged? You're ugly." Where's
the
picking on
lie?
our boy. They're picking on our boy.
Deathbed Tapes for signing me and for helping produce my
How
next
much was your
album.
signing bonus? See, that's a good question.
And long live Ozzy.
Oh, let's hear some shredding.
Bog rock. The trolls have gone sour for real.
So meanwhile, while all my trolls were being strung out fat heroin pieces of shit, using fucktard.
Heroin addicts aren't
fucks,
fat, Cobra. Some
but
of
wish
them
they
are.
could put down the needle.
Artie Lang was a heroin addict.
Yeah.
They're more addicted to me than heroin.
The glass
to
is
be
from a line of
honest.
candle
It's-
holders. You're supposed to put it upside down with a tea light on top. The paint is chipping off because it's not meant to be used to drink from.
Have a good night. Sweet boy.
Hey, Alex Leon, thank you. That got us over 66. We're 67.71% of the way to the goal. 2/3 of the way.
Almost there.
That means anything that happens right now, we need it. Yeah.
Yeah, we need it.
Fucking sad, YouTube.
B-Ball Julian says it could be covered if he has a tough time doing things like riding bike when weather permits, because then it could be dangerous.
How much control I have over my trolls. I can't control what they do. All I can do is control how I react to it.
Which you don't.
Bryant Fields says the trolls are keeping Cobb's lights on. He should be grateful. Do you think they are?
He doesn't understand that. Well, I mean, the majority of his fan base is trolls, right?
Yeah, but the lights are probably on because he's probably on some sort of government assistance.
He's probably getting Social Security because people with like mental illnesses.
Yeah, if anything, the trolls are probably allowing his alcoholism to prevail. Like they're he's gonna have the lights on regardless, right? But they're allowing him to be able to drink himself stupid. I don't think they're keeping the lights on. I could be wrong. I don't know his finances. Something tells me his dad and the government keep the lights on, and the trolls keep the liquor and the fucking food concoctions in his stomach.
That is just trash what he's doing right there, honestly. No sense of music.
My guy's jamming.
You think how much time it would take to get this good at guitar? It takes years.
Does it take years, Ben?
So, I have enough self-awareness as a guitar player to know that I can't shred, and if I tried, it would sound like shit. Like, I
Could you shred better than him?
Yes.
Could you teach me to shred better than him within like years?
Years? Sure.
How much better do you think I could be than him in like one day?
In one day?
Yeah, like one day of lessons from you. Or maybe like a week. If you If you gave me lessons in a week, you think I could be better than Cobes?
Yeah, probably.
So while my trolls are sitting there harassing me like...
So yeah, Cobes, I think Ben's right. 1 years for that is not reasonable.
No.
That's not reasonable, Cobes.
Hey, Cobra, he's a fucking this and that, whatever. Judging me for the way I look and dress.
He shreds on the album exactly like that every song. That's great.
Takes years to randomly hit strings.
Yeah, you want to look at your own life first, dude. Appreciate you watching me go live.
Stevie Wolf says you could be better than that in minutes.
Well, I was taking into consideration that, like, for someone who's never tried to play guitar, it kind of hurts at first because the strings like press into your fingers and hurts, and then you build calluses that makes it easier.
Yeah, that's why I don't play guitar, because I have soft fucking hands.
I do, except for on the tips of my fingers.
Yeah, I like to use the tips of my fingers to just like rub my eyebrows sometimes because of how soft they are.
Cheers.
This is my masturbation, really. This feels so like the fact I'm doing this on camera. You know what I'm doing, right? It feels so soft.
Here's another one.
Hot take with King Cobra JFS. Bow.
What up?
What up, Cobes? How you doing?
A YouTuber, an attractive of age person of color, female, cisgendered. Not going to give her name.
Is she related to you? Because you didn't mention that, so I'm assuming she's your cousin and you're fucking her.
Heard you the introductions.
Good for him.
Will Smith.
And she might be dead.
Slaps Chris Rock at the Oscars.
Oh, we're getting Cobra's take on this shit.
Reaction. We're going to get a woman's reaction. But Will Smith slapping Chris Rock after history of just taking cheap shots. It's just guys being guys. We're conditioned to be aggressive. Just like women are conditioned to be slutty. And you want to hate me for saying that. It's the truth.
Jaden, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay.
I got in one little fight and then my mom got scared. You move in with your auntie and uncle to Bel Air. It's all over the news. People are talking about like, oh, he slapped the shit out of him or he punched him. And I'm like, he slapped him one time and said, leave my fucking wife's name out of your fucking mouth. As somebody who is bald just to genetics and poor dietary choices. I'm living the life. I don't care if I'm bald at this point. Like, she has a medical condition where she can't help it. And I'm just like, dude, y'all gonna judge a motherfucker. And I'm like, okay.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
The G.I. Jane joke. This is why women get really pissy about the armpit thing. Because women are told they gotta have
about the
short,
armpit
hairy,
thing?
no hair on their arms, and like flowing luscious locks on top of their heads.
I shave my armpits and my arms. My arms are actually really hairy, but I've been shaving them for years, ever since I got these tattoos, because I think they look better without a bunch of fur on top of
Your
them.
stereotype, much like, you know, men being told to shave your balls, but that's a personal choice. You feel me? And it's just like, dude, women want to bitch about the hairy armpit thing when you got hot chicks on manscaped.com going, hey, dude, shave your balls. If you had a commercial featuring Fabio, of all people, telling women how to shave their pussy, you know, people would still lose their shit. The trust can suck on my stick.
Nice. Cobes with a
Fun,
sexy voice.
Fun bad the voice impression. Too bad the voice impression.
Stop it with the children-related things.
Cobes is much funnier than Daniel Songer.
I don't know.
Oh my
doing this
gosh.
for
He
90
is.
something years, guys.
That was funny.
Okay, if you look at Jada's reaction, you see that she was not happy with the joke because I guess Jada was diagnosed with alopecia, which means you lose all of your hair. And
Not all of your hair. That's not true. Just means you lose patches of it.
it's a medical condition. So she was not happy at the fact that he.
Yeah, baldness is a medical condition. Anyone who's balding, it's a medical condition, unless they like were in a fire or something like that.
Made a joke about her looking like.
I guess that's
G.I.
still a
Jane.
medical condition.
I get that, and no, you should.
Cobe's about to have that hot take.
He's thinking.
Will Smith's wife cheated on one of her son's friends. Like,
Hold on, what? that was not pronounced correctly.
Cheated on one of her son's friends.
Oh, okay.
What? In order to keep the marriage alive, she said, "I will divorce you if you don't do this."
I don't think that
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
If a guy would have suggested this, he would have been the biggest pig piece of male chauvinistic shit on the planet. But
Now, see, if a guy would have
Shit does
suggested
it.
this, the woman would have done it because men make suggestions all the time and women listen because they're good girls, Cobes. That's the problem. If a guy's getting canceled, it's because he wasn't a good guy. He sucked at it. All you got to do as a guy is like, do anything. Do all this shit people get canceled over, but do it unapologetically and do it so the motherfuckers look at you while you do it and say, well, I'm not going to question him. And you can get away with actually anything.
can't handle a strong woman. If you're doing it for your vaginal turds,
What?
no disrespect to any
For your vaginal turds? Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
That just created a disgusting image in my brain.
I'm thinking of a Wendy's baked potato.
Oh, I was thinking of a vagina pooping.
Yeah, I'm thinking of one coming out of a vagina.
A Wendy's baked potato?
Yeah, that's what a
I used to
vaginal
make
turd would
those
look
all the
like.
time, by the way.
They were cracking. I used to love Wendy's baked potatoes.
Yeah, when you're the grill operator, you also cook the potatoes and prepare them.
Do they microwave them or what do they do with it?
No, they bake them in an oven. They come already wrapped in the foil.
Okay.
Actually, and this is like 25 years ago that I'm talking about.
Probably haven't changed too much, right?
Yeah. So like they have a little tool where you so when someone orders a potato, you take the potato out of the like hot drawer. There's a bunch of hot drawers that keep things warm. You know what I mean? Like the bacon's up there and all that shit.
In the hot drawer.
So you pull the potato out, you unwrap it and put it in the little potato boat. And then they have this special tool where you slice the potato long ways on top, like you slice through the skin, and then you kind of like push it in like that, and it like puffs out.
Yeah.
And then if there's chives, you sprinkle some chives on it.
Yeah.
And then little packets of sour cream. You include with it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they want cheese. You put that cheesy sauce. part of the job also was to stir the cheese sauce because it'd grow a skin on top.
Yeah, you got to. I always stir the cheese sauce. When I don't fuck around with cheese sauce.
It would grow a skin.
I don't need skin. I stir it.
Have you wondered what the cheese skin tasted like and just eating it anyway?
No, because I assume it's just like the cheese, but it's coagulated to a bit.
Yeah.
It's just because the surface cools it down.
That cheese sauce is powder too.
Yeah.
They could melt down actual cheddar. I don't think it would cost them that, or get like fucking Velveeta or something.
Just the shipping of actual cheddar, having to refrigerate it the whole way. By shipping the stuff, they don't have to refrigerate in cargo. And it can sit in rooms rather than in freezers. But this was my Wendy's baked potato. Okay.
You get bacon?
Bacon, cheese, sour cream, butter, and chives.
Holy shit!
Baller!
Baller! You loaded it up.
Yes!
That's the entire potato menu at Wendy's.
Entire.
What am I missing?
Chili. You can get chili on the potatoes.
You order it special. Or is that on the menu now?
It's on the menu, yeah.
It wasn't
Because
when
they'll
I
do
was
a chili cheese potato.
Oh, you had to stir. There were timers for everything. There was stir the cheese. There was stir the chili too, because the chili would grow a skin on top of it too.
Yeah.
The chili, I hated making that shit. It was so weird. I'm like, people pay money for this while I'm making it, because what you do is you take out the burnt meat from the grill from It wouldn't even be the day before.
Yeah.
It'd be shit that was sitting in
Do they freeze it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, when you're the grill operator, when something gets, too brown, too dark, charred, there's, a little drawer you open and throw it in there.
Yeah.
And then, after, midway through your shift, you put that shit in a bag and put it in the freezer. And then when they make the chili, which, by the way, everything's from a can or frozen in the chili.
Yeah.
So... there's a chili veggies frozen in a thing. You pour that in. There's the chili base from a can. There was some powder that you put in there too, and then the shitty burnt meat from 3 days before. And you use a spatula to chop that shit up into a powder, and you pour it in.
Yeah,
and then you put that up. There's an oven/stove in every Wendy's, and the chili goes on top of the stove, and then the oven is where they cook the potatoes.
I thought I was Native American when I was raised.
Yeah.
And they taught me that you use every part of the animal. That was tradition, was to not waste any of the animal.
Yeah.
So that's why I respect Wendy's chili and hot dogs.
I get what you're saying. It's just a way for them to save money too.
Yeah.
Why buy new meat when you already have burnt meat?
Yeah.
But I will say Wendy's never freezes their burgers. At least when I worked there, that shit was all fresh, because they had a big walk-in cooler, and then they had the freezer. And in the walk-in cooler is where they kept most of the meat for the burgers, and that was never frozen. But there was plenty of frozen shit, like the bacon strips you get at Wendy's. That's frozen bacon cooked in a microwave.
But that's funny because they never freeze the beef, but they'll freeze the bacon.
I know.
That's so funny.
I know.
The bacon tastes really good though at Wendy's.
It's not bad.
It's crispy.
Pre-cooked frozen bacon isn't bad. You know?
I don't care about the bacon. I don't care about anything. Feed me garbage. Feed me garbage. Feed me garbage. It's interesting though how because of capitalism that you use every part of the animal.
Yeah.
Like in Native American culture, they would try and use every part of the animal. They would make skins and everything. And now they're we'll make Hebrew National hot dogs, and they got only the good shit in it. Then we'll have Bar S, feed Bar S to the plebeians. And you get your Hebrew National.
Another thing that grossed me out there was. Frosties are good and everything. But
are you gonna ruin Frosties right now?
I am.
Oh God, I'm in for this.
The fucking mix that you pour into the Frosty machine, the room temperature shit.
Yeah,
it's fucking mucusy snot consistency. Before it freezes, it looks like someone hacked it up and spit it.
Interesting.
Someone drank a chocolate shake and then hacked it up and spit it.
I want to see. Do you think we can find it
It's
on the internet?
Fucking gross snot.
Can we find a video of this on the internet? You think? It sounds very interesting. I worked at Domino's, right?
Yeah.
And Domino's, there was no real
There's not as much cooking involved.
Yeah, you can't really hide much of it.
Yeah.
More Wendy's horror stories. I'm saying, right? Fix Soul. At Domino's, There was one thing, the bread or the dough, right? Like it was hand tossed. So we would get the dough shipped in, we'd hand toss the dough, and we'd cover it with cheese and all the toppings, but they were already cooked. I think the grossest thing I could think of is like when you were making breadsticks, they had that liquid butter stuff.
Yeah.
And you just sprayed on liquid butter, which is like, it looks like it comes out of a laundry detergent jug. That's like the grossest thing. Like you really don't do much else.
It's Mark Summers. This is like Food Network or whatever.
Are we going to see the mucus? Come on, Mark. Let me see that mucus.
We'll see if they do it. You know, Mark Summers has OCD, and he hosted Double Dare, a show where little kids are all messy, running around everywhere.
Yeah, he probably had like a guy on set kick the kids in the face if they ran towards him.
By the way, if you dip your fries in Frosty, you're a sociopath.
What do you mean? It's not that bad.
I want to see the.
I
Is
know.
this when they had vanilla Frosty? No,
They
and they
brought
keep
them
showing
back, right?
Dave Thomas. They were only chocolate when I worked there.
Yeah, they brought vanilla back more recently.
Dave Thomas is a pretty insanely amazing guy, though.
So Baby G says, I don't understand people who dip fries in Frosties. It's not
Thank you,
bad.
baby.
It's not bad. Have you tried it? It's like dipping your fry in a milkshake. It's just a little hot and salty mixed with a little sweet and cold. It's not bad. Look at these fucking Frosties, dude. Dave Thomas, you sick son of a bitch. I want to see a gay porn with Dave Thomas and Colonel Sanders. That would be
It
good.
sucks. They closed the original Wendy's before I had a chance to go to it when I lived in Columbus.
the Holy Land. I want to see this mucus, man.
It was a used car dealership that they turned into a restaurant. Yeah, here's the Frosty machine right
Okay.
here. So, yeah, pour that gross fucking shit
They're
in
not going
there.
to show it, are they?
Let's see if they show it.
I don't know. Do they have the balls to show the mucus membrane?
There it is.
There's
In the fucking bag.
That's like your bag here.
That's wine, though.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh,
I can see it, like the liquid in it.
Yeah, it's so fucking gross.
They're not going to show. Okay, it's coming out like Yoo-Hoo. So it's, ooh, you know what? I can
Look
kind of
at it.
see. I like how the top is shaped like the top of a toilet, too. You know, the tank of a toilet.
It looked like someone took a poo-poo in there.
Yeah.
And then it just shits out.
Could you imagine? I took a poop kind of looked like that one time. I had eaten 12 Krispy Kreme donuts in like 2.5 minutes as a dare on Battle Cam, and I passed out from Sugar Rush, and I woke up and I went to the bathroom and my poo-poo came out that consistency and color. It was pretty messed up. It was just like that. Thought I'd tell everybody about that. Yeah, I think handling the bag would be even grosser. Like we had a very chill view of that, very safe view.
It's all like swishy and shit. It's gross. Anyway.
His kids, I get why they're sticking together to making it work the best they can. But dude, your tuna casserole sucks and you give the lousiest blowjobs, and then the crowd just goes boo hiss.
Do you like how like you and Cobes have so many similarities? You just like are like just better.
No, shit, you never
Like you
hear the
guys
end
both love to drink. Like you both play the guitar. You both fucking worked at Wendy's. Like you were saying before, how like early you and Cobes had like a lot of things in common too. It's you guys could like never be friends.
No,
you could never be friends. You would rub each other the wrong way.
I'm Alpha Cobes.
Yeah, you're liquid Cobes.
Oh, what a pig Tim Allen is. Do you see what he did for an episode of Home Improvement? Oh my God. Like that's going to improve his home life and the marriage. Oh my God. You want a soap that makes women go, ooh. You got to check out Tactical Soap. Link description box below. Coupon code King Cobra 25.
Why'd that skip? Oh, I know why they. Okay, he's doing an
15% off.
ad.
You keep using that code right now, it's 15. But if you keep using it, eventually it goes up to 25%. We can keep rocking that soap and smelling good for the of-age ladies.
Shake
a woman
that beer.
shows up to the bar in a tight
Shake that beer.
dress, makeup and perfume, and
Great night to chill and sniff a few cold ones because he's been sniffing his beers lately. Remember that?
Is he about to like do a "she asked for it" kind of story?
I don't know. I want to see.
you know, groomed and shit. She shaved her legs, her pussy, her pits, and plucked her eyebrows and put on a little bit of makeup. Basic, whatever. Women have a higher beauty regimen than men, and it's kind of horse crap. That's why they get to have higher standards. Then that's why men don't, because let's be real, no one gives a shit.
There's many reasons why women have higher standards. Like if they have sex with somebody and they get pregnant, like they're forced to hold that baby for 9 months and become attached to it and probably have to take care of that baby when the dad splits. Dad can just leave, right? Dad can come in 1,000 women and be right back into it. Women have to actually gestate that. Yeah. Also, women look for more out of a man than men look for out of a woman. Men just want holes most of the time. Women want a guy that can take care of her, provide for her, and they want him to be 6 foot tall, make 6 figures, and have a 6-inch dick. 6'6". You women are satanic.
Hairy, and you don't wear makeup. Like they just look at you like, oh, gross male. You can get away with making farts and farting and making fart jokes and all this other nasty, typical gross male shit, and it's just like to a degree.
He always does this shit where he's like staring down a beer bottle. Like
they're calling him out now. The sniffing. He's sniffing the beer,
and it's fucking Bud Light. It's not like it's some special shit.
I am not
he's
racist.
A domestic
I am
vintner.
not sexist. I judge everybody.
See any unicorns down that
bottle? I find out otherwise. I find out you're a sick fuck. I'm done with your shit, dude. I'm not trying to be an ass about it, but if a man compliments a woman on her breast size, it gets called a pig and he's slapped. No one calls that verbal and physical assault. That only...
God damn it.
That only happens...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
When it's a female at fault. Because they birth children.
Fuck.
I hate sickos. And people are just calling me that because they have no life.
You're a sicko.
If it happened to them, they wouldn't like it.
You're a sicko.
Especially if they hated
You're
sickos
a sicko.
too. It's just like the mentality of it.
You're a sicko.
It's just like people are.
You're a sicko. You're a sicko. Fucking sicko.
I could win the lottery and start doing TikTok videos for my clock-towered mansion. And people are still going to talk crap. They're talking crap now, so it doesn't make much of a difference. You just got to keep doing your thing, you know? And fuck sickos for that matter.
I've fucked sickos before. It's not that great.
I wear goth makeup, paint my nails, and do a little bit of eyeliner. And occasionally black lipstick and corpse paint, that kind of thing. Is that the man wearing a dog collar with a lighter leash?
Yes, it is.
With a bandana underneath his dog collar and a necklace?
How do women not just jump all over this guy?
What the fuck is that? It's just weird.
He dresses like I dressed when I was a teenager. like not exactly, but like, yeah, like I wore.
Did you have the lighter on the dog chain?
No, I didn't have that. I had like the collar with the spikes on it and that kind of shit, and I had rings on my fingers and that kind of shit. But I was incredibly handsome and beautiful all at once.
Reminds me of myself.
People always fishing through the pockets, and I'm like, dude, fuck that.
Genius.
It's a collar,
Genius
so
level
here's your
Cobes.
leash.
I can't wait till something
leash.
happens and that
It's
lighter
goth
explodes on his
humor.
fucking neck and just burns and he's stuck to it with the
Ironically, there's a lot of
leash.
goth smoke.
The
That's
lighters
just how
explode
it
all the
is.
time, right?
They can.
The cigarettes are addicting, and it's just
I don't want that to happen to him, by the way.
nature of
Just
the
the
beast.
idea that it could.
Some
I don't want to
chicks
curse
are
Cobes. I feel bad now that I've
hitting
spoken
on
to
your
the
woman.
world. I know.
He's hurting your
I'm sorry,
game.
Cobes.
You got to go
Clink.
up in there and be like, "Hey, man, that's my woman. Please."
David
back
Rosenbaum
off."
says, as a Jew, I love Mel Gibson. I I think you should.
Are you watching the beginning of the
He's a
show
great
right
actor.
now?
He's a great actor. But this isn't Mel Gibson. This is King Cobra.
Wow, I could see how you got them confused.
New Mexico says, well, as a Mel Gibson, I can tolerate you, Jew.
Even if the dude's bigger than you and you got a problem with it, he's insecure about his muscles.
Imagine being 31 and you dress like you're 13, says Mouse Fitzgerald.
Patiently, you be a gentleman.
Imagine being King Cobra, like right, like I'm glad he's dressed at all.
He used to be shirtless a lot.
Yeah, I like that he's comfortable in his little Boglum get-up.
Boglum get-up.
If Cobes lights himself on fire, it will be when he's using spray paint indoors. Oh, God, that would suck. There's so many things that could go wrong, and I'm hoping it's just drinking till he blacks out and eating weird sandwich concoctions, stuff like that. That's the only wrong we need in Cobe's house. If he starts listening to his beer, you're done, Stephen LePierre. It's like a fucking conch shell.
Yeah.
So delusional he's
I can hear
hallucinating
the
now.
ocean in it.
Oh, my God.
I'll wash with Maverick number 3. And then do like a Bond number 1 on my jacket and clothes. And the combination of Maverick number 3 and Bond number 1 is just... Dude, you get the feel say, oh, yeah. I don't even got to say it. I've already said too much.
Have you?
Like, you got some dude creeping on you at the club or at the bar, like, and you don't even know her situation. You don't even read the situation. You just go in there like some fucking animal, like, and that's the kind of crap that makes chicks go and become cat ladies, is because dudes
Tactical soap is a female repellent.
be doing that shit.
If that's what
You
makes
at
chicks
the
become cat ladies, what makes alt-right men become cat boys?
Good question.
You're at the bar, hanging out with your 21 and up adults. And you say to yourself, that's a good looking 25-year-old over there. Damn. You don't just go up and start grabbing her tits and her ass.
Is that what you do at the club?
You don't do that? What?
It's a great way to get a drink thrown in your face, to get slapped, punched, crotch shotted, or pepper sprayed. And that ain't right.
If you just walk the right way in a club,
like
girls
you're
will
wait-
come put their tits in your fucking hands. You don't have to grab anything. You just gotta walk.
Just gotta go to Applebee's.
You just gotta walk right. It's all. You just gotta walk like you fucking own the place, and they'll just set their tits in your hands.
To in a rush to get to it.
Super easy.
You gotta just keep it cool like a bar. Maverick number 3. You feel me, you two?
Damn! Every time I do it, he's talking about assaulting women. It's like him and I are the same person.
But chill out, man.
Egghead's a Nazi.
Yeah.
Let's grab another glass and a bottle.
Pew pew. These editing gimmicks are fun. It's Wednesday night, go to bed. No, it's Hot Take Wednesday. We got a show to do, boys. SG says, I don't think Billy has ever physically intimidated anyone ever. Okay.
Nobody likes being stared at. At the same time, you're not going to hear this young lady being subscribed to because of certain attributes. And it's like, okay, if you see a chick that's of age and you find her attractive, regardless of her breast size, god damn. I put some creamer in that coffee if it was consensual. Yeah.
If it was consensual.
So, like, you don't have to mention that because we would assume it. A lot of this shit is implied, Cobra.
Well, a lot of
we would assume of age. We would assume related. We would assume, or I'm sorry, non-related. We would assume alive. It's your need to point that out every time seems very suspicious.
Because Cobes always reacts to the trolls, and they'll be like, "You're rapey. Why are you talking about assaulting and raping women?" Like they said assault earlier. They'll accuse him of that, so now he feels obligated to like spell it out extra. But what he should do is just like be like, "Well, I don't know. I think adding that in does help rile the trolls up too, because
Yes.
he's so over it. So maybe it is working for him. But I would just say
he has them trained, they have him trained rather.
I would just say, I would piss in her, no consent, and that's it.
I'd be a pig, but goddamn.
What, you cock licking the bottle?
Ooh, yeah.
Why?
That's the stuff. Of age, old enough for you personally, alive,
and
consenting.
Yeah, we already like the alive shit is so ridiculous. Yes, we know alive. Most people prefer alive sexual partners. We do like
most. You're right. Most.
Wait, like by far.
I'd say it's like at least 60% of people prefer alive.
Animal.
I think it's more like 99% of people.
It's gross how often that
And
stuff
no
goes down
relative.
in like
It doesn't happen that often though.
more than it should.
Which
It's
is
like
none. It shouldn't happen at all.
But
so-
it happens like more than you would think.
No. You do this with everything. You do it with like Mormons, and like polygamy. You do it with
Polygamy
everything.
happens quite a bit still.
This ain't the deep south now. Come down. Come
There's
down,
not like an
Cobra.
epidemic of necrophilia.
Okay. Anyways, tubes. I want to finish this beer and this apple pie goodness. That'll do it for the
One in the chat if you're into
alcohol, personally
necrophilia.
speaking.
There's 257 people watching right now.
I'm not doing one in the chat. I'll do a real poll if
If
you
we
want.
get 250 people that like
That's
it,
what really
then
helps you
we know
cut
it's
down,
They'll just troll
we know
vote
it's almost
at this point.
98% of people that like it.
They'll just troll vote at this point.
I know. I'm joking,
dude. The one in the chat shit is so pointless because literally people can vote multiple times.
Yeah, but it's just like we don't need actual results. We don't like the polls with actual results don't matter either, right?
I mean, they're more accurate,
but they don't matter. Like
of
none
course
of it
they don't matter
matters
because people can lie.
Yeah, so one in the chat doesn't
The
matter
one in
either.
the chat shit is some like trendy bullshit that caught on that like really doesn't prove anything.
It's just getting people in on the joke.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
One in the chat if it's getting you in on the joke.
No.
Two in the chat if it's not. They will troll vote. Sounds like Trump saying it was rigged. Oh, interesting.
Hey, where's the lie?
If I really particularly like it, does the vote count as two? I think so, yeah.
You know, I still remember when we could drive in my little small town that I grew up in.
I wonder whose money he got to have this video. He hasn't been doing these, has he?
We have to do this. It's a lot harder to vote multiple times in an actual election. It's so easy to vote in a chat. You literally just
Don't touch me. Yeah, they're gonna touch me.
keep typing the same shit over and 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 over.
This Drunken Peasants guy's being a spam prick.
Over and over and over and
I'm gonna
over
ban
and
him.
over and over. You can't. That's the cute part.
Banning him right now.
You can't.
Yep, he's gone. He's out of here.
Oh damn.
Fuck him.
Oh
You
damn.
could drive into the school parking lot with gun racks in the back of a pickup truck, and yet there were no school shootings. Why? It was a different America. But somewhere we went wrong. And
There's been
I think
school
it's because
shootings for
we
quite
as
a while.
parents, we forgot the spirit of a
And
pledge.
the school shootings happen because idiot parents give their children access to guns.
Yeah.
Unchecked, and they get them and do this kind of shit. So it's the access to guns and untreated mental illness that causes these shootings. It's not like society.
Oh, what's the spirit of a predator, you may ask? Well, Call me a right-wing religious nut job, but I want to take you back to a little Bible story of David. David, a little shepherd boy on the backside of a Judean hillside, when the Bible tells us that a lion and a bear, both predators, come on different occasions to take and steal a little lamb.
I do not believe lions have ever been indigenous to what we would call Israel/Palestine today. So the story in of itself is bullshit.
Isn't that where the ark landed, though?
No, they don't say specifically where the ark landed.
I thought there was an area where they thought the ark was, and it was.
There's places where they think it is, but I don't think it actually happened. But Israel that comes way after the Noah's Ark story. That happens like the Israelites being enslaved in Egypt, which is also a debatable historical thing that like has not been confirmed.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
And by the way,
as far as the Bible goes,
and by the way, it took them like years to walk from Egypt to what is now known as Israel, when literally you could do it in less than 2 days.
Because they had to stop for all the holidays.
No, that's
There's
not
so
what
many
happened.
holidays.
No, that's
Hundreds,
not
if
what
not
happened.
maybe even thousands of sheep under his care. Why would he care about one little insignificant
They were like, oh,
lamb?
they're schlepping.
Why would he fight a lion and a bear over it unless he understood the spirit of a predator? You see, a lion and a bear understand this. If I come for one little lamb today and you don't do anything about it, well, I'm going to come back for one again next week. And then the week after that.
He is the child. He's the first person to be born of two men reproducing. Kevin James and Fred Durst got together.
And the week after that, and the
created
week
this
after that,
man.
until I've eaten you out of house and home. You see, it's 1 degree at a time. You
He used to always wear that red New York Yankees cap like Fred Durst.
want to know how you boil a frog? Yeah, you don't just throw them in hot water. No, you get them in tepid, lukewarm water. And then 1 degree at a time, you begin to turn up the heat until the frog is literally boiled alive.
Is that how you boil a frog?
It sounds like you're a sick fuck. Thanks for giving me lessons on how to torture animals.
That's exactly
Is this what they do to boil frogs? Is this what they do?
I don't know. I don't boil
Where's he
frogs.
getting this from?
The publicly
He's a
funded
sick
television and public education, public schools raise our kids. Then we send them off to college, and we think that they're getting some higher education.
I'd rather have my kids watching Wishbone than this fucking guy.
They learn that the American flag is, are you ready for this? Bigoted. The Pledge of Allegiance has to be banned. The founding fathers, yes, who are up.
I don't think I don't think the flag is bigoted. And the Pledge of Allegiance, I don't think it's banned.
On this wall back here, yeah, they're just a bunch of racists. Capitalism is horrible, it's evil. The Constitution is misogynist, and we end up with college graduates. Something like this. Go ahead and play this clip.
No! I am not the problem! I am the solution! You are the problem! I went to college! You hear me? Do not mess with me.
This is a troll.
Yeah, this isn't real.
He's playing this like it's genuine.
Warning you!
Wow. I mean, seriously, where is that guy going to get a job? He's not going to be able to get a job at McDonald's.
There's Tig Notaro. She's rich.
I thought maybe he could get a job at Facebook. I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg would hire him as a content moderator. I mean, seriously, guys, where do we stop this nonsense? How do we stop
Look at them titties.
I'll tell you how.
They're like weird, like side saggy titties.
Titty fuck him.
It's going to happen when we get involved.
His titties are in his armpits.
Cute.
It's going to happen when you and I decide to join the school board, that when we show up to PTA meetings, when instead of defunding the police, that we enroll our kids in a cadet program, or maybe get them on as a junior firefighter. Maybe we start by shutting off YouTube and shutting off everything else. They don't need to keep up with the Kardashians. They need to keep up with world events. So turn off the fake news. Turn off CNN. Turn off Fox News. I got a good idea for you.
Oh, now Fox News is fake news.
Why don't you put on Newsmax?
Oh, God.
Wow.
Ooh. That might up their IQ points a few.
Is that true?
No, it is not. I will be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll put Billy on full screen.
Boom, 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 boom. Everybody ask questions, and I'll give you all the answers right here, right now. This man finna start Squirrel News. I wouldn't be mad at Squirrel News. Josh's suggestion is they work at McDonald's so he can get his Big Macs faster. Man, used to be able to like work at McDonald's and buy a house. Isn't that crazy? In the 70s, you could manage a McDonald's and buy a house. Billy, how do you stay such a sweet boy? By choosing sweet instead of choosing sour. So many people choose sour and they let it consume them. I choose sweet. It keeps me sweet. I'm freshly sugared all the time. Oh. How do I feel about being only one of two hosts that understand jokes for the most part? Oh, I mean, we get a lot of hosts that come in and understand jokes. And I think that it makes for an interesting night. It makes for an interesting show. I think that some comedy is jokes and some comedy is reacting to drunk people play shit guitar. It's good. It's good. It's all good. That's why we all watch Drunken Peasants podcast, because it's an amalgamation of reality, moments pushed together, people laughing and crying and failing and winning all at once. Billy the Sweet Boy with the most non-sweet boy takes? No way. My takes are super sweet boy. Ooh, why is this episode so good? Are you watching the same episode I am? Maybe because Vito was on. Give it to Vito. No, Billy, you could not buy a house working at McDonald's in the 70s, but you could buy a car, a good car for sure back then. No, I fucking know people who put themselves through college and put mortgages down working at McDonald's. You obviously can't buy it outright, but things were a lot different back then. You could get a mortgage, you can get a car, you can manage a McDonald's. Two people working in a household could buy things. You could be working 60 hours a week right now, 2 jobs, and not be able to afford a mortgage on a house. It's the game has changed. It's not the same. Billy, what are your thoughts on the housing bubble? I think it's a sick, disgusting setup where the rich literally leverage the market to the point where it bursts, and then they pick up the pieces when it bursts. They make it so people who can't really afford something buy into the dream. They make it harder and harder for them to afford it. And then when the market bursts, they pick up the pieces cheap because they're the ones that can afford the collateral to buy it. It's sick. Bubble about to burst again. Yeah.
I can't wait for it too, because right now in the Seattle area, houses are selling like way above listing price because it's competitive. It's like this crazy competitive market. Everyone's trying to buy a house, and like a house will go on sale for a certain amount and sell for like 25, 30, 40, 50% above asking price. It's crazy. Oh, here's a Dalton Piss Whistle making fun of us.
Cute.
I mean, I wanted to be here like from
Well, no, I didn't mean it like that.
No.
But I'm saying, you know, it is kind of a thing to just pick up and come down to Florida.
Yeah.
So what was like?
I don't know, man. It was just like where else you get an opportunity like this? You're at ground.
Let's go to the other screen so that we can see Dalton's face.
You're right.
Right now, it looks like you're sitting in his lap.
Hi, Dalton.
Oh my God! Please,
Dalton.
please don't give him a lap dance.
Is that
Ben.
a rocket in your
Please don't give him a
pocket?
lap dance.
Or are you just happy to see
Oh,
me,
Ben, please
Dalton?
don't turn around and put your head in his lap. And I don't know if you guys watched the last episode. We were watching. Who was it? Beardson, right?
Yeah.
And Beardson was talking, and he was right over my shoulder on the screen, and like I randomly just looked over and kissed Beardson on the face.
All right.
It was cute.
He is not
American
supposed to be that fat.
conservatism and you know, sort of the
Somewhere, well, like Billy, you think, oh, he could only be that way. You know, when you look at him,
You know what I'm saying? You're like, yeah, that makes sense. This guy,
he's built to fat.
That's what people say about.
What are you guys talking about?
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how I look like I can't be anything but fat.
Right.
And Ethan Ralph looks like he probably
What are you
shouldn't
guys
be as
talking
big as he
about?
is. Like he'd look better as like a svelte man. I
What
just look
happened
like
to your voice, Dalton Piss Whistle? Why is your voice so high pitched? It's very strange.
Literally every single one of you is morbidly obese. I just want to point that out right now.
Only me. I guess I fat around so much that you guys catch the fat.
I guess so.
Anastasia,
I like
almost.
yeah, Anastasia not obese, Joe not obese. Me, I'm fat. Like I'm overweight for my height right now. I don't know about morbidly obese.
Yeah, literally one of us is morbidly obese, and then me, who is super obese.
Oh, am I just morbidly
yeah, you're
obese?
just morbidly. Get it
Like,
right.
yeah, Ralph is fat. I
Uh-huh.
can laugh at it. First
Okay.
of all, I would consider myself a friend of Ralph. I
A friend
like
of Dorothy?
Ralph. Ralph has never done me wrong. I've spoken to Ralph.
I'm friends with Ralph, and Ralph has done me wrong. He's fucking attacked us on the podcast.
Yeah.
Like, and I still consider Ralph like an acquaintance. I wouldn't say a friend.
Yeah,
I've never been
probably,
a friend with him, but still an acquaintance.
He would stab his best friend in the back. He literally did that recently. So
on many occasions, and he's given me a lot of streaming advice, and I appreciate him for that.
Did he tell you how to release revenge porn? Because yeah, he did that too. Do you stand behind that? How about the doxing?
But it's like you guys are literally super fucking fat.
I am.
This
yes.
guy
super
eats
obese.
almost every live stream. This guy, this
True.
Billy,
I do.
You've been watching all of our streams.
I
Wow,
love it.
you're a fan.
King.
Billy guy eats almost. I mean, well, I've only watched maybe one episode.
Oh, now you're dial it back now. Run it back. Run it back
Well, now I
And then
feel like his commentary on me has no point.
Someone sent this to me, but almost every I feel like you eat every single episode. That's just how I feel.
Okay, and I feel like you eat dick for dinner. Does that sound fair?
So, what do you mean they're so fat? I couldn't picture this guy not fat. Look at this guy. This
That's
guy looks
literally
like
what we just said. Literally what we just said, you fucking low intel fool. He just said, Billy, you look at Billy, you couldn't picture him not fat. That was literally what this started with. Are you that dumb that you're repeating what we said and saying we're dumb, and then you're using our stance to make us look dumb? That makes you look dumb. Fuck Dalton. I thought better of you.
Why did you think better of him?
Because I thought, he's the best of what they have to offer.
He's
Him,
not,
Nick,
though. He
him,
simps
Nick,
for them.
all those
Pearson.
guys that are. I thought they were the best of their community.
No,
but they're not. They're fucking dumb.
tub of mayonnaise, dude.
Mayonnaise.
This guy looks like a tub of mayonnaise.
Yes.
This guy looks like fucking Play-Doh, dude. Are you kidding
Play-Doh
me?
file?
This guy is more like fat as fuck.
Yes.
How much do you weigh? Like 700 pounds?
Not now.
Give or take?
Yeah.
Give or take.
Give or take 700 pounds.
500 maybe?
Yes, give or take
At
500
the
maybe.
bare minimum, you weigh 500 pounds.
Yes, give or take.
Like, what a fucking weirdo. Do you have no self-awareness? Do you not understand that you are fat as fuck, too?
Built to fat.
He's built to fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he realizes that. We were talking about that.
The street is he's 5'1".
I just said I was built to
Ethan
fat.
Ralph?
That's
Yeah, remember,
exactly being aware of my
He's
fat.
not. I hung out with him. He's just not 5.
He's not 5'1". He's not.
I don't think he's 5'1" either, but
Yeah,
I would
it's a
like to know
meme.
his height.
I don't know why also people who like hate on anyone adjacent to America First, right? Anyone who hates on anything adjacent to America First, they just make up lies. Ralph
do it
is
too.
Ralph is average height. I'd say he's 5'10", 5'11".
Interesting.
Maybe 5'9" at the shortest. I'm 5'9", and I consider myself a short king. But Ralph is not 5'1". I see this all the time on the Kiwi farms where
A
they'll
short
be like,
king.
they posted the picture of Jaden height mogging everybody, and they were like, well, Jaden's 5'9", so that means everybody else is 4'6". Really? Really?
Yes, really. Give us your real fucking height. Go to a police lineup. Come on, do it.
Okay. Sure.
When he got into that fight, he walked into those people's house.
I think they might have been.
They all towered over him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's 1 inch taller than me.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
I think he's taller
Very
than
short
that.
man. Is that not legally like a midget or a dwarf?
I think
Under
4'11".
Under
4'11" for a man.
That's called a girl, Dalton. Just so you know.
He's married to something that looks like one. Male and 4'9" for a female.
4'8" is the female.
4'8",
Yeah.
okay.
I looked it up because I was like, am I legally a midget?
Close.
You're illegally a midget.
One compacted spine.
Really?
away.
Yeah.
Relax. She's fat too. Look.
What?
My guy sees big fake tits and thinks that means she's fat.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, like, look at her. She
I'll tell
looks
you
like
what.
she could be fat.
Dude shouldn't be throwing shade when you're not laying in bed with the thinnest woman on earth.
Yeah, he's
dude.
married to a semi-chunker, and she's
Yeah.
cute. She's
Yeah,
cute.
she's
she
not
has
ugly.
she has a huge trampy tattoo on her leg, which makes me think that she's seen some shit.
America First would not.
She's
like
probably
that.
wore a couple of fucking elephant cocks across her forehead during a gangbang. She's got the body type and the tattoos. But that's suggesting something I don't have facts for. Just reasonable realization that she's got the extra weight and the tattoos to make me think that she has had gangbangs and had wet, cummy fucking penises laid across her face, slithered across her face. But I don't know that to be a fact. I just know based on her body shape, her tattoos, she's into that shit.
Black
Probably.
does not make you
Allegedly.
look skinnier. That's a common misconception. Everybody thinks that black makes you look skinnier. That's just not true.
Who said that?
Okay.
People say black is a slimming.
So, yeah.
I think
You're one good punch in the back from being a dwarf.
Right of the political aisle here in Orlando, and it's like nothing else is going on that's this big and this impactful. You know, you look at CPAC, it's all washed up. Nobody cares anymore.
This is fresh from his facial reconstruction surgery too.
Hey, he looks good for having just
that's
gotten
why
the
he's
shit kicked out of him.
That's why he's wearing the sunglasses, because that's where he got hit most of the time.
Ralph's face was fine at this point, by the way. I think like you can see, like, there's a little line.
He had to have facial reconstruction surgery.
Like there's like a little bit of bruising. It looked like, but
Well, thank you for clearing that up. We were worried about Ralph.
I'm glad to know that you find his face aesthetically pleasing.
Went out to eat. Harrison was there. Some other people from InfoWars. We all went out to eat, and he didn't wear sunglasses. I wore mine because that's kind of like my thing. I don't really know where my sunglasses are right now. Oh,
it's your thing,
they're
but
over
you're
there.
not
They're all
wearing
the way
them, and
over
you
there.
don't know where they are. Okay.
But anyway, yeah, Ralph was fine.
He got his orbital bone
and it's because of its failure. And this is where it's really happening. So I knew I had to make it. I knew I had to make it happen and be here, you know. So
Now, what was
If I
some of
was
your highlights?
alt-right, I would dress.
Here we go. Money talk.
Peak performance. Okay. I mean,
I agree. Ralph and I are like tied for peak performance.
Folks out, thank you so much.
If somebody wants to donate money to us to say that Billy is peak performance, these heteros salty, I would appreciate that right now.
Hoaxel sent $5. Ralph is peak performance.
Thank
He's
you,
homo
buddy.
salty.
Thank
performance at what?
you. Yeah, that's so true. That's so
That's better.
true.
Like that's a fact.
Yeah, you'd wear suits like the cozy TV boys.
Yeah, it would look really good if I was alt right.
Well,
Lights from the evening last night.
Dude, honestly, I mean, meeting Gavin McInnes was insane because that was like my first major red pill, you know, when I was in high school and stuff. And meeting primarily, like the
Claude
biggest thing for me was
has the worst fucking name and the
Yes.
worst fucking voice. He is
Don't
straight
be Claude
out of.
Felter.
I've
He's-
said this before. Oh, go ahead.
He's like a simp for Nick Fuentes. He's like an underling of Nick Fuentes. So imagine the
I can't
level of
imagine.
manliness.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. You know,
I do have the worst name. I'm not even gonna lie. Claude Felter. It
Hey,
sounds like you're hawking.
That's a win for us. We got him to agree.
something
Big
up.
fan.
It doesn't sound great.
Sometimes I just think of that picture of Fuentes looking longingly at Catboy.
Yeah.
That famous picture.
Yeah.
That is worth 10,000 words, and they're all similes for the word gay. They're all synonyms for the word gay. Not
Similes.
All the followers. I like how Joe corrected himself, and this guy didn't know the difference until Joe corrected himself.
Retard.
Like he could have said similes retard before Joe corrected himself, and would have looked like a genius. But wait until afterwards to say it makes you look like you're just jumping on the bandwagon when Joe already corrected himself. You dumb son of a bitch.
Fuentes has.
Yeah, I did radio for 4 years. I did radio for 4 years. I think
College
my voice
radio?
is pretty good.
At the fucking.
I sometimes as I stream so much these days, I lose my voice, or I try and talk softer, maybe not as clear, because you get into your voice just gets tired. It just does, and when you do it every day for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, it can become a problem.
Looks at a cat boy.
Yeah.
Like it's a weird triangle.
Catboy, do you guys know about Catboy? That's so true.
Look, and it's not just like a good freeze frame. That is somebody who's saying, "You can get with me.
Yeah.
You already have me.
Yeah.
Like, why are you even playing?" It's more than
Gladfelter has a founding stock ring to it. Good name. I appreciate that. I've come to.
It's all like his chat is just all people that suck his dick.
No, it's okay, Galton's. It's okay.
Gladfelter's great. Dalton's great too.
It's great. Please don't let them question you. Please don't back down to them when they say your name dumb. It makes us feel weak. We look up to you because we are 5'6" short kings.
I like it more actually since I started streaming. I used to not like it at all, and I didn't know if I wanted to go by Dalton Clodfelter or use like a stage name when I started streaming. But I was like, fuck it. I want people I want to use my name. You know.
Beyond, He made a woman's.
You look like a female to male tranny. I hope you know that.
He's talking to Joe.
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know.
Your
the
facial hair's
long
all
hair.
fucking weird.
You have no facial hair, sir.
You've got like the long receding hairline, but you're like trying to look feminine. So yeah, how about you shut the fuck up? How about that, big guy? Also, you look like the type of guy that kind of looks skinny from the shoulders up, but your body is like it's almost like a pyramid, right? It just gets bigger as it goes down, and everything just sort of hangs. That's what you may be like a guy who lost a lot of weight at one point.
Like so wrong on every level.
Interesting.
But you're still kind of fat.
If he could be this wrong about Joe, maybe he's wrong about the Jews too.
Maybe.
And that's what you look like. I don't know who you are, guest cam guy.
On his face.
It's like he had a pregnancy glow.
Yeah, it was amazing. Just
these roasting skills are inferior. They're just.
It's like he looks like, maybe from the top he looks handsome, and then as it goes down below the camera where you can't see, sloppy pyramid body,
Okay,
amazing
dude.
Thing. The gayest face ever made was by Nick Fuentes, who wants to put himself as the ultimate in manliness.
But that's only for
traditional
people,
manliness.
only for men that lack in manliness, right? Like any real man.
Anybody who wants.
All
to.
right. Holy shit.
What were you saying about actual manliness?
Oh, but actual.
And a man does not know how a sandwich came upon.
Do people really watch this shit? Holy cow!
No, they don't.
Just go get what you want. We're hunter gatherers.
They're not people.
Just go be a fucking man. Have whatever you like. It's yours. There's a secret, guys. Watching
Oh,
at
holy
home.
shit! Goal for the bonus show is $800. Are you serious?
Shit.
$800?
Shit.
$800.
Shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I guess they're not that relevant anymore. I remember I've heard of them back in like 2016, I think.
Shit.
Everything you want is yours. You just gotta.
I've seen Billy the Fridge slam hot dogs in seconds. Yeah, please link that.
Shit.
Love seeing this fat fucking lesbian screaming about what a man he is.
Shit.
Yeah, he looks like if Ellen DeGeneres decided to eat nothing but hamburgers.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah, I look like Ellen DeGeneres.
Isn't
Rosie
she blonde?
O'Donnell, maybe.
Yeah.
Give me a Rosie O'Donnell. Like, at least get it right, dude.
2 months straight.
And
Just
Ellen
got
still pulled
super
Portia
fucking
de
fat.
Rossi.
Let herself
If
go.
Ellen got fat, she'd get Porco de Rossi.
Or
well,
a
fat pig Portia.
bull
That'd be hot.
dyke. You absolute waste of space.
Whoa.
And
Actually,
actually, you know,
don't talk to me like that 5'9" short king.
He's about to talk about me.
So is Ben Pie or Bimpy or whatever the fuck your name
Benpy.
is.
Blippy.
Same
Benpy.
thing goes for you. You look like a morbidly obese bull dyke who got stung by bees.
But how did he know I was a beekeeper?
He just got done watching the movie My Girl.
Oh, hold on! Isn't like a born? Isn't don't they have like a bowl haircut? Like, isn't that part of it? So he doesn't even know what that term means.
Soak your fucking head, you fat fuck.
Agent Buttfuck says this man looks like Ketchum if he never got Pikachu.
Yeah,
wrecked.
Anyway, there it is. Yeah, 800 for the bonus show. Damn, Dalton.
It sucks that he calls us out on the one night we're not going to make the goal in like 3 years.
You always do this every time.
It's. I mean, look. It's 10:04 p.m. Like we started what, almost 4 hours ago.
Almost.
We got over 30% of the way to go, and Dalton Piss Whistle just called us out.
Damn.
It's rough. It's rough. He's trying to pull references like Dennis Miller, I assume, but isn't even on Dane Cook's level. Oh.
That got stung by bees.
Can't believe you got stung by bees.
I got
man.
stung by bees.
Can't believe you got stung by bees.
God, his insult game is flawless.
Flawless victory.
It's funny he like called all of us fat. The people who are like objectively not even close to fat, he called them fat too.
Anastasia is like 5'1", 5 foot tall, and under 100 pounds with gigantic fucking fake tits that put her.
And she's thin. Like
Yeah. She got big old stupid sacks of titty bolted onto her body and still is under 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Jeez. She's the epitome of tiny. Except for her tits. They're big because she bought them. She's a fucking Instagram model that sells her pictures without showing her nude body. She sells fucking. She got OnlyFans where she's covered up. What the fuck is that? That's good money right there. You only got to show your nipples or your butthole and people pay you. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Hey, thank you guys who helped out tonight. So it's very appreciated. Seth looks, I see you coming through all night long. I appreciate you. Everybody else, well fixed soul as always. 69.69% of the goal. I know, right?
Here she is going into a fucking washing machine.
How does she fit?
Yeah, she's
How
so
can
fat.
she fit?
Oh my God, she's so fat.
How can she fit?
She's so fat.
We've all seen Joe naked. The only thing fat about him is his cock. How can she fit? I like how there's just some random kid next to her digging through the fucking doopy-doop. We all know Joe would break this man's soul if he ever spoke to him. Also, tip train, motherfuckers. The tip train. Yeah, Joe would like easily.
I would love to see that.
Like, I want to go to America First with Joe because not only would he like pulverize everybody there physically or verbally, whichever one they chose, but he would like win them all over and they would all follow him and he would be the new alt-right leader. Joe could kill it as an alt-right leader. He's
he looks skinny, guys, but the part of the camera where you can't see, he's fat as fuck
turns
down
into
there.
Big old floppy, saggy titty
Like
man.
what? It's fucking insane. They have to totally convince themselves of all this shit that's not actually true to justify all of their dumb bullshit.
And they have an audience that just says, yeah, no, it's great. So that's why I think that we are really blessed because our audience consistently shits on us.
Oh yeah.
That makes us like true, real entertainers.
Sometimes it's for fun.
Sometimes the audience lies about us, says that we're 5'4.5" and that we shit it up at Chipotle. Like they're sick in the head, but we still continue to entertain them. I want the Apprentice with Joe. Huh. Interesting. What would Joe's reality show be? If he was the host of a reality show, like what would the goal be? Take in 8 young men and turn them into absolute psychopaths?
Maybe.
Like we're gonna send you into an RV with a knife. Don't kill anybody or yourself. I can't change even if I tried. Donald Trump served as a Navy SEAL with Joe. True.
It's time to start the tip train. The tip train. We got 30% to go. We can do this. We do it every week.
I was the one who made your IMDb say 5'4.5". You were the one Muffin Man.
Wow.
You motherfucker. Do you know the Muffin Man? How could you? Rustin Avery for Emperor of Earth. I don't know what that means. Please, 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 please. Stop calling me 5'4".
Check this out. It's a baby penguin.
Penguins are cool as hell, man.
Oh no. It is adorable. Oh no. They're trying to weigh it.
He's jobber walking.
It does not understand. Oh god, that's cute. Oh
my guy. What, did you not weigh him already?
Oh, it's whining. It does not like it. It's 14 pounds.
I think it might be kilograms, or is it pounds?
It could be kilograms. Oh, God.
Because that looks like a little chonker. If that thing's 14 pounds, I'm surprised. I would think it was more like 40 with the kilograms, the kgs. He doesn't want to know how fat he is. Yeah, he's just trying to hide the truth. He's like, dude, I'll lose weight next year. Please, no way. Self-conscious. Poor little guy. 14 kg is like 30 pounds. A little more than 30 pounds, right? Yeah. Penguin's name is Willie the Frigid. Damn. Billy gets PTSD from weighing videos. It's true. Why you got to pick on me? Little sweet boy penguin. You ever watch the video of that penguin that lives in Japan and walks around and fucking, like, rides the bus and shit?
No, I saw a news story about a dog in Seattle that would do that.
Yeah, I think the guy, maybe the guy doesn't ride the bus, but this penguin in Japan is so cool. I want to find him. We got a little backpack. Okay, I'm going to click this. The little guy goes shopping with his fucking backpack. You find it yet?
No. What is it?
I'm about to ship you this cool-ass video that is beautiful and lovely. Let me see if I can get this link to you without closing out my porn tab. All right. There's this cool little penguin, man. This penguin is so cool, man. It might be China. I don't think it's China, my dude. I don't think it's China. I think you are wrong. You hear about the penguin with the anime waifu? Well, stop. Now I'm interested. Is that Pen Pen from Evangelion? Penguin goes shopping. Yeah. Coolest little fucking penguin ever. This penguin right here, he's chill. But this other penguin is like straight up Baby Yoda vibes.
In Japan.
Look at this homie.
Meet Lala, a 10-year-old king penguin who used to call the Antarctic home.
Look at this. Fucker's got a backpack.
Lala lives here with the Nishimoto family.
Lala's got a little refrigerator in the house.
Living like a king.
Look at this little
He's
dude.
got his own room complete with a powerful air conditioner. And free run
you guys
of
are
the
saying,
property.
damn, it's hella old. But
Lala isn't your average
the fact that you
couch
don't
penguin.
know about this
He likes to travel.
is a travesty.
That's when the Nishimotos
Yeah, there's a
help
chance this
pack him
penguin's
up
no longer
for a
alive.
trip
This
into
penguin
town.
should be a god right now. Look at this little fucker going to the store. Whibbida wobbida whibbida wobbida wop. He's so cool.
When Lala hits the road, his favorite destination is no surprise. Where else?
You know where
The
Lala's
fish
going.
store.
This is wild. Hey, Lala, what you want, some fish? Hell yeah, I want some fish.
They just swallow that shit whole. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
look at Lala grubbing. That's like some Chipotle.
Sardines and mackerel are his favorites. He loves to eat them. He is adorable.
Adorable, yes, and deserving of a doggy bag for the trip home.
Look at that. Look at my guy's got a
Lala
little
grew up in
takeout.
the cold Antarctic, and now lives in a city known for its heat and humidity. As he heads home, he seems to pause at this soda machine.
Yeah. Can we get my guy a
Then
soda,
moves on,
please?
possibly realizing he left his change in his other suit.
Boo.
Bad joke.
No problem. Just head into a neighbor's yard for a quick hose down.
Japan is ridiculous. Yes.
Ah, refreshing.
Look at my
Then
guy
back on the road.
getting hosed down. He's living the life. This is like a real life Pokemon right here.
Once home, Lala gets his knapsack unpacked, checks out his room.
I like how Bing Bong's jealous of the penguins, the attention the penguins get in.
And at the end of a
Bing
long
Bong's like,
day,
oh,
he
look,
spends a little quality
animals can be
time
trained to do
with
what
the
we
rest of the family.
naturally do. Yes, it's impressive. Penguins don't naturally
we
do
love
this.
our dogs, especially when we've
Can't
trained
believe
them
you're
to do
jealous of
something
the penguin,
very
Bing Bong.
impressive. But this, here's ABC's Neil Karlinski.
You get all kinds of characters on the D line in downtown Seattle, but only one can get away with licking the seat in front of her and still being the most popular passenger.
Yeah, she makes everybody happy. How can you not love this face?
Eclipse is a 2-year-old lab mix who sometimes rides the bus all by herself.
Next stop.
She's hardly shy
Next
introducing
stop.
herself to fellow passengers when, of course, she's not too busy looking out the window. Getting on the bus near her home, she sits patiently through 5 downtown Seattle stops and then trots to the door all by herself at just the right one. Where else would a self-sufficient bus riding dog be going? The dog
Little
park.
fucker goes to
Jeff
the dog
Young
park.
is Eclipse's human and usually rides the bus with her, except when she takes off and does it by herself.
It's just the bus to the dog park and back. She keeps it simple.
Of course, after a full day of commuting, even an intrepid traveler like Eclipse needs a little rest. Neil Karlinski, ABC News on the D-Line bus in Seattle.
Taking the bus to the dog park, and we hope to see you tomorrow night.
Little doggy. Little doggy. It's impressive the dog doesn't miss its stop. I wonder if the bus driver's ever like, hey,
dog.
Hey, dog, you're about to miss your stop. Because I've
Dogs
missed
have-
my stop before, and I'm not a dog. I'm
Dogs
a
have
human.
a really good sense of direction. Like there have been dogs that like got lost and found their way back. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what Homeward Bound was about, right?
Yeah.
They go across country to get to their owners or whatever. The dog commutes to his job at Wendy's. I wonder how long until we have pets trained to do like jobs for us. They have to actually go and do like workloads. Like we can't afford to just have pets anymore. They got to earn their keep. So we're all right, dog. Go take this Uber delivery. This is Stephen Hawking.
I've collected so many ridiculous Nick Fuentes screenshots for thumbnails.
A dog in Russia caught the train and was stabbed by someone. They made a statue.
That's sad.
Do you have a good sense of direction, Billy? A decent sense of direction. When I delivered pizzas, I had to learn a lot about direction because it was before there was GPS.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, I did. I grew up having to know street names and like what streets cross over each other and where certain things like landmarks. Now it's like, oh, just program it.
Yeah, I had to like find where these houses are based on like the area. And some areas were not easy to find. And I would get lost. I remember getting lost and I was like 45 minutes late back to my delivery.
Yes.
They're like, where were you? I was like, I got lost. I had no way to call. I didn't have a cell phone, you know?
Right.
I was fucking lost. And they're like, what? Like you were lost? I was like, yeah, I got lost. What am I supposed to do? They're like, okay. And I was like, I literally was driving for like 30, 40 minutes trying to find my way. I was seeing horses and stuff. And it wasn't a horse area. I was like, where the hell am I with horses?
Where the hell am I with horses?
Yeah, I was like, why are there fucking horses here? I was freaking out. I was lost.
We need a hero right now. Who's out there that's going to help us get this goal a little further along? Get us to 80%.
The movie gives me anxiety. Which movie? All movies give me anxiety. That's why I watch them.
They all give you anxiety?
All of them, every single one. I went to see Morbius last night.
Oh, I didn't even know that's out.
Yeah.
Bad.
It was nothing.
Jared Leto.
Yeah, it was nothing like offensively bad, but it wasn't like redeeming at all either.
And like Owen Wilson is in it, right?
No, not Owen Wilson. It's Matt Smith who played Doctor Who.
Okay. All right.
After David Tennant.
I was like, who else is in it?
And
who else is in it though?
I can't think of anybody else with any star power in it.
I was getting Morbius confused with Mobius.
The Mobius strip?
From Loki, that character
Oh.
that Owen Wilson played.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was getting confused there.
Michael Keaton is, I guess, in it. Tyrese is in it, yeah.
Yeah, Michael Keaton's
Tyrese is in it. Yeah, but Michael Keaton's really not in it. He's got a fucking little part. Willard is Billy's favorite movie. I don't like Willard. I watched it when I was a kid. I'm not a big fan of rats. I hate rats. They drive me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room. I died there. The rats ate me. Rats? I hate rats. They drive me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room. I died there. The rats ate me. Rats? What if I did that for the next fucking 7 hours? Moby is not in it, you sickos. You don't know anything about Moby, do you?
Chugga chugga.
Hey, Coop Car, thank you. That gets us realistically close. And actually, we started 4 hours ago on the dot. So I'm putting in the hour timer right now. 11:20, I'm calling it a night, 11:20. If you guys can rally in the next hour and get us $123.79, get us that goal in the next hour, we're going to be there. Otherwise, I'm calling it a night. B-Ball Julian in the Streamlabs, or the super chats that don't go towards the Streamlabs, and the stream goes on and on and on and on until I say to myself, come on, Gord. The stream goes on and on and on and on. The Coop Car is a hero. Thank you, seriously, for everything you do. I saw that 3 turned to 4 as Billy said that, right? Am I right, Nicholas Rosa? Am I right? Coop Car came in on the 4-hour mark and gave us a little hope. Put a little hope in our pipe to smoke it.
And the stream goes on and on and on and on until I say to myself, come on.
Have I watched the new Judd Apatow movie on Netflix? I watched the trailer for it. I'm like, I like to go to the movie theater and watch movies because, like, I'm in this area, I'm in this room, and I'm chilling, watching on a big screen. Sometimes I sit in the back row on my phone, and I'm not even paying full attention to the movie. But it's more of like just a destination for me to go and be away from everything for a little bit. So I don't really sit at home and watch movies on Netflix that much. Like, I'll watch old classics with Joe pretty often. We started rewatching the Broken Lizard movies. Like, we watched Super Troopers, Beer Fest, and Club Dread. And that's fun, rewatching the oldies. Billy, go to the drive-in. I went to the drive-in quite a bit, but it's like an hour-and-a-half drive. During the pandemic, because the movie theaters were closed, I was making that trek a couple times to go to the drive-in. Billy, how is there not an Oliver Tree parody of Brett Keane made by Hugh yet? Because do we really need another Oliver Tree parody? Like, Oliver Tree himself is parody. But, I mean, we could do all the parodies. We're going on and on and on and on. We could do it. Next, you guys should watch all the Simon Pegg movies. We might. Yeah, Slammin' Salmon, I think, is next on the docket because Joe had never seen it before. And I brought it up, and that's when we started watching them all.
I was thinking, since James Gunn is making DC properties now.
Well, he's going back to Marvel.
Is he?
Yeah, he's.
So he won't do any DC shit anymore?
He might, but
because I was thinking, like, Peacemaker is an obscure. He's good with the obscure shit and making it cool, and then like making it musical too. But I would think it'd be really cool if he made
For the great big,
yes,
wobbly dangly one, Zuck socks.
Thank you. It would be it'd be great if he made the next Green Lantern movie.
The Green Lantern?
Yeah, the Green Lantern's a great character, but they just didn't do it right with Ryan Reynolds. Like, it wasn't Ryan Reynolds' fault, but it was there was something off about it, and I think like a director like that could.
No, I think if I want to see James Gunn tackle something a little more violent, like give him an R-rated Lobo movie or something. Ben is dying, guys. Every donation you give right now gets us closer to Ben not dying. Yeah. Billy, would you be interested in making a rap about someone's
Lobo
grandma?
would be cool,
Your
but
sugar mama?
I would really like to see.
Good call.
I'd like to see someone make Green Lantern right. There's so many good DC characters that aren't Superman and Batman.
Yeah, I don't really care much about Green Lantern after what they've done to it, but
that was a long time ago, though. They could make a new one.
Yeah, they probably will, right? Like, but they have to make a good fucking anything first. Peacemaker, I thought was fun. I thought Suicide Squad was okay. As harsh as I was on Shazam, I still think it was my favorite DC movie up to that point. The DCEU. Everything they've been doing is just falls short. But it'd be nice if they could just make good movies of what they have. The Batman that came out with Team Edward or whatever, it wasn't a very good Batman movie. It was like trying to do what Nolan did by making it a realistic world.
Yeah.
But it was 3 hours and it was rehashing movies that like Seven, the Zodiac, like these are all movies that worked in rated R, and you're basically just retooling them to be comic book movies in PG-13. I was watching it and I was like, am I just watching a good movie being painted over with a comic book skin and then delivered like would this movie be better if it wasn't Batman, if it wasn't superheroes, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it would be.
See, the Green Lantern thing, if done right, could create so many good things, like good movies behind it, because the Green Lantern story is so expansive.
Any of these comic books, if done right, could create so many movies. Like, it sucks that they aren't doing them right. Like, they have literally Batman and Superman, the two biggest comic book heroes ever, and they're fucking it up. How are they fucking that up?
I don't know.
How are they fucking that up? How? How do you have the two biggest fucking properties and you fuck it up?
I think they're kind of antiquated. That's part of it.
Yeah, but people will come and watch, so like
And they
reinvent it.
They need to reinvent it. They might just do. They should probably just do Injustice, like make those into live action movies, because that takes things from a different angle. Where like Superman is not the good guy, really.
Yeah. They could do a lot of stuff. They could do what, like, they don't even have to take Injustice. Use these characters and take what they're about and reflip that in a way that's modern and interesting.
Part.
Yeah.
Rotten Stormtrooper.
We're really close now. Thank you so much.
Doing your part.
69.
All from the start.
There it is.
And now we are there at the
Dread
goal.
was definitely my fave Broken Lizard film. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, Chris Xavier. That's funny because when I watch Club Dread, I watch it in theaters. I was super excited for it. And I wasn't a big fan of slashers. So I was let down by it. I was like, it just it wasn't like, I was expecting it to be like a fucking riot laugh fest. And it was, but it wasn't catering to like, I didn't have that appreciation for what they were doing. So I was a little let down by it. But rewatching it now that I've watched, like, actually seen the Scream movies and I've watched more slasher flicks, I enjoyed it a lot more during the rewatch.
Have you ever seen Doom Generation, the movie?
I don't think so.
That'd be a cool movie to watch sometime for like a review.
Bill Paxton is great in Club Dread. He is, yeah. No, like, I think another thing was, at the time, I was really into the music scene, and the songs are very cringy, right? The songs are very cringy, but, like, they're great. There's nothing wrong with the songs. They work perfectly. But I think at my time, I had my fucking thumb too far up my ass with the lyrics. I was like, oh, God, this is so cringy. I was just took it a little too seriously. It's my fault. But rewatching it, I loved it. The Doom Generation. 1995 black comedy thriller written and directed by Greg Araki. The film follows two troubled teenage lovers, Amy Blue, Rose McGowan, and Jordan White, James Duvall, who pick up a young, handsome grifter named Xavier Reed, Jonathan Skaich. After Xavier accidentally kills a store clerk, the trio embarks on a journey full of sex, violence, and people from Amy's past. Billed as a heterosexual movie by Greg Araki, The Doom Generation is the second film in the director's trilogy known as the Teenage Apocalypse film trilogy, the first being Totally Fucked Up, and the last one, Nowhere. The characters of Amy Blue and Jordan White are based on the Mark Bayer comic strip Amy and Jordan.
Yeah. It's a crazy fucking movie.
Sounds interesting. It's got Rose McGowan in it, too.
Yeah, peak Rose McGowan.
Cute.
Peak Rose McGowan.
Of age Rose McGowan?
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of... She better be of age because the shit that happens in this movie, they wouldn't be allowed to do it.
Okay. That's most definitely what's up.
Wow, they spent $800,000 on it in box office, $284,000. Oh, that hurts.
I don't know. They probably made it back in DVD rentals and ended up pushing it to like something. With Rose McGowan on it, I imagine people are going to rent it during the height of her career.
This was popular. This was like a popular kind of like artsy movie to watch when I was in high school. Like, we would hang out and watch this kind of shit.
Yeah, Beltran Kennedy's is another failed Doom movie. Exactly. Quit trying to bring Doom to the big screen.
Oh, Doom the game?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see, I never took The Rock seriously as an actor. It's weird that he's so famous now because I always hated a lot of his movies. And then when I saw he was in the Doom movie, I'm like, oh, The Rock, he's in another shitty movie. Like, I don't want to watch this. I remember I watched the one, I gave him a chance early on, and I watched the movie, I can't remember what it's called. It's the one where, I don't know. He beats up a guy and gives him the rock bottom. And as soon as he did that, I'm like, I don't want to watch this.
You know, I was talking about the list of the Hollywood rumor list that was released in 2004 that Joe and I have been reading. We've like looked at it throughout the years, and it's like got a bunch of stuff on it that came true. It's like what was in it has been predicted since then, and it is true. A lot of truth to it. In the rumor list, they said that The Rock was in a gay relationship with Sean William Scott.
Who's Sean William
The
Scott?
guy he co-starred in The Rundown with. He played Stifler in American Pie.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it said in the little rumor list. Yeah, right. I was like that would be cute. That would be cute if that was true.
So The Rock is railing the fuck out of Stifler.
Probably, right? Unless
It'd be
Stifler,
funny if he was the bottom.
right?
He's all fucking ripped.
That'd be strange.
Kevin Nash said The Rock was gay.
Yeah. That's a hot couple right there. I like The Rundown too. It had Rosario Dawson in it, Christopher Walken. That's a nice little 4-person star vehicle. The Rock, Rosario Dawson, Christopher Walken, and Sean William Scott. That's not bad. I like Stifler. I think he's funny. I like him.
I like how you still call him Stifler, which was like a character he played 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, Juggalo V said Stifler has drug problems, I think, and then I just said I like Stifler.
Who doesn't?
Did he talk about the little girl from Poltergeist death? No, I think it was more current rumors.
There was
it was Hollywood gossip sheet.
The other actress from Poltergeist died too, and I rented an Airbnb that was the house she was murdered in. The teenage girl from Poltergeist, the actress.
Did it say that in the Airbnb when you rented it?
I looked it up. Because I was trying to figure out more information about the house, and I looked it up. I looked up the address of the house, and there was like Hollywood murder locations. It was in that house.
Very good, The Rock. Okay.
that seemed very matter of fact. Was Kevin Nash outing The Rock? If he was, that's a terrible thing to do. And also, the Kevin Nash is one of my favorite wrestlers of all time.
He's big.
Yeah.
He's gigantic.
He would be the person who would out somebody like that though. But I don't know. Who knows? It's like I said, it's rumors, and who cares if it is?
He gives a justification for it too in a second.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, hold on.
Very good. The Rock. Gay.
But Dick? I don't know. I mean, just anybody that fucking got divorced and is the number one guy in Hollywood for fucking 10 years and has never had a picture taken with a broad. No, I can't say that. It'll never work.
He's drinking. He's been drinking too. He's got like a glass of wine.
He said, "I can't say that. I'll never work."
Yeah. He literally just said it though.
Damn K Nash. Damn K Nash.
When he was in the business, when I came back in 2002, he was a dick.
Really?
Yeah. He thought. I guess he forgot that.
Forgot his humble beginnings.
I just think he forgot who fucking said one small step for man, one small step for man.
Kevin Nash is so drunk.
See,
but also you're buds with Triple H, and he's never got along with Triple H, right? Like the Rock went and fucking made a bunch. He can go Hollywood on Kevin Nash.
See, the little guy here, like this was a thing before all these wrestlers started their own podcasts. These guys would like pay these wrestlers and like give them booze and interview them and ask them like all the like crazy questions that you wouldn't normally ask somebody about wrestling. And that's like, this was like a whole genre of video in the 2010s. It was insane.
Yeah, they were shoot videos.
Yeah, shoot videos.
Triple H.
A lot of people are buying anyway. Yeah, like a lot of people are buying Hollywood. It's just like I talk about this only because it's interesting how much of the stuff on this gossip list was true, and you wonder how deep it is. It's interesting the way it's written. There's like some things where they're like, just calling out people for being assholes and being cheap. Like they're saying Dan Aykroyd was like a terrible tipper. It's like it's funny to read, but
Dan Aykroyd says like he himself says that he has autism, like a diagnosis of it.
Yeah, he's just like a fucking a more well-raised Christian. I gotta take a pee. I'll be right back.
He's way smarter and funnier too. Like Christian's unintentionally funny. Dustin Stitch, whatever the fuck your name is. You keep bringing up the Billy throwing his piss on Paul thing. Dude, that was fake, and that's been admitted multiple times. I don't know what you think you're uncovering by bringing it up constantly. It's so annoying. It was like a total work. The cup was totally empty. We know it happened. Isn't he Canadian? Is who Canadian? Oh, Dan Aykroyd. Yes, he's Canadian. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd has some weird, like he's also into UFOs and paranormal shit, and he makes vodka, Crystal Skull vodka. Everyone liked the stream. I've been feeling like I have to sneeze all fucking day. It's a terrible feeling. Fucking Dan Aykroyd. He's like Cobra. He's a terrible tipper. All autistic geniuses are terrible tippers.
Maybe. It's not very good vodka either. Cool bottle, though.
I've never had it.
It's the bottle's what's selling it. Dan Aykroyd in the bottle is selling it.
I think it's expensive, too. So if it's not that good, then what the fuck?
Neighbors is a slept-on movie. Is it the one with, is it Rose Byrne? And, Seth Rogen? Is that Neighbors? Neighbors 2 sucked, though, right? Tell me I'm not wrong about that. Neighbors was good, but Neighbors 2 sucked. Are we looking to talk about a different movie?
I just watched this.
Neighbors 1981. Is that the one we're talking about? What was that you watched?
I just watched that movie with Seth Rogen and Charlize Theron where, like, she runs for president and he becomes the first lady, basically. Have you heard of that?
It come out like 5 years ago or something?
Yeah, within that time period.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember it. So John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, Neighbors. You made me think about the wrong movie. Jeez, I sound like a dumbass. Neighbors 2 sucked. Neighbors 1981 starring Belushi and Aykroyd. Sounds like a good one. I haven't seen it. It's crazy to see Aykroyd and Belushi in a movie that wasn't...
Animal... Or no.
Blues Brothers.
Blues Brothers, yeah.
Yeah, I want to watch it just for that. A comic nightmare.
You know, SNL pretty much stole all of the National Lampoon people.
Yeah.
Like, the original SNL cast, most of them were from National Lampoon, and then there were a few people who were Second City people.
They did to improv what Vince did to wrestling.
Yeah. Yeah, then there is no more National Lampoon. Like, originally the National Lampoon was just like a satirical newspaper.
Yeah.
And before it was the National Lampoon, I think it was the Harvard Lampoon, I think. Yeah. I think they went to school in Harvard or whatever. But yeah, Chevy Chase and all those people, they were all I think Harold Ramis was part of the Lampoon.
Stephen LaPierre says, do you guys remember WWE ice cream bars with the pictures of wrestlers on them? Of course we do. We're sick fucking wrestling fans. And I'm sure Ben's probably eaten a fucking box or two of those. Do you ever have the WWE ice cream bars, Ben?
Yes, I did. I've had them.
We've had them. We love them. They're great.
Did they made those again at some point?
They made something like it, but they were more like ice cream sandwiches, but they still had the stuff printed on them. They were like cookie ice cream sandwiches with the little dude put on one. I don't think they were on a stick. There was a Netflix movie about SNL stealing the National Lampoon people. I remember watching that.
I saw that. Yeah, it was about the National Lampoon.
Belushi plays the normal guy in that movie. That sounds great. I want to watch Neighbors.
Lorne Michaels. Kids in the Hall are coming back.
To what, Netflix or something?
Yes.
Quibi?
Yeah, I think they're going to be on Netflix. And from what I understand, it's their old show. They're just like continuing their old show, which should be interesting.
They're probably going to have new people on it.
I don't think so. I think it's just going to be them. That's normally what it is. There's extras from time to time, but mostly like every character is played by them, even women.
They should get new people so people can get adjusted to the new people and they can continue doing it when those guys are all retired.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think
that's what Jackass did. Did you see the new Jackass movie? They had like second generation people in it. They were beating the shit out of them. It was cute.
Yeah. I saw Kids in the Hall live once, and they've already written like new sketches that are like continuations of their old shit that was on TV back in the day. So it's crazy.
I definitely read Foley is good. Mankind was one of my favorite wrestlers. It's funny that you bring that up while Ben brings up Kids in the Hall because of Dave Foley instead of Mick Foley.
Yeah, Dave Foley. Yeah. Dave Foley is the most successful Kid in the Hall, like because of News Radio. He was like the lead actor on News Radio, so that was a big deal for him.
News Radio.
And then Mark McKinney was on SNL as a cast member for a long time after Kids in the Hall ended, and Bruce McCullough was a writer. You ever seen that movie Superstar? Do you remember Superstar?
With Molly Shannon.
Yeah. Bruce McCullough from Kids in the Hall wrote that. He created the sketch too.
There was a lot of like celebrities on this gossip thing Joe and I were reading. Like it would say who they were romantically linked to, and Molly Shannon was linked to somebody way out of her league. It was impressive. I was like, hey, get it, Molly Shannon. I can't remember who it was though.
Fucking damn it.
Maybe we can talk Joe into coming in for a private show and we just go over the the dirt sheet list that fell out for the private show.
Oh my God, that'd
and
be
make
great.
commentary about the rumors and call the ones that have came into fruition.
We do have 2 private show slots this month, and actually there's a lot of Fridays this month, so we actually have 2 more Fridays to get through before the first private show, which is on the 22nd, and then the second one's on the 29th.
Do you remember when Hostess potato chips had WWF wrestling stickers in them?
Yep.
Hostess potato chips, yeah.
There was a few different. There was another thing that I bought at the cafeteria in elementary school. I can't remember what it was right now, but it had old school like WWF trading cards in it. It had like Mr. Perfect and Hogan and all the big stars, Warrior. Yeah, it's interesting.
The one treat that I think of that lives in my mind was the Ninja Turtle Hostess pies that had the Ninja Turtle movie stickers in them, or the regular Ninja Turtle stickers in them too. Those were like my little kid snack, was them Hostess Ninja Turtle pies. If I could just do a time machine, I would go back and I would eat that shit, and I would say, okay, it wasn't that good. It's my little kid brain remembering it.
I have one of these because like they opened up this thing because like Earthquake almost killed Hulk Hogan in the kayfabe storyline, and they were like, oh, if you want to send Hulk your best wishes, send him a letter to this address, and I did, and then they sent me back this. So like, yeah,
that's cute.
Yeah.
Was it a signed, or it wasn't actually signed?
It probably wasn't really
It was just
signed.
printed, yeah.
There's a TM next to his fucking name.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, what? You can't even like Hulk Hogan TM. Trademarked. Don't even think about using it.
7-Eleven has very good fruit pies they make exclusively. I've had the Boston cream pie from 7-Eleven when I was doing bad during COVID. It wasn't bad. 7-Eleven remakes everything exclusively now because they just eliminate the need to get franchisees, and they can undersell it and fill their shelves and charge more to like Lay's and everything to come in and get their little thing in.
Yeah. Damn.
The TM is from Marvel. Is that true?
Yeah, Marvel did own the word Hulk. Yeah, it used to say like Hulk Hogan is trademarked by the Marvel Comics Group. It would always say that. Yeah.
We're coming up on the 4.5 hour mark.
Yeah,
here,
I think
so
we're about ready to call it.
I think that's the night. Thank you, everybody who gave us the love and just sat with us and laughed with us and made fun of us and pointed out that Dalton Clodfelter was right a couple of times when he said that Joe was a fat man and Anastasia was a fat man. And called me
such a fat.
Called me
fuck.
morbidly obese when I'm obviously super obese. How wrong could you be?
Thanks to Vito.
Yeah, Vito, who kicked it with us for a good chunk of the night. That was great. Good times.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be back again Tuesday. So mark your calendars, guys.
See you then. Oh no!
It got me so fuming angry.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow.
They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.